This is the testimony of Elizabeth Holmes, going on the record in San Francisco, California, at 9:00 a.m. on July 11, 2017. Ms. Holmes, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Chan, and with me are Rahul Kolatkar, Monique Winkler, Michael Foley, Mark Katz in the back, and Jason Habermeyer. I and Rahul Kolatkar are staff attorneys in this office. Mr. Foley is a staff accountant. Ms. Winkler is an assistant director in this office, and Mr. Habermeyer and Mr. Katz are trial counsel in the San Francisco Regional Office of the United States Securities and Exchange Commission. We are officers of the Commission for the purposes of this proceeding. This is an investigation by the Securities and Exchange Commission in the matter of Theranos, Inc., SF 4030 to determine whether there have been violations of certain provisions of the federal securities laws. However, the facts developed in this investigation might constitute violations of other federal or state, civil or criminal laws. Prior to the opening of the record, you were provided with a copy of the formal order of investigation in this matter. The formal order will be available for your examination during the course of this proceeding. Have you had an opportunity to review the formal order?
I'm not sure if I have reviewed it, but I know our team has it.
Do you have any questions about it?
I don't.
Prior to the opening of the record, you were also provided with a copy of the Commission Supplement Information Form 1662, which has been marked as Theranos Exhibit 1. Have you had an opportunity to review Exhibit 1?
I have.
You also received this Form 1662 with your subpoena for testimony, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about Exhibit 1?
I don't.
Ms. Holmes, are you represented by counsel today?
I am.
Would counsel please identify themselves, and if you wouldn't mind providing your firm name, address, and phone number as well.
I'm Stephen Neal with Cooley. My phone number is 650-843-5182, and I'm one of the attorneys representing Ms. Holmes.
John Dwyer, also with Cooley, at 650-843-5000.
I'm David Taylor, the General Counsel of Theranos.
Chris Davies of Wilmer, 202-663-6187.
Bill McLucas, Wilmer, 202-663-6622.
Ali Leeper with Cooley. I'll need a minute for my phone number. 650-843-5376. And would you also provide your office addresses as well?
For all three Cooley people, our office address is 3175 Hanover Street, Palo Alto, 94304.
For Theranos, 1701 Page Mill Road, Palo Alto 94304.
And Bill and I are at 1875 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington District of Columbia, 20006.
Do you represent Ms. Holmes in her personal capacity?
I represent Ms. Holmes in all capacities.
Okay, and what about Mr. Taylor and the attorneys from Wilmer?
I represent the company Theranos.
I represent the company and Ms. Holmes as CEO. Same. Company and Ms. Holmes.
Before we start today, I want to go over some ground rules with you. The court reporter will be recording and transcribing what we say, so it's important for us to talk only one at a time. So if you could please wait until I finish my question before you answer, and I'll try and do the same. I won't ask the next question before you finish your answer as well. For the same reason, it's important that you answer audibly and don't respond with gestures. Even though it's a less formal setting, the oath you just made has the same effect as if you were testifying in court and carries with it the same penalties of perjury. It is also a crime to knowingly present false information during the course of this investigation. Do you understand?
I do.
If there is anything you don't understand, please let me know so that I can repeat or rephrase the question. If you don't tell me you don't understand, then I'll just assume you do understand the questions asked. If you need to take a break at any time, just let me know and we can take a break. The only thing I ask is you not ask to take a break before a question is pending before you.
Yeah.
Are you taking any medications that would impair your ability to understand my questions or answer fully and truthfully?
No.
Is there any reason why you can't give full, complete, and truthful testimony today?
No.
I'm handing to you what's been marked as Theranos Exhibit 191. This is a subpoena we issued for your testimony. Are you appearing here today pursuant to this subpoena?
I am.
Thank you, and you can put that to the side over here. I'll start making a pile in the center of the table. I'm also going to hand to you what's been marked Exhibit 192. Exhibit 192 purports to be a background questionnaire that's dated July 10th, I believe. Or is it July 2nd?
July 2nd.
And if you would turn to page 4 of the questionnaire, under Securities Accounts, number 15. You noted here in this questionnaire that there are 2 bank accounts listed there. What are the source of funds for these accounts?
Just my paycheck from Theranos.
If you turn to page 7, is this an accurate reflection of the bottom, your answer to question 26 regarding your educational history?
Yes.
And then going on to page 9 under your employment history, which is question 32, and going on to page 10, is that an accurate reflection of your employment history?
Yes.
You can put that aside. Thank you. So I wanted to start with the time period starting in 2010, and let's just focus on the year 2010 for a moment. If you could just tell us the state of Theranos at that time, I think that would be helpful, just in terms of how many employees you had, where you were located, if you had an office. Just some information about where the company was at that time.
Absolutely. It was 7 years ago, so I don't remember exactly. I think our offices were at 3200 Hillview. We were probably about 100 employees or so, I would guess. Maybe 150. And we were beginning to engage with retail pharmacies on the idea that we had to bring our technology to retail locations.
Who was working with you in management at that time?
I believe Sunny Balwani was our president at that time and chief operating officer.
Was there anyone else who was operating the company with you besides Mr. Balwani?
I'm trying to remember. I don't think we had other senior management members at that time. We had, I think, a couple of people aside from a technology perspective.
And who were they?
I believe Redacted was on the assay development side. Redacted may still have been there, and I believe Redacted was there at that time. I don't know if he was. There's probably a couple others.
What were Redacted and Redacted's roles at that time?
Redacted was focused on the 2 aspects of our hardware, which is the consumables and the device. I think at that point more on the consumables than the device. Redacted started focusing on computational biosciences, which is sort of the algorithms, and then expanded into a broader product role over time.
Just wanted to, what do you mean by consumables?
Sorry, the pieces of plastic that go into the device. We call them cartridges. It's the plastic pieces that our chemicals go into for our distributed testing device.
So tell us what products Theranos had developed at that time.
So we had an earlier version of what we call our mini-lab system. That is the distributed testing device. And we'd invested in development of a large number of chemistries for a very broad range of different tests and then the associated software sort of foundational pieces for doing predictive modeling.
What did the mini-lab do?
The mini-lab in 2010? Yes. It ran a set of, we had 2 versions of it, I think, at that point. There was the 3.5 device which ran a set of immunochemistries. And then there was a 4 series platform that we were working on that could run a broad range of test methods.
So the 3.5 version, how many tests could it run at that time in 2010?
I don't know exactly what the number was. I think, just from the development reports that I've seen, that there was probably tens of tests. I mean, we got up to about somewhere between 70 to 90 immunochemistries. I'm not sure exactly what time we finished them, so it would have been tens at least in that period of time.
And you say that you reviewed some development reports. What are those development reports?
The reports for all the chemistries that we had worked on for our small sample testing method.
Are these development reports, are they put together by the chemistry groups at Theranos?
Yes.
Okay, so they're the development of an assay and the chemistries that go along with it?
Exactly.
Had you transferred those chemistries onto the platform, onto the Minilab platform at that time?
Yes, a number of them. There's probably some that we hadn't, but yes.
How many had been transferred on the 3.5?
I don't know specifically in 2010. But, again, I think it's probably at least tens of tests.
So when you say tens of tests, you mean something less than 100?
Yes.
And who would know how many of these tests had been transferred onto your platform?
As of 2010? Yes. I don't know specifically. I'm sure as a team we could go back and try to look at all the dates of all the development reports. I don't know that there's one person that necessarily knows that now. I'm not sure.
Had those tests, you said, tens of tests. Had those tests been validated on the Minilab at that time on the 3.5?
They had, to what we understood validation to mean. Our understanding of what was required for validation changed later, but at that point we thought they were.
Okay, and what was your understanding of what validation meant in 2010?
There was a basic guidance document that we had become familiar with through the work we were doing for pharmaceutical companies on assay development, and we thought that if we developed and tested or validated the test to that guidance document, the test was validated.
What guidance document is that?
I don't know specifically. I think it's based on Jessica Chan. Who provided that guidance document to you? I believe through the development work that we did for either Centocor or Celgene, it at least affirmed our understanding of that guidance document. Yeah, I'm not sure if we had it specifically before that.
Did you review that document?
Did I personally review it?
Did you personally review that document?
I don't think so.
Who reviewed it on your team?
Whoever was leading the assay development at that time.
Who do you think that was? Was it redacted?
I don't know.
Okay, and then also for your Minilab, I think you mentioned, was it a 4.0 device?
So I called it 4 series. 4 series? Which is, there's been many of them in that iteration that we've been working on.
Okay, so what could the 4 series Minilab do?
So at that point I think what we'd shown was the capability of the different detectors that are in it to function with these different methods. Namely, different tests used different methods to measure things. And we were trying to get a range of methods so that we could measure more things on the device.
Okay, so how many tests could that device perform in 2010?
I don't know.
Is it fair to say that the device was still in development then?
Absolutely.
Okay, what were you using the 3.5 device to do? Were you using it for patient testing or for any of your clinical trials?
We did. And to be clear, I'm not sure if it was the 3.5 or the 3.0 at that time in 2010. We used that system for pharmaceutical clinical studies and then also for a study we did for the DoD at Fort Sam Houston and a series of burn hospitals.
So you said there was a 3.0 and a 3.5. What was the difference between the two versions?
They were very similar. The core architecture was the same. I think it was essentially more robust.
Robust in what way?
I don't know specifically. I believe we improved our manufacturing processes, and I'm not sure what else we did.
Who would know what the difference was between the 3.0 and the 3.5?
I believe Redacted would know.
Would Redacted know as well?
Depending on when we cut over to the 3.5, I'm just not sure. I can't remember in the 2010 time period where we were on that, and I don't remember when exactly he left the company.
You mentioned you used the term Minilab.
Yeah.
Is that what you called it back in 2010?
So when Walgreens asked us to go to Johns Hopkins for due diligence, they called it a Minilab at that time, and we began using that term. But there were other terms that were also used.
So just because I'm not a scientist, so I want to understand the different terms that might be used.
Sure.
So we got the Minilab. I think you said 3.5 and A4 series. Were there any other kind of terms that the company called its distributing testing device in the 2010 time frame?
I know that people refer to it as an Edison device, and we later referred to it as a TSPU device. There may have been others.
Thank you. So you mentioned that the company was doing some work for pharmaceutical companies. What type of work was the company doing?
We were developing chemistries to work on small volumes of sample and then in some cases putting them onto this distributed testing platform, an earlier version of Minilab. We were also working on models to simulate the way that drugs would work in people.
You said you were working on models to simulate the way drugs were working on people. What were you trying to understand in that process? Or what were the pharmaceutical companies trying to understand, and how were you helping them?
Yeah, they're trying to understand if they dose in a certain way. Is it going to work, or is it going to have a safety issue? And we were building simulations that you could feed data into to help predict that so that you could speed up the amount of time that it would take to actually test it in humans.
And then you also mentioned a second project you were working on was being able to test smaller samples. Was that something that pharmaceutical companies were discussing with you, the possibility of doing clinical trials for?
Yes.
Okay, and was this something that they initiated or something that you initiated where you were requesting their help to conduct these clinical trials?
I think both. I mean, it was a number of interactions over multiple years before 2010. We certainly saw partnerships earlier on and then had the opportunity to look at other partnerships as we started to build relationships with those pharmas.
How many companies did you have contracts with at that time?
In 2010? In 2010. I don't know specifically, but I would guess it was around 10.
Was the company generating any revenues in 2010?
I don't think so. I don't remember specifically. Maybe a little bit from the burn study.
When you say burn study, what are you referring to?
That was the DoD study through Fort Sam Houston.
Okay, and who were you dealing with on that study?
At the DoD? At the DoD. Redacted. What was that study for? It was seeing if the ability to test smaller samples would allow you to get more frequent time points in people who'd been burned so that you could tell whether the filters that you were putting into their kidneys worked well enough to flush out their systems.
Do you know how much money the company was generating in revenues from that study?
It would have been very small, yeah.
When you say very small, what do you mean?
I think the whole contract was a few $100,000.
Okay, I'm going to hand to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 193. Exhibit 193 purports to be a January 22, 2010, email from Redacted to Elizabeth Holmes with a subject line, for Redacted. There's an attachment to the email, but the starting Bates number is THPFM000690035, and the attachment starts with Redacted. Have you seen Exhibit 193 before?
I don't recognize it, but I might have seen it a long time ago.
What is Exhibit 193?
I'm not quite sure. Do you mind if I take a minute to read the email?
Sure.
It looks like some type of draft financials prepared for the communications referenced in the email.
So you'll see that you're preparing to give a presentation to Auta Ventures. Do you know who Auta Ventures was?
They're one of our investors.
And had you given a presentation regarding Theranos' financial situation before this?
To them or to anybody?
To Auta Ventures. Was this a regular occurrence? Were you expected to give presentations to their board?
No.
So if you turn to the attachment, there are some financial statements. And if you turn to the monthly place, which is the second page of the financial statements, you'll see that Theranos is on track to generate about $5 million in revenues in 2009. Is that consistent with your understanding with the revenues that Theranos is generating at that time?
You know, I don't remember what my understanding was at that time.
Do you have any reason to believe that this isn't an accurate representation of the revenues that the company was generating at that time?
No.
And would these revenues have been generated from those pharmaceutical companies and from DoD?
It looks, just based on the email exchange reading it here, that they're all associated with pharmaceutical companies.
And if you look back at the email, since you're looking at it right now, the third email down on the first page, she says, This revenue includes potential adjustments. Need to agree with KPMG, for Celgene, Centocor, Schering-Plough, and Novartis. And there's a number of dates that she puts next to those pharmaceutical company names. Some in 2009. Assume completion. Some in June 2010. Were all of these contracts coming to a conclusion around the 2009-2010 timeframe?
I don't know. I just can't remember.
What is your knowledge of when these contracts came to an end?
I have in my mind that the Celgene relationship went on for a period longer, and I thought that Centocor was also looking at doing additional programs with us. I'm not sure about the other two.
So if you go back to the financial statements, which is the attachment to the email, the monthly BS, which do you understand BS to mean, to stand for balance sheet?
Yes.
And if you look in December of 2009, cash and investments. It's about $3.7 million. Is that consistent with your understanding that Theranos had about $3.7 million in cash at the end of 2009?
Yes.
Do you remember Theranos being short on cash around this time frame?
In December of 2009?
Or late 2009?
I remember that when Sonny joined the company, he bridged the company. So I'd actually thought that we'd ended up getting cash in before the end of 2009. I'm not sure from this email.
So you said Sonny Balwani joined the company, and he bridged the company. What do you mean by that?
He did a bridge loan for the company when he joined the board, which I thought was before the end of 2009. But my dates could be wrong. It was a long time ago.
When did Sonny Balwani join the company?
I thought in about September of 2009 or August of 2009. But that's from memory. It might be off.
Why did Sonny Balwani need to provide a bridge for the company?
Well, I knew that we needed cash. And we were deciding whether to do an equity raise or not, and he had offered to do this for the company.
Okay, so you knew sometime towards the end of 2009 that the company was short on cash?
Yes.
What was his bridge to the company? What was the amount of the loan?
I don't remember specifically. I think it was about $20 million.
What were the terms of that loan?
I don't remember.
Was it paid back?
Yes.
When was it paid back?
I don't know specifically.
Has it been paid back, though?
Yes.
Did there come a time when around the 2010 time frame that you decided to change the business model from working for the pharmaceutical companies to a different business model?
We decided we were going to work to bring our technology to patients and physicians. We thought we would always continue the pharmaceutical studies around the retail model, but that could serve as a channel for it.
Okay, and so you said you decided to change the model to provide services to physicians and consumers?
Uh-huh.
So what did you do to realize that vision?
So I can best answer the question, what do you mean by that? So it sounds like, the company was focused on the pharmaceutical trials, I guess, pre-2010. And it's Elizabeth Holmes. We thought a lot about what the right channel was to make lab testing more accessible, and we became very interested in the retail pharmacy as a channel for lab testing. I know we reached out to some, and I think some may have reached out to us at that time as well, and we engaged in discussions around partnership.
Whose idea was it to start focusing on the retail pharmacy business?
I don't remember specifically. I mean, it related to what we were doing with testing of drug levels, and so it almost became a progression from that.
Okay, so now I want to sort of focus on the state of the company in 2013. So this is 3 years later. What had changed about the company?
So 2013 was the year that we launched our retail infrastructure. So we'd spent a lot of time getting ready for that and figuring out how to operationalize that and, most importantly, moving to a different business model which we've referred to as a Phase 1, Phase 2 approach to introducing our technologies, where you start with centralized testing and then you work to get your distributed testing platform out.
Okay, how many employees did you have at the company at that time?
I don't know specifically. Ika-chan. Had it grown? Absolutely.
And, in terms of, I guess, what divisions of the company had grown since 2010?
I know we'd grown our assay divisions in terms of the work on the chemistries that we were doing. We at that point had established a clinical lab and had brought in a lab director to run it. And I'm sure there was growth across the board.
Were there any changes in management at that time?
I don't know specifically whether there had been changes on the product leadership side by that point. Sonny was still our president and COO and was largely running operations.
Were you still at the Hillview location in 2013, or had Theranos moved itself to another location?
I think it may have been in 2013 that we moved to 1601 California. I'm not sure exactly when we moved.
And from the time in 2010 to 2013, had the company also raised money?
I believe we raised money in 2010, and then George as a director invested in 2011 and then again I think in the end of 13 or early 14.
Okay, so you did some fundraising in 2010, some in 2013, and then some in 2014?
Yes, I'm not sure if it closed in the end of 2013 or early 14.
I'm sorry, when you said George as a director, are you referring to George Schultz?
Yes, sorry.
So I just want to turn for a moment to management of the company. So you mentioned that you and Mr. Balwani were, would it be fair to say that you were the senior most executives at the company?
We were.
This is during the 2013 time frame. So I just want to focus on the 2013 time frame.
Yeah.
Who else were senior managers at the company at that time?
Well, you said in the 2013 time period? Yes. By that point.
Who did you report to?
I'm not sure. In his offer letter, Sonny managed him as part of his oversight of the clinical labs.
And then we talked a little bit about when Mr. Balwani was hired. But why was he hired?
He originally joined our board. And at that point, because we thought we were going to really be building out these models and that the ultimate value of the company was data, that a large portion of our business was going to be being a software company, and we thought he had a really good background in software, and we thought he would bring that leadership as we worked to build on that.
So you just mentioned a large part of the company was the software and you were going to become a data company. Explain.
That we thought we would be.
Okay, so explain that a little bit more.
The purpose of what we tried to do with Minilab and getting people access to the health data is that so they can use it hopefully for the purposes of early detection, and the way that will be realized is through models and algorithms. And we had started with Celgene and building out those models, and we'd done it in a couple other places, and we saw that as the ultimate product for the company as we went to go towards serving consumers and physicians. And so we thought that Theranos would be a sensors and software company and that the investment in decision support was how ultimately people would be able to use this data for early detection.
What were Sonny Balwani's qualifications for the job? You mentioned that, the company was hoping to be a software company?
Yeah.
Did he have qualifications in that sector?
He did. He built a software company and he had worked at Microsoft and I believe Lotus when it had started out here.
And did he have any qualifications in the lab testing business?
He did not.
Or in pathology or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge.
I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 194. Exhibit 194 purports to be an organizational chart of some sort, but at the top of that chart is you, Elizabeth Holmes, as founder and CEO with Bates number TS00001. Have you seen Exhibit 194 before?
I don't know.
You don't know that you've seen this before?
Yeah, I don't recognize it, but I might have.
Did the company keep organizational charts for Jessica Chan? Were there any, going back to 2013, would there be any changes to this chart for the 2013 time frame?
Yes.
What were those changes?
Many of these people didn't work for the company at that time, and I thought of our operating structure a little bit differently than this.
How did you think of your operating structure in 2013?
I was very externally focused at that point in time, and we didn't have marketing or even internal general counsel at that point. We had a product organization that was really partnering with the CLIA lab to try to get assays to go live under the LDT model. So there was sort of one thing that the company was doing at that point, which was taking these assays live in the CLIA lab.
Sorry, you used a couple acronyms? I just want to confirm. CLIA and LDT. Could you just explain to us what those are?
Absolutely. CLIA used in the context of referring to the CLIA lab, which was our clinical lab. CLIA is the Clinical Lab Improvement Act, which is the regulations for labs. LDT is laboratory developed tests, and those are tests that are developed and validated in-house. And so that's why I was referring to essentially the product and clinical lab organization as being very tightly integrated as of 2013.
So who was in charge of that product team in 2013?
I didn't hear that.
Who was in charge of the product team in 2013?
There would have been assay leads, and I'm trying to think of whether there was a single hardware lead at that point. I'm not sure. We didn't have a senior vice president of product.
Who were the assay leads?
I'm not sure. I think Redacted, I believe was her last name, was still there. I was there, working really closely with the assay teams at that point, and there would have been others.
What was Redacted's role at Theranos in 2013?
Again, it's hard to pinpoint at specific points in time. I got involved in product development and was, I believe, at that point helping with the core product development initiatives.
Did he have any qualifications in lab testing or in pathology?
I don't believe he had prior experience in lab testing. I had understood that he ultimately met the requirements for someone to be a lab director.
What was his background?
He had this is my memory of it. This could be incorrect. I understood that Redacted had been involved in predictive modeling. I was talking about for modeling biology systems and then had experience at Theranos.
So you mentioned that you understood that he had the qualifications to be a lab director. Was he a lab director at Theranos?
He was, yeah.
What were the dates between which he was the lab director?
I don't know exactly. Certainly until we closed it. I don't know when he became the lab director.
And what was your understanding as to how he was qualified to be a lab director? What sorts of degrees did he have that made him qualified to be in that role?
I didn't know specifically. I just knew that Sonny and the team that had looked at that said that he was.
And then you mentioned that you weren't sure who was in charge of the hardware of the manufacturing side at that time.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Was it Redacted? Was he still around?
Redacted, I don't know whether he'd started at that point. I'm not sure.
Was there a team that was in charge of putting the chemistries onto the hardware?
I don't know.
Who would have done that?
It would have been part of the clinical lab operation.
Part of the CLII lab operation, is that right?
Yeah, the product team, because we were focused on lab-developed tests, was very tightly integrated with the clinical lab at that point. I don't know if they had a specific team that was focused on that.
Okay, and the person who was in charge of the clinical lab would have been Redacted?
Yes.
How did you split up your responsibilities with Mr. Bawani?
He was focused on operations. I was focused on our vision to the extent I was involved on the technology side in inventing and on ultimately some of the policy work, like the work to change the law in Arizona, and in strategy.
Were there particular areas that you managed versus areas that he managed?
I tried to stay involved with all of the creative aspects in terms of the creative through invention side of the technology and the creative side of the way we were trying to change the way people thought about their right to access lab results along the line of the Arizona law that we passed. He was focused on the clinical lab operations and the internal operations of the business.
Okay, so if you look back at Exhibit 194, and I know this is probably sometime in the later time period rather than 2013.
Yeah.
But it looks like a number of, for instance, the Chief Creative Officer was reporting to you. The Chief Marketing Officer and General Counsel. So there were a lot. Elizabeth Holmes functionally was reporting to me in 2013 on the product side. Okay, and then you'll see there are Redacted who look to be on the end, I guess Redacted as well.
Uh-huh.
So these were all products, and assays people. Were they all reporting to you back in 2013 as well?
I don't know. I can't remember. Was there some, even if on paper they were reporting to you or Sunny Balwani, was there often some crossover between who people reported to, whether it was you or to Mr. Balwani? How did the reporting structure work? We did not do a good job at maintaining org charts. And I think there was an understanding of how functionally we were operating, especially pre-2015, which was essentially along the lines of what I described.
Okay, so you mentioned before that Mr. Balwani was overseeing the lab and some of the product development, particularly also on the software side. What were you overseeing in that process? Were you also involved in product development?
I mean, I was the CEO of the company. So I would engage with different teams. My sort of involvement, to the extent I was engaged on the product side, was mostly on the creative parts and the invention sort of side. Or if we ran into challenges, could we figure out a way to solve them technically from an invention standpoint? And then on some of the other things that I was alluding to from a strategy perspective.
Were you kept apprised of developments in the products area and in the clinical lab?
Generally, yes.
Who would apprise you of those developments?
Mostly Sunny, but occasionally others.
Okay, what about the company's partnerships? Who was overseeing that process?
I had a very close relationship with Steve Bird at Safeway. Sunny managed the Walgreens relationship.
What about other business partners? Did you also similarly split up the other partners?
I would have to think of who specifically to think of who managed them. Those were, to my memory, the two major relationships that we were interfacing with at this period of time.
What about the DoD, the Department of Defense?
We had board members who were very engaged on talking to people within DoD. And then I was certainly in some of those meetings. And then internally we had at least one project manager who was helping to coordinate logistics. We spent a lot of time developing technology there. But we never really focused on getting those systems off the ground because we were so focused on the retail deployments.
When you say that you never got those systems off the ground, what do you mean by that?
You were asking about managing partnerships, and it wasn't the same kind of, active partnership that Walgreens was.
Okay, so when you say, this is for the Department of Defense projects?
Yeah.
You weren't able to get the projects off the ground. Do you mean that you weren't able to deploy Theranos services with the Department of Defense in the end?
Besides the Institute for Surgical Research and a couple others, we didn't fulfill the contract opportunities that we had.
Why didn't you fulfill those contract opportunities?
We didn't have the bandwidth to do anything except try to make the retail relationship successful.
What were the other two divisions within the Department of Defense that you had contracts with that you were able to fulfill besides the Institute for Surgical Research?
From memory, we did a little bit of testing with AFRICOM, and we did a little bit associated with the NASA space program that someone else within DoD had referred us to.
And what happened to those relationships?
They were positive. We just didn't take any next steps with them based on focus and bandwidth internally.
Did Theranos receive any revenues from AFRICOM or NASA for those projects?
I don't think so. I don't know about AFRICOM.
But you think for NASA Theranos didn't receive any revenues?
I don't think so.
Okay, what? Oh, sorry.
You mentioned Theranos board members were involved in facilitating your communications with the DoD. Who on Theranos board took on that role?
I'm sorry. I meant to respond to her question about who was managing the relationships. I made that comment in that context.
Who on our board?
George Schultz primarily.
Who was managing the regulatory strategy for the company?
Again, in the 2013.
I'm just talking about the 2013 time frame.
We tried to hire some of the best outside lawyers in the medical device and clinical lab space.
And who from the company was overseeing that process?
I don't remember specifically in 2013. I'm not sure.
Were you and Sunny Balwani jointly involved in the regulatory strategy, thinking about what approvals needed to be obtained and so forth?
Yes, absolutely.
What about the company's financial condition? Who was overseeing, for instance, I think in 2015 it looks redacted was reporting to you. Was she also reporting to you in 2013?
To the extent Sunny was at the company, he primarily interfaced with her on just financial operations and cash management. So as of 2015. I don't know when she joined. Redacted was our redacted for a period of time, and she may have been there in 2013.
Did she have the authority to hire or fire personnel?
She had the authority to make recommendations. I believe there's a couple instances in which she hired directly but not regularly.
Did she need to obtain approval from either you or Sunny Balwani before she hired anyone?
That was certainly the expectation, yeah.
And what about if she needed to fire anyone? Did those instructions come from you or Mr. Balwani?
Or the manager, if there was a manager who felt that an employee had a performance issue.
Were the managers at the company who were below you and Mr. Balwani, did they have the authority to fire personnel under them without running that by you and Mr. Balwani first?
You know, maybe on the manufacturing side with assemblers, but generally we would have wanted to be involved in those conversations.
So generally you and Mr. Balwani would be involved in firing personnel?
I think so, yeah.
How would you and Sunny Balwani communicate with respect to your work?
Just help me understand the question.
Just the method of communication. Did you text each other? Did you call each other on the phone? What did you do typically?
All of the above. We texted. We were working in a very open space format. Our offices were near each other, and we would talk.
Were there times when you would meet face to face? And were there regular meetings when you did?
Yes, we met face to face a lot.
Were there regular meetings that were set up maybe weekly or monthly?
I don't think they were scheduled like that. It was very sort of dynamic.
How did Mr. Balwani keep you apprised of the areas of the business that he was responsible for?
We would talk, but we operated as peers, and so he would run the areas that he was operating and talk to me about the things that he thought were relevant.
So were you consulted about decisions he would be making on the product development and clinical lab side?
Depends on what they were. On some of them, yes.
Did you expect him to run those decisions by you?
I expected him to share with me anything that would be material to making sure we were properly executing on our plans.
Were there areas on which you disagreed?
Yes.
What were those areas?
We disagreed all the time about a lot of things. We have very different leadership styles.
What would and how would you resolve that discussion if you disagreed on an issue?
It depends on what the issue was. I would generally defer to him because he was there as our president and COO.
Were there areas that he would defer to you?
I'm sure there were. I would need to think specifically about, a specific issue to better answer the question.
So I think we mentioned a number of different areas of the company. But, for instance, on business partnerships, who would be the one who would make the ultimate decision if the two of you disagreed?
If it pertained to Walgreens, it was Sunny. If it pertained to Safeway, probably me. But it depends on what the issue was. If it had to do with something that was in a functional area that he was managing, I would defer to him.
What about the Department of Defense?
I think it would depend on what it was. Again, that was a different type of relationship than the active commercial partnerships that we deployed.
What about your regulatory strategy with either FDA or the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services?
In general, we would defer to outside counsel on that.
Were there times when you would decide that you wouldn't follow counsel's advice?
Not during that period.
What about the financial condition of the company? Who would be the ultimate decision maker with respect to the company's operational and financial progress?
In general, Sunny was.
It sounds like you had a very dynamic relationship and you would talk with Mr. Balwani a lot about different areas that you were working on. Were there times when you would also draft email communications to third parties? For instance, I think you said that you were in charge of the Safeway relationship. that Mr. Balwani would then edit and revise before sending out?
Yes.
And did that happen in the other way around where he would be drafting emails to third parties that you would also revise for him before sending out?
I'm trying to think of a specific instance. I mean, our dynamic was that I generally sought his advice on how to handle things.
But were there instances in which he would draft emails which you would then review and edit and approve before he sent them out?
I wouldn't be surprised if there were. I can't remember a specific instance sitting here, but it was, as you said, a dynamic interaction.
Where on Theranos electronic system did you keep your working files?
What do you mean by that?
So is there a document management system at Theranos?
There is. And there's shared drives that different people have access to as well as local document files for a given person. Jessica Chan. What did you call that folder? My documents.
It was called My Documents.
Yeah.
Okay, and you think it might have been backed up by the system? Is that what you mean?
I expect it would have been, yeah.
Are you aware of a folder called the CEO folder?
Generally, I think so.
And is that the other folder that you're talking about which your assistant would put documents into?
I think so.
Would you ever edit documents in that folder?
I don't think so.
So this folder was only for your assistants and others to put documents into?
Yes.
And would you access the documents in that folder?
I could access it. I don't know that I ever have.
I guess, what is the purpose of that CEO folder?
If we had documents from a meeting and they were trying to scan them because they were going to get rid of a hard copy, they would put them in that folder or other documents that they felt should go in there. They had control over it.
And did Sunny Balwani also have a working folder as well?
I believe so, yes. What folder was that called? I don't know. Are you aware of a folder called the 300 folder? I am.
What is that folder?
I think that is where he kept strategic documents, and I think he had some of his models in there too.
Did you have access to that folder?
I did.
And did you go in from time to time to review or edit those documents?
I don't think I have.
Did you ever review documents in that folder?
He would show me documents from that folder before certain meetings.
Okay, when you say he would show you certain documents from the folder, do you mean that he would print them out and show them to you?
No, I would sit in front of his computer, and he would open it from that folder.
Would you ever sit at your own computer and review files from in his 300 folder?
I mean, it's possible. I can't remember that, but it's possible.
But you don't think that you might have edited any of his files from that folder?
I don't think so. So I wanted to talk about the clinical lab for a minute.
So you mentioned that Redacted was the lab director in 2013?
Uh-huh.
Was there somebody who was in charge of the clinical lab before he came on board?
Yes.
Who was that?
I believe it was Redacted. There may have been someone in between them, but at least Redacted.
What was the clinical lab doing before it was certified? Before it was certified?
Before it obtained CLIA certification. Nothing. Okay, so was it just constructed? Was it processing any blood samples? So the CLIA certification was in 2011, and it didn't exist before it obtained CLIA certification. Post-2011 I believe there was some what we call reference testing, which is traditional testing, for Safeway while we were working to refine our operational procedures. And then otherwise we were trying to put good systems in place to launch the lab.
So you mentioned that you were doing some reference testing for Safeway. What do you mean by reference testing?
They had a wellness center at their headquarters, and they asked us to be the place that would process the samples that were drawn traditionally. And we would either process them at our lab or send them out to a reference lab and report them back to the ordering practitioner there. Okay, and so you mentioned that the blood draws would be done traditionally. What do you mean by traditionally? Venipuncture on commercially available machines. So the blood would be drawn via venipuncture, and the blood samples would then be tested on third-party commercially available devices? Or a reference lab, yes.
What is a reference lab?
It's a place where you can send samples to have analyzed by a third-party lab, and they will report them back to your lab, and you pass those results on to the ordering practitioner.
Who is redacted?
He does.
What was his role in 2013?
I don't know in 2013. I think it was in product management, but I'm not sure.
What did that mean, product management?
I believe his role was primarily focused on managing business relationships with people who are important to the company, but I'm not completely clear. The product managers worked on sort of important projects for the company, and there was a wide range of projects that they worked on.
Who did redacted report to in 2013?
He reported to Sunny.
And you mentioned there were a number of project managers?
Uh-huh.
These were project managers that reported to redacted for a period of time?
They reported to redacted for a period of time, I don't know when, and then directly to Sunny after that.
Who were these project managers? I'm not going to get them all by name. At what period of time? In 2013? I believe Red Q. Were you familiar with what he was doing?
I worked closely with me in supporting meetings that I was doing in communications.
Okay, what kind of meetings was he involved in?
A broad range of meetings. Could have been with partners, with investors, with others. I don't know if he was working closely with me yet in 2013. He was before he left.
What about operational projects related to the retail rollout?
Again, I believe operational projects related to the retail rollout.
You mentioned what was his role?
I believe same thing.
And was he also an operations person?
Yep. I don't know what he was doing in 2013. What about was he also a project manager, or was he also a project manager in 2013? I don't know that he was. He was working within the software organization, and I don't know exactly what he was doing within 2013.
And when you say software organization, what do you mean?
We had a team that we called the software team, and he was part of that team.
And who did he report to?
Up to Sunny. I don't know if he directly reported to Sunny.
Did all of these project managers have a prior relationship with him?
Not all of them. Some of the ones I just listed did.
Okay, what was that prior relationship? Were you involved in hiring all of them?
I was. That group, yes.
When did you hire them?
I don't know. I think 2011, maybe 2012. I'm not quite sure.
Why did you hire them?
Because we were working 24/7, almost trying to do something good, and we needed people who wanted to work that hard and who would put their heart and soul into it.
Did you use the project managers as sort of a liaison between you and Sunny Balwani and other employees at the company?
No, not to my knowledge.
Were there specific areas that the project managers would be overseeing, sort of a way for you and Sunny Balwani to delegate particular responsibilities to another group of people?
I don't know specifically how he was using them.
How did you use them?
The only one.
I think you mentioned you had a relationship with him.
Yeah, I used him generally for follow-ups.
What do you mean by you used him generally for follow-ups?
In a support role. So if we had a meeting, setting things up for the meeting, making sure if we needed to send a note to follow up on the meeting the note was sent. Those types of things.
Was he also having communications directly with, for instance, some of your business partners or even the Department of Defense?
I think he did, yeah.
Okay, and what kind of communications was he having with them?
I mean, it was many years, so I'm sure it's a broad range. Generally coordination with different people who we were interfacing with.
So when you say coordination, do you mean coordination of meetings?
Coordination of, it could be meetings, could be discussions, could be follow-up, could be response to a request.
Would he run, every time that he was communicating with them, would you expect that he would run that by you first?
I wanted generally for him to do that. He did not always do that.
Were there times, though, when he would send you, for instance, draft emails that he was planning to send out to a business partner that you would then review and edit and send back to him?
I'm sure there were.
We've been going a little over an hour. Should we take a short break?
Let me just take a look. I just have a few more questions, and then we can take a break.
Okay.
So did you have regular meetings with the project managers?
I did not, to my memory.
Do you know if Sunny Balwani did?
I would expect that he would have. I don't know whether it was meetings that were regularly scheduled.
Okay, we can take a quick break now.
This concludes Media 1 of Elizabeth Holmes. We're off the record at 10:16. We are back on the record at the beginning of Media number 2 of Elizabeth Holmes. The time is 10:30.
And, Ms. Holmes, I just wanted to confirm. We didn't have any substantive conversations during the break, did we?
No.
Okay, and I just want to give you that question after every break, just to make sure that nothing was said off the record.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm going to hand to you what's been marked as Theranos Exhibit 195. For everyone else, this is tab 10. Exhibit 195 purports to be a document entitled, Theranos Confidential Summary Capitalization. The starting Bates number is TS000603. I'll represent to you that this was produced by Theranos to the SEC as part of the binder that was provided by Theranos to Rupert Murdoch when he was considering whether to invest in Theranos in December 2014 and January 2015. The cover letter to the binder states that it was signed as of December 4, 2014. Have you seen Exhibit 195 before?
You know, I didn't recognize this first sheet sitting here now, but I'm sure I did.
What is Exhibit 195? It looks Jessica Chan. Did you review Exhibit 195 on or about December 4, 2014?
You know, I don't have memory of whether I reviewed it at that time, but I know I've seen it.
So I'm actually just going to start on the first page, which is 603 is the Bates number on the bottom.
Yes.
Is this an accurate reflection of Theranos capital raising since the company was founded?
As of what period of time?
I guess as of 2013. That's a good point.
As of 2013. No, I think this was as of a later period of time.
Okay, so what was the date at which this document was prepared, then?
The C2 didn't happen until, I think 2014 was the first part of the C2.
Okay, so you think that this is an accurate reflection of the capital raising the company did as of 2014?
No. No? No.
Okay, so what happened in 2014?
Oh, I'm sorry. As of 2014, I was missing my years. Yes, I think that as of the end of 2014 this looks about right.
This looks about right?
Yes, yeah.
And how much was raised during the C2 round?
It was several $100 million. I don't know exactly the end number. I think it was over $500 million.
So if it was over $500 million, then do you think that this chart maybe isn't an accurate reflection, at least it doesn't include some of the C2 round?
Correct. It doesn't include some of the C2. I don't know exactly when this was prepared and what period of time it was supposed to be reflective of.
Okay, but you think that the total for the C2 round would have been something like over $500 million?
I believe so.
So I just want to focus for a period on the CL and C2 rounds. What were those financing rounds? What was the purpose of raising money during those rounds?
So they were different at different points in time. CL, we began developing strategic relationships with long-term shareholders, and some of the hospital systems that we wanted to partner with came in through a fund.
And then C2?
C2, we had decided that we wanted to try to structure Theranos as a private company, and we were looking for family-owned businesses or family-controlled companies and leadership who wanted to invest in something for the really long term. And we identified a group of people to try to bring in for that.
Okay, so you said for the CL round, I just want to make sure that I understand. For the CL round, that was mainly money coming from strategic partners like hospitals and other businesses?
When it started, yes, yeah. I mean, we had also another family that invested through one of the funds that came in CL. And then a couple of hospital systems that we were hoping to partner with came in that as well.
Which family came in CL that you're thinking of?
Redacted.
And did the redacted family and the hospital systems, did they all come in through Peer Venture Group?
They did.
What is Peer Venture Group?
It is a redacted.
What was your relationship with them?
Redacted.
And so how did that relationship come about? You know, who initiated talks of potentially investing in Theranos and, you know, what happened? How were you able to get that information from Peer Venture Group?
The first one was in 2010, so I don't remember specifically. But my memory is redacted. I had expressed specifically having a fund that focused on investing in Theranos. Redacted had strongly encouraged me to meet with him and the people that I think he was working to raise money from and to let Redacted invest.
Okay, and then you mentioned for C2, that was mainly for you to raise money in order to establish a long-term shareholder base, is that right? Can you explain a little more about that?
Yeah, over a period of time we became convinced that becoming a private company for the long term would best allow us to do something that was going to be a very long-term venture. And so we were trying to find investors who wanted to invest in private companies and wanted to make really long-term investments and generally who had built family companies. And so we identified a series of people who had done that and went to meet with them to talk about this vision. And so that was the majority of the C2.
What was the money that you raised during the CL and C2 rounds used for?
A lot of R&D and operational investments, like we built a big manufacturing facility in Newark, California, where we do our injection molding and machining and reagent production and primarily those two things.
Going into both of these rounds of financing, did you have a particular target that you were aiming to raise? And what were those targets?
I don't know. I'm sure we did. I can't remember exactly what the numbers were. I think it was also a bit dynamic in terms of responding to interest in people who had expressed interest in being shareholders in the company.
So if you look at the price at which the shares were sold during these two rounds, the first CL round that took place in 2010, the price was $3 a share. The second CL round, it went up to $15. What precipitated the change in price?
So my memory is that was a price per share that was established through the relationships with the retail pharmacy partners who were thinking about what the value of Theranos could be if we had these retail frameworks in place, and that's where that number came from.
So are you saying, then, that the retail partners actually valued Theranos at the $15 a share?
I don't know if they valued it. But to the extent that there were provisions in the contract that gave them potential rights to equity, that was the value that they put on the equity rights that they had.
Was it negotiated?
I don't think so.
Who would know the answer to that question?
I mean, I assume our team could look back at documents and try to figure it out. I don't remember. I'm not sure.
Would you have been involved in those discussions with your retail partners?
I would have, yes.
Would Sunny Balwani have been involved?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to hand to you another document. You can put that one aside. I'm handing to you what's been marked as Theranos Exhibit 196. Okay, I'm going to hand to you another document. You can put that one aside. I'm handing to you what's been marked as Theranos Exhibit 196. Exhibit 196 purports to be a spreadsheet. The title at the top is Detailed 2917. Starting Bates number is TSO 558077. Have you seen Exhibit 196 before?
You know, I don't remember seeing this version, but I recognize it as our cap table.
Did you review Exhibit 196 on or around February 9, 2017?
I don't remember doing that.
I'll represent to you that that's the date at which that appears on the document.
Okay.
And would have been around the date that Theranos produced the document to the SEC?
Yep.
So I want to focus on some of the CL and C2 investors on this list. So if you go down, there's an investor called Bendel Fund. Do you see that on the first page?
I do.
And they invested, it looks like, 249,998 shares in the C2 round. Who is the Bendel Fund?
I believe this is redacted company.
Who's redacted?
He's an individual redacted.
How do you know him, or how did you get to know him?
I met him through this process of trying to find family-controlled companies and investors, and I'm trying to remember who made the introduction. He knows a number of people affiliated with the company. I'm not quite sure who made the final introduction to him.
Who does he know at the company?
He knows some of our investors. He knows some of our board members.
Who are the investors that he knew?
My understanding is he knows most of our C2 investors, the other large family investors.
What about Central Valley administrators? It's on the second page.
So I think that is redacted that Walgreens introduced us to when they talking about deploying in California.
Who is redacted?
I believe he is redacted.
Okay, and why was he interested in Theranos?
I think he really believes in the need for lower cost, more distributed testing.
Were you in talks to partner with him in any way?
It was our hope that had we deployed in Los Angeles with Walgreens, we would work with his physician groups.
So was he also considered a strategic partner, a possible strategic partner?
Yes.
So, in other words, even though he invested in the C2 round, it looks like there were also opportunities for strategic partners to come into the C2 round in addition to some of those families?
I'm trying to think if there were any others besides him. I know generally the focus of C2 was the families, but had there been a strategic, there's no reason we wouldn't have looked at that in the context of involvement.
If you turn the page to page 3, what about Dynasty Financial? It's also a C2 round investor.
I believe that's the DeVos family.
The DeVos family. How did you know them?
I met them at a conference for family-controlled companies, and I talked to them about our vision.
What conference was that?
That was the redacted conference. I think it was in Chicago.
And what is redacted?
Redacted.
So they invited a number of family offices to come for a conference?
I think so, yes.
When did that happen?
In the fall of 2014 or maybe winter of 2014.
Why did you attend?
I was asked to speak at it.
What did you speak about?
Redacted. I think about innovation. I don't remember what I talked about.
I'm sorry, you don't recall what you talked about at that conference?
I don't. I could guess. I don't remember it specifically.
Did you meet the DeVos family at that conference?
I did.
Who was your main contact there?
Initially it was redacted. Now it's redacted. Who's redacted? My understanding, is redacted.
And redacted?
Her boss.
Is he redacted?
I don't know.
Or at redacted?
I think so. I'm not sure.
What about Hall Black Diamond 2, which is at the bottom of page 3? Who are they?
So that is a fund that was created for one of the limited partners of Black Diamond to be able to have direct holdings in Theranos.
And who is redacted?
I believe I met him after he had invested in Black D. Jessica Chan. And was there somebody else at Black Diamond that you knew prior to that relationship? Redacted.
If you turn the page to page 4 at the very top, who is redacted?
That is, my understanding, it's the foundation affiliated with Redacted and his family.
And who's redacted?
He's a businessman, Redacted.
When did you first contact with him?
I think in 2014, but I'm not completely sure.
How did you meet him?
I think I met him at someone's house, and we started having a conversation about healthcare.
Do you recall whose house you met him at?
I think Redacted, a Silicon Valley venture capitalist.
What did you talk about?
We talked about the need to make lab testing.
Did you ever have any discussions with Redacted about partnering with his businesses?
We did.
And how did those discussions go?
Very positive. He has a foundation that we've interacted with, Most closely, that's talked to us about a number of different projects, including our current focus on Zika virus testing in low-income and distributed areas.
Did you end up entering into a contract with him or his companies?
I don't know if we have a contract with their foundation. I'm not sure. Not his laboratory business.
Let's turn the page to page 6. Towards the top of the page, there's an investor called Sand Hill Financial Company, Sandbox Co-Investment Fund. Who are they?
Yes, so they are, as I understand it, the fund that manages the investments for the Blue Cross Blue Shield Association.
And how did you get in contact with them?
Elizabeth Holmes. This was, I think, in 2010. And I'm not sure. I think it was our board member, Robert Shapiro, was an advisor to the Blue Cross Blue Shield Association Fund and part of Sandbox, and I think he made the introduction. It may have come from somewhere else, but that sounds right.
What was your understanding of why they were interested in investing in Theranos?
Because the lab companies have been charging them extremely high rates, and they've been negotiating for years to try to break up the duopoly of pricing between Quest and LabCorp, and they thought that we could build a lab company that would offer really low-cost testing.
And then further down the page, Soda Spring Partners. Who are they?
That is Alice Walton, part of the Walton family.
Part of the Walton family?
Yes.
And how did you get to know the Walton family?
I can't remember the first introduction. I think my first contact with them was with Greg Penner, who's the chairman at Walmart. I don't know who introduced me to him. He was certainly one of the families that, as we brainstormed on who were the types of people that would want to be part of taking something like this on, that we thought about.
I think you just said he was one of the people. So do you mean the Walton family, or do you mean Walmart?
Well, what I was referring to was that the Walton family is one of the great, sort of family-controlled businesses that's been built in this country. We absolutely were also interested in the relationship with Walmart, and that was early on part of our discussions with Greg.
Part of your discussions with Greg were to potentially partner with Walmart in the retail pharmacy space?
Yes, and specifically I think he wanted them to evaluate the promise of this.
Did you ever enter into a contract with Walmart?
I don't think so.
Did you have any other business relationship with them aside from having these discussions?
Prior to meeting Greg, we'd had a fair amount of interaction with them. There was no formal contract about how you would roll out. The concept was $4 lab testing like they'd done $4 pharmacy prescriptions.
And did anything come of that? Did you end up either piloting or rolling out any services even if you didn't have a contract?
No, we were prohibited under the terms of our Walgreens and Safeway contracts initially from doing that for some period of time.
Did Greg Penner introduce you to Alice Walton, or did someone else introduce you to the Walton family members?
I believe Redacted was the point person for Alice. I met Alice at a dinner separately. I think she was sitting near me. But Redacted works with her.
Did you ever meet Rob Walton?
I did.
What do you recall about that?
I recalled talking to him about this concept of $4 lab testing and the vision for what we were trying to do in the lab space in terms of access to health information. I recalled telling him about the technology we were working to implement, and I recall initially focusing on what this could be if we did have the opportunity at some point to partner with Walmart. And then later he became an investor. He's Greg's father-in-law.
How did he become an investor?
So, you mean what vehicle?
Yeah, is he on the list, or was there an entity invested through?
Yes, the Madrona entity is him and Greg and the associated fund partners. Jessica Chan. So in looking through Exhibit 196, we actually noticed that Rupert Murdoch doesn't appear on here. Do you know why? Is he an investor or was he an investor in Theranos? He was an investor in Theranos, yes.
Was he taken out? Is he still an investor in Theranos today?
He is not.
Is that the reason why he doesn't appear on this list?
I don't know why he doesn't appear on this list.
Do you know who prepares, the capitalization table for Theranos or who maintains it?
It's changed over time. Redacted used to. I think now it's done by one of our legal firms.
But in the 2013-2014 time frame, it would have been redacted. Who would have maintained it?
I believe so, yes.
So were you involved in discussions with the investors in the CL and C2 round to invest in Theranos?
I was.
What was your involvement?
I would talk about the kind of company we were trying to build, talk about the vision, talk about why we were interested in structuring this as a private company, and sort of the long-term nature of it and what we thought we have the potential to do here.
Were you involved in providing materials to them for their due diligence purposes?
I was involved, just so I answer the question correctly. What do you mean by that?
So were you aware that these investors would sometimes request materials or documents from Theranos?
Yes.
And were you involved in compiling that information or collecting that information for them?
I don't know if I specifically did that, but I knew that the materials were going to investors.
Okay, would you review those materials or documents before they were sent to investors?
You know, I would need to think about a specific instance to be able to speak about it specifically. I certainly was generally aware of the types of content that we were sending to investors.
What were the types of content that you were sending to investors?
I mean, we had a very informal process in place which was, decks that we used for a number of different purposes. In terms of slides we would share, they had data on the performances of our chemistries. We would share other information that we thought just gave people a perspective of what we were trying to do. It was a startup, so we didn't have the systems in place to do this in a formal way.
Would you sometimes be the person sending the materials to investors either through email?
I could have been. I can't sit here and say I remember a specific instance in which I did, but it wouldn't surprise me if I did.
What was Sunny Balwani's role in those discussions with investors?
I would generally do the first meeting or two and talk about the vision, and then he would follow up on any questions that they had from a diligence perspective and provide them with that information.
Did he attend those initial meetings that you had with investors?
Most of the time, yes.
Did he participate in those meetings? Would he be presenting material as well, or was it mostly just you talking?
The meetings that I was, which were sort of the initial meetings, we didn't frequently present anything. It was just discussion. And, yes, he would be involved in the discussion as well.
Was there anyone else in the company who was involved in those investor discussions besides you and Mr. Balwani?
I'm sure there were others in the room for certain meetings. I would need to think about a specific meeting to be able to talk about who else was in there.
Would there be others who would be making a presentation to investors during those meetings? I'm more interested in the people who would have been speaking at those meetings. Can you think of anyone who would have besides you and Mr. Balwani, who would have been speaking at those meetings?
If you give me a specific meeting, I could try to think back to it. There was a lot of meetings over a period of many years. We had people we generally tried to respond to any questions that an investor had. So if they wanted to focus on a specific area, we might have had people who were specific to that area engaged. But I can't sit here and recall a specific example.
Were there particular areas that you would present on and particular areas that Mr. Balwani would present on? And what were those areas?
Yeah, I presented the vision, what we're trying to build, what we've invented, and what we think it could do. Sunny would present on our projections and what we thought it could mean financially and on the operations of the business, whether it be on manufacturing or the clinical lab.
When you were sitting in meetings with Mr. Balwani and you're having these discussions with investors, were there times when Mr. Balwani would present something to investors that you thought was not right or inaccurate?
I don't remember an instance in which that ever happened. I generally understood at least what I thought to be the assumptions behind how he characterized our potential.
So when you say you saw the assumptions behind how he would characterize your potential, what do you mean by that?
Our projections were generally based on an assumption that we would have a certain retail footprint, and I knew that we had the ability to get that footprint if we executed. And so I assumed that those numbers made sense in that context.
So you would have reviewed the assumptions before Mr. Balwani was presenting these financials to investors?
Not necessarily. I'm sure sometimes I did, but not as a necessary normal operating cadence.
But you can't think of an instance in which Mr. Balwani would have presented, for instance, the financials for investors that you thought was incorrect or inaccurate? Can you think of any instance in which Mr. Balwani made any other inaccurate or incorrect statements to investors, setting aside the financial projections?
I mean, not when I was in the room that I can remember.
Had he made an inaccurate or incorrect statement to investors, would you have corrected him?
Absolutely.
And were there times when Mr. Balwani corrected you while you were making your presentation to investors?
He was not shy about jumping in on things that I would say. So he was definitely very vocal in those meetings.
Was there ever a topic in those discussions with investors in which you felt like you were not sufficiently familiar with it and so couldn't speak to it?
Me personally? Yes.
For sure?
For sure.
What were those topics?
I mean, this is why I deferred to other people on the operations of our clinical lab, on our operational infrastructure internally in terms of production, on financials and financial modeling. I didn't have any training or background in that.
Were there any other areas?
I'm sure there were. I mean, I tried to be good in a couple things which generally had to do with inventing and sort of ideas and vision. I tried to surround myself with people who I thought were better than I was in other areas.
What about the product development area? Were you sufficiently familiar with that area to be able to speak to investors about it?
Insofar as the architect of our technology, like the idea of, for example, putting a robot in a distributed testing system, yes. Insofar as how to interpret the data or the standards, I relied on our teams.
Okay, and so I think you said two things. In terms of the data and what standards should be applied, you relied on your team.
Yeah.
So who was in charge of those two things at the company?
So it depended on what data and what standards. From the perspective of R&D, it was our development or product leads who were the different team leads that were in place at different points in time. From the perspective of our clinical lab, it was redacted.
So in the 2013 time frame that would have been, are you talking about redacted, was there another person that you mentioned earlier?
I'm trying to go back and remember who the team leads were in 2013 because it evolved. And we were generally trying to promote the scientist from within. But, yes, those are the types of people who would ensure that the assays were developed to the standards that we thought we were developing them to.
Okay, and then you said the lab director for the clinical lab. So was that redacted then, in the 2013 time frame?
At that time, yes.
Would you be kept apprised of what assays had been developed over the course of time? Was that something you would be apprised of?
It was, yes. We had sort of tracking spreadsheets at different periods of time to say, okay, how many assays have sort of hit these different steps that we thought were required to develop and validate the assays.
And then would you also be kept apprised of how many of those had been transferred onto the hardware, onto the devices, the analyzers that would be analyzing the blood samples?
I don't know that we ever tracked it like that. We always thought about it as you're developing chemistries that could work on small samples. And with these standardized tube types, you didn't need all the different colored tubes, and then you could put them onto different hardware platforms. And that ultimately became a business decision around the business model that we decided to go with.
So you just said that you didn't think about that too much. But why wasn't that important to the process, actually putting the assays onto the machine? Because the machine is the device that would actually be conducting the testing.
Well, you first need to know what your deployment is, right? So if you're trying to deploy for a pharmaceutical clinical trial and you're trying to put machines in a distributed setting, then getting those assays validated on those machines makes sense. And during that period of time, we were mostly trying to develop a wide assay menu to show this belief that we had that any of these chemistries could be made to work with small samples was possible. And so that was our primary focus. And then when it became time to go into the clinical lab, we focused on putting them onto the specific hardware platforms that we decided to put them on.
So were you kept apprised as to, you said at some point it was important to actually validate the tests?
Yes.
But were you apprised of that process and how many tests had been validated on the platforms?
I think generally yes. Just in terms of the total number of tests that we were working to bring up in the lab initially is what I'm thinking about.
So generally you were apprised of the number of tests that were validated on each of the platforms?
I don't think I knew specifically how many were on each platform. I knew, for example, when we launched, that generally we were working to bring up a menu of 70 tests on Fingerstick, and we thought that would cover the ordering patterns we were going to see. I knew there were certain general numbers on certain platforms, but it wasn't like today something came up on this platform and I was alerted to that.
Okay, and were there any areas, going back to my question about areas that you weren't familiar with to speak with investors about, were there any areas that you had an understanding Mr. Balwani wouldn't have felt familiar with or comfortable talking to investors about?
No.
So he would have been familiar with all aspects of the company, including, for instance, the vision and the mission of the company as well?
Yeah, I mean, he's very confident, and he was confident that he was able to fill the role that he was in and supplement the knowledge that he needed with other people.
So you can put that aside now. So I want to go back to the 2010 time period for the time being. And I want to start by asking sort of a series of questions. But, if I use the word analyzers, would you understand that that's what I mean as the device that's used to process blood tests?
Yeah, I would then ask you which analyzer?
Okay, so I think we'll go through, and it would be helpful if you could actually explain what the different devices are and the versions. And if I'm not being sufficiently clear, please let me know if I'm not being clear.
Sure.
So in the 2010 time period, I think you mentioned previously there were two devices that had been developed and that were in use. There was the 3.5 Minilab and the 4 Series Minilab. Do you remember that testimony earlier?
Yes.
Okay, and just to be clear, that's referring to what I'm sort of generally referring to as this Minilab family, or the devices that were intended to be distributed.
Got it, yep.
So the 3.5 version, was that the version that you were thinking would be used for clinical testing purposes at the retail pharmacies?
At that time we believed it could be.
Okay, you believed it could be?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
What I understood as of that period of time is that the standards that were required to satisfy the assay criteria for a pharma trial were the FDA standards, I thought.
I'm sorry, so you said you knew that you needed to get approval from the FDA?
Yes.
Before using it for clinical testing?
Yes.
This was back in 20.
In a distributed setting.
In a distributed setting?
Yeah.
And we're talking about 2010, is that right?
I think so.
Okay, and then you mentioned that your understanding as to how the machines needed to be validated was how they were validated for the clinical trials you were doing for pharmaceutical companies, is that right?
Yes. How the tests were, yes.
Okay, so what was that validation process that you undertook for the pharmaceutical companies?
There's my understanding was there's a FDA guidance document on a series of steps. There's like 15 steps on sensitivity and specificity and other measurements that ensure that the data is good enough to be used for clinical decision making.
Okay, and who was in charge of the process of validating the devices to make them ready for clinical testing? Who was overseeing that process? In 2010? In 2010.
I don't know. We always think about it in terms of tests, not devices. And I, again, defer to whoever was leading the assay initiatives at that time.
Who was leading the assay initiatives?
I can't remember in 2010. I don't know.
Who would know who was in charge of that process?
I'm sure we can look back and tell you.
Okay, and then on that version 3.5 Minilab.
Yes.
I think you mentioned previously earlier in testimony that that version could conduct, you said, tens of tests?
I think so.
Less than 100?
Yes.
What types of tests could it conduct?
So that version of device was focused on a method called immunochemistry. And it was running those types of tests for, I believe, small molecules, proteins, maybe metabolites and antibodies. I'm not completely sure.
So what about, and then I guess we talked a little bit about the 4 Series as well, the 4 Series Minilabs.
Yes.
So I think you mentioned that that was in development, and there were different sectors that were being developed in the machine. Do you remember that discussion?
I do.
So what was being done with the 4 Series Minilab?
So the core of our invention was the concept of taking a robot that could replicate what a human does and putting it into a small box that could be used outside of a lab. The 3 Series detected the signals from the chemistries through one form of detection called luminescence, which is measuring light, measuring photons. And what we wantomer, Kolatkar. I guess, just so I understand, the adding the additional, let's say, the fluorescence capability, would that enable the 4 Series to conduct tests, in theory, beyond the immunochemistry set? Is that a fair understanding? Yes. And, most importantly, we were trying to invent a platform that could do, the objective was anything that a lab could do. So we needed the full range of options that are in a lab so that if a test came along that we hadn't tried to develop yet, we had a box that could do it, right? Architecturally.
And I mean just broadly. What kind of tests are immunochemistry tests?
So those are the ones I was talking about. Proteins, antibodies, small molecules, drug levels. Could be metabolites. Essentially anything you bind to with an antibody.
And that what were sort of, other than the category of immunochemistry tests, what were the other kind of categories of tests that were sort of in that universe that you wanted to have the architecture for the 4 Series?
Yeah, and so just to be clear, immunochemistry is a method, right? It's not a category of tests. There's many different types of tests that can be done with the method of immunochemistry. We wanted to be able to do essentially a broad range of methods, right? So we wanted to have what's called a microscopy method for imaging of cells. We wanted to have fluorescence as a readout for measuring RNA and DNA for pathogen detection. And I can list the other detectors that were in there and what they're for, if it's useful.
Sure, that would be great.
Okay, so imaging, fluorescence, microscopy. We still had the luminescence capability and absorbance. Essentially the full range of readouts. What we were trying to do is take the lab and put it in a box, right?
Did you ever use that phrase when talking to other people, lab in a box?
I wouldn't be surprised if I did. I can't sit here and say I remember a specific conversation. Yeah, we most often talked about the concept of minilab, which was miniaturized laboratory.
So I want to skip forward, then, to a few years later now, and we're talking again about 2013. So tell us what devices Theranos had developed to process blood tests at that time.
So when the clinical lab went live, which I believe was I think we did our first sort of official patient testing around the end of October of 2013. That date is probably not exact. We had both our 3.5 minilab devices as well as what we called at that time high-throughput platforms, which are open systems that you can put your proprietary protocols on to run small sample testing. And so those included a number of different devices, one of which was the Advia 1800. There was a cytometry one that was made by Becton Dickinson, and I believe there was a couple others.
Okay, so just going back, so you said there was a TSPU or the minilab. What are we calling it at this time?
At that time we were calling it the TSPU.
Okay, there was a TSPU. Which version was it?
I believe that was the 3.5 version.
It was still the 3.5 version?
Yes.
Okay, and how many tests could be run on the 3.5?
Do you mean how many were run in the clinical lab or could be run?
I mean how many were validated to be run for clinical testing?
I believe that we brought up about 15 in the clinical lab at that time.
About 15?
Yes.
Okay, and what time frame in 2013 are you referring to when you say, about 15? Are you thinking about before the launch of Theranos services in Walgreens?
I was thinking of sort of the initial launch of the services in Walgreens. So when the lab formally started seeing patients through to the next few months, let's say, 3 to 4 months after. I don't know exactly when the tests were validated in that range.
So you think about 15 tests were validated on the TSPU 3.5?
Yes.
And then you mentioned there were other open platforms, including the Advia 1800. Some machine that was manufactured by, what was it? Beckman?
Yes.
What's the name of the company?
Not the Advia, but there was another one. That was manufactured by Beckman Coulter.
So what did Theranos do to those open platform machines in order to make it capable for these machines to be processing tests on smaller stamps?
Yeah, so different modifications for different platforms. Speaking about the Advia specifically, we had taken our protocol, which is essentially our formula for how to make the chemistry work with the small volume, and, as I understand it, overtaken essentially the software in the instrument to implement our protocol. And then we modified the physical hardware. There's little cups that are used to contain the sample, and one of the reasons that people take so much blood in blood testing is that those cups have a lot of loss. So even though you only take out a tiny amount, you have to leave behind a lot of loss in the cup. So we changed the geometry so that you didn't have that loss. And then on other open platforms, like for the cells, it was our chemistries that were run on them too. So we act to. Yeah.
During today, so if I referred to these machines as, third-party commercially available machines, would you understand that I'm talking about the Advia 1800? Anything that Theranos had not manufactured, would you understand that?
So are you? I think it's important to distinguish that there were also actual third-party commercial machines that were not modified that were in the laboratories as well.
Okay.
So we had both platforms that were doing hardware modifications as well as unmodified commercial machines.
Okay, so it sounds like there were three categories of machines, then, right? There's the TSPU 3.5 version?
Yes.
That Theranos had manufactured, is that right?
Correct.
And then there was some third-party commercially available machines that Theranos had modified?
Correct.
And then there were also just other third-party commercially available machines that Theranos had purchased in order to conduct testing. Would that be?
Yes.
Via venous draw?
Yes.
So these machines would be conducting testing of the traditional venipuncture way?
Yes. And I believe there was also a couple of point-of-care devices that were in the lab, like, I don't think it was a glucose meter but kind of like a glucose meter. But they were commercial unmodified. You just wouldn't be putting venous blood on there. Does that make sense?
Okay, I think I understand that. Can I ask for just a clarification on the hardware modified commercially available devices, sort of that second category that she just referenced?
Yes.
And you mentioned the hardware modification was, I guess, that the modifications were sort of the software, programming the machine, and then the geometry of the cup. Is that fair?
Yes. And on other instruments it was also our what I sometimes called chemistry, which is essentially we did the work to make the antibody or the binder, and then we made all the other reagents, like for the cytometry assays, and then put them on these platforms that could then run our tests.
Okay, earlier we sort of talked about the idea of, a consumable being, what was put in the device.
Yes.
Is the modified geometry too, for lack of a better word on my part, is that sort of also a consumable for that platform?
It is. I was speaking specifically to the conversation about the TSPU and what a consumable was to it. But there's consumables there, and there's other consumables like the nanotainers.
Okay, and would you consider at the time a reagent to be a consumable as well?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. I mean, I wouldn't now.
We've been going about an hour. Could we take another break, short break?
Sure.
We're off the record at 11:30. We are back on the record at 11:46.
Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
I did not.
So we were talking about modifying some of these third-party commercially available machines in order to test smaller samples before we left on the break. Where were these machines modified?
So I believe the way I think about it is the implementation on our protocols onto them happened in 2013 before the clinical lab went live, I think.
And why did Theranos have to develop these modified protocols during that time period?
Well, just to be clear, The protocols themselves date back to our original inventions in, 2005. The reason that we had to implement them on those open platforms was because we needed to process large numbers of samples in a centralized lab environment, as opposed to the TSPUs are designed to be near a patient and process one sample at a time. And I think it takes, 30 minutes to an hour per sample. And we needed to be able to run a lot of samples at the same time in a centralized setting. So that was why we were trying to figure out how to do this in a high-throughput way.
So the TSPU could only process one sample at a time?
That's right.
And you mentioned, how long would it take to process that sample?
It depends on the chemistry. It could be anywhere from 18 minutes to an hour.
And I think you mentioned.
It could be different times too. I mean, it varied per test.
Okay, you mentioned before we took the break, at the time in 2013 when you were getting ready to launch Theranos services through Walgreens, that the TSPU was validated to run about 15 tests. Do you remember that earlier testimony?
I do. And, again, forgive me. I think there were 15 tests in the clinical lab that were validated on the TSPU, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the distinction between what I was saying and what you were saying?
Yeah, sorry. The way that I think about it is that the TSPU itself we had thought at that time was validated to run a lot of tests, which at one point we got up to about over 300 chemistries that we'd developed. And many of them, like 90 or so I think, were actually on the TSPU. And we had validated as laboratory-developed tests in the clinical lab as of that time, I believe.
Okay, just so that I'm clear and I understand W. Elizabeth Holmes. So by the end of 2013, I believe that from an R&D standpoint about 90 or so tests had been, we thought, validated at that time on the TSPU. A subset of those went live in the clinical lab on the TSPU. I believe that was about 15 around 2013. There were also other chemistries that we had developed that were running on other platforms beside the TSPU. Does that make sense? So 90 tests were validated to run on the TSPU?
I believe so. About 90.
Okay, but only 15 were being run in the clinical lab?
Yes.
Why weren't you running the other remaining tests out of the 90?
So we put, out of the 90?
Why weren't you running the other 75 tests on the TSPU?
So the reasons changed over time. Around 2013 I think we were initially working to bring up in the clinical lab setting additional tests on the TSPU. And then at some point in time, we stopped and focused on the modified platforms as well as just trying to get those tests through the FDA so that they could be used in the Phase 2 setting. So different, the business model evolved, and the strategy evolved.
Okay, so even though you had 90 tests validated on the TSPU, you decided only to run 15 on the TSPU because you had to get approval for the tests, and you decided to focus more on the modified protocol with the third-party commercially available machines?
Yeah, and so just on that point, there were, I believe, about 90 development and validation reports with tests on the TSPU. The remainder we had done through other platforms. The subset of those went live in the clinical lab on the TSPU. The remainder of the focus in the clinical lab, as I understand it, was on the systems that could process a lot of samples at the same time. I think there was some work to get more than 15 up, but I know that work stopped, and I don't know when.
You mentioned sort of the distinction between the 15 tests that were ready to go as LDTs versus the 90 that were, in your words, validated on the platform. In your mind, what was the difference between having a test be an LDT versus it being validated for the platform? I guess, what's the difference between the two?
Sure, so when I use the words validated for the platform, I was referring to our understanding of the development guidelines that were required for these tests, namely the FDA Assay Development Reference. The clinical lab had its own separate validation process for any tests that went live, and so there were separate activities that were underway for each of those 15 prior to the lab director signing off on them.
And did you have an understanding at the time about substantively what that meant? I mean, in terms of, what the folks in the lab were doing too?
No, I knew that they had a separate validation process. I didn't know what the differences between the two were in a substantive way.
So it sounds like there were two different kinds of validation processes that were being performed on the TSPU. The first was according to what? You said the FDA guidelines?
I think in retrospect it's what we had interpreted to be FDA's guidance document for assay development. So when I used the words developed and validated, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay, but you mentioned before there were some characteristics of that validation process, including certain measures, like test specificity.
Yeah.
And precision and some of these other categories?
Correct.
That was what your understanding was with respect to how to validate the device under the FDA guidelines.
Yes, those are elements of that process, and then there were certain criteria that were acceptable for each of those sets of experiments, that we had used that guidance document as an indicator of making sure that we were as good as we had wanted to be.
And then you mentioned there was a separate validation procedure that the CLIA lab was doing?
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
And so as of 2013, only 15 tests had been validated under the CLIA procedure?
Correct.
On the TSPU?
Yes, I think.
But you have no understanding to what that CLIA procedure for validation is?
My understanding is that it's similar but that there's some parts that are different and that it's specific to essentially what the lab director determines are the acceptance criteria for a lab-developed test. I don't know specifically what aspects were different from our own development and validation of the assays.
Okay, and then going back to, the third-party commercially available machines that Theranos had modified, how many tests could those machines perform?
Just so I answer the question best, could they perform? Meaning, how many LDTs had we validated in the clinical lab on them? Yes. I believe there was about 60 or so. I'm not sure what the exact number was.
Okay, so about 15 were validated pursuant to the CLIA procedure on the TSPU.
Yes.
At that time, and 60 were on the modified commercially available machines?
Yes.
Okay, and then?
Just to be clear, those numbers are not exact, but it's about those numbers. I don't know the exact numbers.
Okay, but in terms of the numbers, you would think it would be something less than 100 on the modified machines?
I do, yeah. Okay, and then Elizabeth Holmes. Well, we ran the remainder either on those or by sending out to the reference labs, and I don't know exactly how many were on the commercial machines.
Okay, but they would either be performed on the third-party commercially available machines or they would be sent out to reference labs?
Correct, yeah.
I just have a couple clarifications there. The 15 or so that were on the TSPU and the 60 or so that were on the modified commercially available, are those mutually exclusive sets? Or is there any overlap between the LDTs on those platforms?
That's a great question. I think the way we're counting them, it's mutually exclusive. So the open platforms were capable of running a couple of the tests that we put on the TSPU. I don't know that we ever ran them on both. I think for the purpose of this discussion, it's okay to consider them as different tests.
And then sort of just thinking back through your answer about you understood that there were 15 LDTs that were on the TSPU. There were about 90, again, ballpark, that were validated in the company's view at the time on the TSPU. Was there ever a situation where someone at the company told you that additional LDTs weren't being brought on to the TSPU because of challenges in getting those, one of those 90 validated, to the Theranos understanding, tests up to the LDT standard?
So I can't remember any specific conversations. I knew that there were ongoing sort of initiatives and challenges in general in bringing LDTs up. But I thought that the fact that our lab director had signed off on the reports for the first 15 meant that there were no fundamental issues in the ability to bring up more tests, and certainly believed that, as we worked to then take those same tests that we'd done the development on into the pre-submission process for FDA.
I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 197. Exhibit 197 purports to be a June 11, 2013, email from Sunny Bawani to Elizabeth Holmes. The subject line is, Forward. Demo next Tuesday 6/11 at noon, with starting Bates number TSO902539. Have you seen Exhibit 197 before?
I don't remember it. I'm not sure.
Is this your email address at Theranos, eholmes@theranos.com?
It is.
Do you have any reason to believe that you might not have received this?
I don't.
What is this email about?
Do you mind if I take just a second to read it?
Yes, of course.
It looks like it's an exchange on trying to do a demonstration of one of the mini-lab devices.
And do you recall who that demonstration was for?
No.
So if you look at the initial email on the bottom of the second page, which is 540, it looks like someone is writing to others and he's copying Sunny Balwani. Do you see that email?
I do.
He states or writes, rather, Sunny mentioned that he'd like to run a demo during an exec meeting next Tuesday. Run from 12 o'clock to 2 p.m. in our office here. Do you know what he's referring to when he says, exec meeting?
I don't.
Is exec short for executive?
I'm assuming so, yes.
And did you have exec meetings at Theranos?
Honestly, I'm not quite sure what an executive meeting is. I currently hold executive team meetings. I don't think that's what this is referring to.
Do you think it might be referring to a meeting with a business partner or someone from the outside?
I'd be guessing. I have no idea.
So if you then flip to the first page, 539, you'll see that as they're setting up this demonstration, someone is then writing on June 10th to a number of individuals at the company including others, and he's copying Sunny Balwani. At the bottom he says, for tomorrow's demo, as listed below, we'd like to have a mini lab and either a 45 or mono bay with the Normandy shell uploaded, whichever works better. So he's mentioning a number of different devices. There's the 45 and the mono bay. Do you know what he's talking about here?
So I'm not sure specifically. I think, just looking at the chain here and the reference to mobile labs up above, that he's distinguishing 45 as the device that we'd been investing for the DoD deployments that we had wanted to do and the mono bay as the version of it, which we later began to think about as the mini lab, that could be used as retail or physician offices.
What was the difference between the 4S and the mono bay?
The 4S was designed to be much more compact and to try to be developed to some of the standards that were set by the Special Operations Command for things that could be lifted and transported in a way that their command could handle. And it also had a lot of investment in things like vibration mounts to make it more robust for use in more difficult settings.
Okay, and so how is the mono bay different from that?
It was not intended to be used in sort of more extreme environments. It was designed for sort of a routine clinical setting, kind of like our wellness centers.
So, in other words, was it bigger, than the 4S?
I think it was bigger, but also it just didn't have the same vibration control and other things that would ultimately be required if you were going to do those types of deployments the DoD was interested in.
Were there any differences in capabilities between the two devices?
I don't know. There might have Elizabeth Holmes. I'm not completely sure what he means by that. It's a piece of software, and I don't know why he wants to put that software on it. It must have been for some type of demonstration purposes.
What is the Normandy shell?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
So you just said it's a piece of software. Did you know what the software did?
I don't. I know that there was I know it's software because it says Normandy shell, and so that's probably some type of shell software system. I don't know what code it refers to it. It might be a version of the software that allows you to report results from the device, but I'm purely guessing based on looking at the email now.
What is Normandy?
Normandy is a word that was used to refer to a number of different projects internally. Insofar as I was familiar with it, it referred to the concept of having samples sent to a central lab through the nanotainer in phase 1 of our sort of business model and then later deploying the device. I know Sunny used it in the software setting and I think even in the lab setting for a number of different purposes. I'm not quite sure exactly all the use cases.
So if you look at the response, then, back from the email, he says, I've just finished getting the device OS installed with the Normandy app and properly running the null protocols on mobile labs 4 and 8. So what did you understand him to be saying there?
You're asking her to interpret the document now, or are you asking her whether it refreshes her recollection going back to that time period?
I'm asking her what it sounds like she doesn't
Didn't remember.
necessarily recall this email.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm asking what her understanding is of what's being written in this email now.
Yeah, looking at it now, it says he's installed software on it. I don't know what the null protocol was. And I think that the mobile labs is a reference to the version of 4S at that time, but I'm not sure.
So you don't know what null protocol is referring to?
I don't.
Have you ever heard that phrase before?
I don't recognize it. I may have heard it before. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
I would guess it's a test protocol, but I'm not sure.
What do you mean by test protocol?
A lot of times when you want to make sure that the instrument is functioning properly, it's like a QC protocol or a test protocol that allows you to ensure that whatever software you've installed or whatever configuration you put the device in, it operates properly.
Did you ever conduct demonstrations where a blood sample was actually put into a device and the device, tested the blood sample? Did you ever conduct a demonstration like that?
Yes.
When did you do that?
Very frequently. Many times over all the years.
And would after putting the blood sample into the device, would that device then generate a result?
If we put a blood sample into it? Yes. If it was programmed to, yes.
And were there times where you generated that result while, whoever you were conducting that demonstration for was present?
Yes.
Who do you recall doing that for?
Well, I know we gave one of the early versions of the Minilab to Walgreens to keep at their headquarters so that they could do that themselves whenever they wanted. I don't have specific recollections of the meeting, but I believe we brought devices to at least Safeway to use in their conference room and run samples on when we were first forming that relationship. I know we've done it for board members a few times. Whenever it was a relevant part of talking about that part of our business model.
Do you ever recall instances where you instructed others at Theranos to run a program on the devices so that it would look like the machine was running even though it wasn't actually processing a test?
We have test protocols that essentially allow you to show the device functioning. We will do that, a lot, including for open systems of the open demonstrations of the device where you want people to see the architecture.
Okay.
So it runs essentially for lack of a better word, dummy protocol so that you can see how the inside of the instrument moves or see the user interface or those types of things.
All right, so even if it's not processing a test, you would be able to see that the machine is actually running inside? Is that what a test protocol is for?
Either running inside or seeing how the software GUI works on the outside.
And do you recall using those test protocols a lot during your demonstrations?
Again, we would do demonstrations in response to questions or interest in certain parts of the system. So we do it a lot now because we show open, versions of the device to show people the architecture. I know we did it at certain points in time in the past depending on what the context of the meeting was and what people were interested in seeing about the device.
Was there a name so in those instances in which you were actually testing a blood sample and it's going into the machine, was there a name for the program or the software that would Jessica Chan? Yeah. If it was testing a sample?
Sure.
But is there a separate program that would be put on the machine in the case you're conducting a demonstration where you're actually putting in a blood sample?
So if you're putting in a blood sample and you're reporting a test result, then the test result will be specific to whatever chemistry is on that cartridge, and that's what's reported out to the end user in the end. I'm not quite sure.
So maybe I don't understand how the machines work. Are they already as a default programmed to conduct tests on blood samples? So, in other words, you would put the blood sample in, the machine would conduct the test, and the test result would be generated?
So the way that our TSPU systems work is that on each cartridge there's a barcode, and that barcode can be specific to a chemistry that's loaded into the cartridge. It could be specific to a test protocol, like a QC protocol, or if it was going to go through the movements but not actually run an actual chemistry and anything else that you would want the instrument to do. So it would be determined by what's ever on the cartridge, if that makes sense, whatever barcode is on the cartridge.
So the barcode on the cartridge determines whether it's running one protocol versus another?
Yes.
So when you're talking about the test protocol, is it not a software that's being loaded onto the device?
I'm not aware of so there's an operating system on the device. The protocol, I believe the barcode calls a server, and then it determines what protocol to run based on what's on the barcode.
Okay, and then if you look back at Exhibit 197, then it responds that same day. And he says, right now we're not planning to run anything on the Minilab, unfortunately. The general chemistry and ELISA assays are not performing adequately for a demo at the moment. So is that right? Is ML referring to the Minilab?
I think so. Given the references here to mobile labs and Minilab, I'm not quite sure
Right.
exactly what it's referring to, but it could be.
Okay, so he's actually referring back to Sunny Balwani's question about what you're planning to run on the ML. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, so it sounds like the general chemistry and the ELISA assays were not performing, or were not, I guess, performing accurately or adequately on the Minilab at that time. Does that refresh your recollection that the Minilab was not actually performing assays in this time frame?
It doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why they could have had issues with it. We've been, as you know, doing immunochemistries for many years on earlier versions of this platform.
Okay, but they're actually talking about the 4S and the monobay?
I don't know.
Is it your understanding that the 4S and the monobay could conduct testing?
Yes.
How many tests could? We had this conversation earlier.
Yeah.
But how many tests could the 4S or the 4 Series Minilab perform?
My understanding was that we were going through the process to take all the chemistries that we had developed, the few hundred that we were talking about, and put them onto the 4 Series platform. I don't know which of these this is referring to, and begin the process of getting them into the FDA later in 2013.
Okay, and so was it your understanding, then, that those tests were validated on the Minilab 4S?
The development and validation work I don't think was on the 4S device, but it was my understanding that the validation on the 3 Series translated to the 4 Series. So you would have to run it again on the 4 Series hardware, but it was essentially the same architecture of a robot moving fluid around, now with more detectors for different readouts.
So maybe I don't understand. So was the Minilab 4 Series performing any tests in 2013? Was it capable of performing any tests?
I thought it was. I'm saying that just based on remembering engaging with the FDA. We brought it to the FDA, and we began the precision process on it with the FDA that year.
And had you validated those tests on the Minilab 4S?
Again, I think the development and validation reports were on earlier iterations of the hardware. But we believed, and I believed, that you could basically take the same chemistry that's been created and run it on this iteration of the hardware. Just to be clear, you said 4S. I'm speaking generally about Minilab. I don't know if it was 4S or another version of the 4 Series platform.
Okay, I think probably we should clarify that. When we're talking about the Minilab, at least with respect to this email, we're talking about the 4 Series Minilab.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you think that maybe during this time frame there were some issues with being able to adequately perform the general chemistry or ELISA assays on the Minilab 4S, but that, generally speaking, your understanding was that these devices could conduct the tests?
My understanding was that architecturally what we had created from the 4 Series from a hardware perspective was sound, and that all of the chemistries that we'd made over the years could be put on it and taken through the FDA, as we later did with HSV, which got cleared. I certainly knew that, like with any new technology that was coming up, there would be issues. But I was never aware that there were any showstoppers in being able to do that with the 4 Series platform.
Okay, you can put that one aside. I'm going to hand to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 198. SEC Exhibit number 198 was marked for identification. This is tab 4. Exhibit 198 purports to be a January 23, 2014, email from redacted to Elizabeth Holmes with a copy to a number of individuals. Starting Bates number is TSO 469692. Have you seen Exhibit 198 before?
I recognize it. I don't know if I've seen it since sending it, but I recognize it.
What is Exhibit 198?
It's an email exchange between me and redacted at the FDA.
So if you look at your initial email on January 22, 2014, you're noting in your email, I think you're getting ready to provide a copy of some updated plans for some pre-submissions to the FDA. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, where are you?
Your email to redacted.
Okay.
Do you see that you're providing him with an updated plan?
Yes.
That's in the first sentence in the email?
Yes. Yes.
You then say, as of now, Vit D, is that short for vitamin D?
Yes.
TSH, PSA, and FT4 are the only assays run through the Theranos process in G device in Theranos CLII lab on patient samples. Was that consistent with your understanding that there were only 4 tests that were being run on the Theranos, I guess the TSPU from patient samples being obtained from the wellness centers at Walgreens?
I'm sure it was at that time. We were making sure to keep the FDA completely apprised of everything we were doing.
Okay, do you know why only 4 of the assays were being run on the TSPU during this time? And this is January of 2014.
I don't. If all 15 of them had been brought up by then this is probably just based on the orders. And we also hadn't really seen that many patients on fingerstick by this period of time.
Was there a time when the number of tests that were being performed on the TSPU changed? Was it just a matter of bringing the next, 11 or so tests online and having them validated?
No, we generally looked at this based on ordering patterns. And our belief was, and still is, that about 70 assays will cover almost 100% of the orders that you'll get from the types of physician practices that we were trying to serve. So the goal was to match that test menu.
Okay, so what is your understanding as to the maximum number of tests that the TSPU ever performed on patient samples from Walgreens?
I think that's that 15 number.
That's that 15?
Yeah.
You can put that one aside. I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 199. You can put that one aside. I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 199. Exhibit 199 purports to be Defendant Theranos, Inc.'s responses and objections to plaintiff's first set of interrogatories that were filed in the Court of Chancery in the state of Delaware in the Partner Investments LP versus Theranos, Inc. case. Have you seen Exhibit 199 before?
I don't know. I might have.
Are you aware that there was a lawsuit that was filed by Partner Investments and PFM Healthcare Master Fund against Theranos?
Yes.
Were you involved in preparing responses to their interrogatories?
I certainly was engaged with our legal team on responding to them. I don't know what my specific role was in responding to the interrogatories. I'm sure I talked with our team about it. I may have seen some of the documents. I don't have a specific memory of what exact documents I looked at sitting here.
Sure, if you could just turn to the page with Bates number ending 3465. And just for the record, the starting Bates number on this document is SECPRME00003430.
So are you on 3465? Yes. Okay. So here in interrogatory number 15, Theranos has submitted a response. And it looks like PFM is asking about the number of blood tests that were being processed through the TSPU beginning in January 1, 2013, for clinical patient testing. Do you see the response here? I do.
Okay, and Theranos responds that there are a number of tests that were being performed on the TSPU. And by my count, there are about 12 of them that start in those. That list starts at 3,465 and ends on 3466.
Yes.
Do you see that? Is that consistent with your understanding of the tests that were performed on the TSPU?
Yeah, I don't have any reason to doubt this.
Okay, And looking at the list, were there any other tests that you believed were being tested or performed on the TSPU that aren't being listed here?
You know, if there's 12 here, I had the number 15 in my head. It may have been that either they weren't up by this period of time or they were never run, they weren't validated, or I could be wrong about the 15 number. I'm not sure.
So do you have any reason to believe that only 12 tests were being performed on the TSPU?
I don't know. If that's what this says, I don't have any reason to doubt it.
Did you ever share the fact that the TSPU was only performing about 12 tests with Walgreens?
I don't think so. I don't know.
You're not aware of an instance in which you might have told Walgreens that the TSPU was only performing 12 tests?
I'm not. Yeah. Are you aware of ever Elizabeth Holmes? I don't know, but I assume you would have.
Why do you say that you would have assumed he would have?
Because he was managing the clinical lab.
What about others at the company? Did you ever discuss the fact that the TSPU was running about 12 tests with, for instance, redacted?
I don't think I ever had a specific discussion about the number of tests on the TSPU with him that I can recall. We had a lot of discussions about technology, including the TSPU. So it may have been an element of the discussion, but I can't remember a specific discussion about it only running 12.
What about the project managers? Did you ever discuss with them the fact that the TSPU was running something like 12 to 15 tests?
I don't think so. I mean, what the chemistries were running on in the clinical lab was not a focus of any of our discussions internally or really externally at that point in time.
Why wasn't it a focus of discussions?
Because in phase 1 of our model it was about the chemistry. It was about redeveloping the assays to work with small volumes. And then phase 2 was about use of the TSPU in a distributed setting, and that was the vision. That was what we were spending most of our time working on. But how we operationalized the tests in the clinical lab in the meantime was just not something that any of us really focused on very much in conversation.
So could you explain for me, I guess, why Theranos decided to pursue commercial testing in phase 1?
Yeah, so I think there's 2 parts to that. The first is our business model shifted when we formed the partnership, after we formed the partnership with the retail pharmacies. And there was a lot of discussion about getting CLIA waiver on the devices and a concern about how long that would take and the regulatory model for it. No one had done this before. And so the decision was made to become a clinical lab. The concept with phase 1 was that the value is the retail footprint, right? Bringing lab to the retail footprint. And you've seen now Quest and LabCorp, immediately go partner with Walgreens and Walmart to do that. To the extent we were focused on small samples, we invented the nanotainer to be able to work with the chemistries that we had redeveloped for small assays, and that was the concept for fingerstick-based testing in phase 1. In phase 2, the value proposition was to bring the device to the wellness centers to get tests even faster, and so that's what TSPU was about because it processed one sample at a time. And in phase 1 you were going to have a lot of samples coming in at the same time. So phase 1 was retail footprint, access, low cost, transparent pricing, the $4 lab test concept, and to the extent you were doing small samples, the nanotainer implemented with our chemistries. And then phase 2 was distribute the device. And phase 2 was what we really wanted to do and is what we're still trying to do right now.
Is there a business plan or anything that articulated that, what you just described?
Not in a systematic way at that time. We did not have organized documents the way we do now that really lay all of this out.
Okay, you can put that aside. And, actually, let's make a separate pile. Leave that there, thanks. I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 200. This is tab 9. Exhibit 200 purports to be Defendant Theranos, Inc.'s first supplemental responses and objections to plaintiff's first set of interrogatories filed in the Court of Chancery in the state of Delaware in the Partner Investments v. Theranos, Inc. case with starting Bates number SECPRME0005120. Have you seen Exhibit 200 before?
I don't know. But, again, I worked with our legal teams as we worked to respond to PFM.
So if you take a look at 5128, there's a supplemental response to that same interrogatory that we were just looking at in Exhibit 199, interrogatory number 15. And it says here, by way of further response, Theranos states the version 3.5 of the SPU is the only version of the SPU used in January 1, 2013, to process blood tests for commercial testing in. So that's consistent with your understanding that the TSPU version 3.5 was the only device ever used for patient testing, is that right?
The only version of the Minilab device.
Yes, sorry.
That was used, yes.
The only device that was manufactured by Theranos that was used for patient testing, is that right?
That's right. And just for the sake of being explicit, we considered we actually injection molded and made the little cups that went into the hardware ourselves in our factory. So we considered ourselves as manufacturing some elements of the hardware for the other platforms as well.
Okay, so the sample cups that you were using with the Advia 1800? Elizabeth Holmes, correct. Those were Theranos manufactured.
Yes.
Cups as well?
Yes, we made them.
What were those called internally at the time?
So I don't know. I've seen a lot of references to different words used. I think, in describing the general concept, I've seen the word teacup. I don't know if that explicitly refers to what I'm referring to. I had understood that to refer to Theranos cup. But I could be wrong about that.
Okay, and then if you turn to, actually, turning to the next page, 5129. Actually, at the bottom of 5128, if you want to follow through. It says, by way of further response, Theranos identifies all other iterations of the SPU since January 1, 2013, as follows. And then lists, 3.0, the 4.0, the Minilab Tower, the 4S, and the 4.1. If you take a quick review of the descriptions of all of those versions, is this consistent with your understanding of those versions and what they were used for?
I think so generally. I don't have any reason to doubt it.
Okay, what did the TSPU look like? And maybe they looked differently. So what did the 3.5 look like?
So they all look like a box with a screen on it with a hole on the front that has a door, and you can stick what we call a cartridge, which is the piece of plastic that has all the chemicals in it, into it. And the cartridge has a little hole where you can put samples. You can put urine, or you can put blood from your arm, or you can put the little nanotainers with the fingerstick in there.
And you said they all look very similarly?
Generally, yes.
What was the size of one of the 3.5 feet S?
I don't know the specific dimensions, but we would sort of refer to it as being similar in size to a desktop computer that you would have under your desk.
And then turning to 5155 in Exhibit 200, you'll see there's a supplemental response to interrogatory number 27. Do you see that?
I do.
And what PFM is asking Theranos is to identify any non-proprietary or commercially available machine equipment or technology that you used to perform tests. Do you see that?
Yes.
And on the next page, Theranos provides its response with a table of devices purchased from third parties, and it goes from 5,156 to 5,158. Is this consistent with your understanding of the third-party devices that Theranos was using to conduct patient testing?
I wouldn't know. But I don't have reason to doubt this document.
And was that also your understanding, in 2014? So this was as of 2013 or since January 1, 2013. But would this list be of devices that were being used by Theranos that were purchased from third-party companies? Was that consistent with your understanding as of 2014?
Again, I wouldn't know. I didn't have direct involvement in what devices were being procured for the clinical lab.
But you don't have any reason to believe that this information is incorrect as of 2014 either?
I don't know. I know that business model shifted. I know that as of a period time, we were understanding the value proposition on cost and therefore trying to achieve automation and standardization in the clinical lab. So there was an investment on standardizing on Siemens equipment. I don't know when exactly that happened. So these might have been different in different periods of time.
Do you need to switch the tape?
We got about 2 minutes.
You want to just break for lunch? Does that make sense?
He's got 2 minutes.
Why don't we switch the tape? Go ahead and switch the tape. We are off the record at.
This concludes Media 2 of Elizabeth Holmes. We're off the record at 12:43. This concludes Media 2 of Elizabeth Holmes. We're off the record at 12:43. We are back on the record at the beginning of Media number 3 of Elizabeth Holmes. The time is 1:36.
Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during our break?
No.
I'm going to hand to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 201. I'm going to hand to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 201. Exhibit 201 purports to be Defendant Theranos, Inc., responses and objections to plaintiff's second set of interrogatories filed in the Court of Chancery of the State of Delaware in the case Partner Investments v. Theranos, Inc., with starting Bates number SECPRME0003334. Have you seen Exhibit 201 before?
I'm not sure.
If you turn to the page with ending, or Bates number 3358, you'll see there is a request from PFM. And you understand PFM to be Partner Fund Management?
I do.
Okay, there's a request from PFM to Theranos, and PFM is asking Theranos to identify any commercially available machine that Theranos has modified for use to process tests on capillary or microsamples. Do you see that?
I do.
And Theranos then responds on 3362, which is, well, there's a response starting on 3359, but there's also a list that starts on 3362. Theranos is responding that there are 4 commercially available machines that Theranos has modified on testing on smaller samples. Do you see that? There's Siemens, I think it's Advia 1800?
I believe so.
Does that look like a misspelling where it says, Adva?
I think it is.
Okay, and then there's the Bo Biosciences LSR Fortessa, the Bo Biosciences Fax Conto 2, and the Drew Scientific Drew 3 Hematology System. Do you see that?
I do.
Was it your understanding that these were the 4 machines that Theranos modified in order to conduct tests?
I'm not sure what my understanding was in 2014. I know that I was aware of use of all 4 of these platforms. I don't know when I became aware of each one.
Okay, but you were aware in 2014 that Theranos was modifying commercially available machines for use in patient testing?
I was, and certainly of the 1800 platform. Again, I'm not sure when I was aware of the other ones.
Okay, and then if you turn the page again to 3369. I'm sorry, 3363, then, the next page. You'll see there is a list of a number of tests here. And under little d towards the top of the page, it says that, Theranos states that the following blood tests were available to run on modified Siemens Advia 1800 analyzers in the approximate timeframes indicated below. And there's a number. So taking all together, the 13 tests and the additional, say, 12 or 15 on the complete blood count test panel, is it fair to say that Theranos was offering something less than 100 tests on all of its platforms through, I'm sorry, not all of its platforms, but on the TSPU and the modified platforms? Is that fair?
I think so, yes.
Okay, and with respect to the remaining tests, then, that Theranos was offering during patient testing in 2013, were those tests being conducted then on commercially available machines that had not been modified by Theranos?
In 2013?
Yes.
Again, I think that they would have been both in-house and sent to a third-party reference lab, but I don't know that for sure.
How many of the tests that Theranos was offering to clinical patients were being sent out to reference labs?
I don't know.
Who would know that information?
Sunny and our lab directors should know.
Did Theranos ever try to patent the modified protocols on these third-party machines?
Yes.
And was Theranos successful in patenting the methodologies?
So I know he filed applications. I don't know how many of them have issued and where they are in the prosecution state.
Was the patent process something that you would have been involved in?
It depends. For the ones that I'm an inventor on, yes. For ones that I'm not an inventor on, not necessarily.
Were you an inventor on any of the modified protocols?
So I don't know. If they used some of my original IP, then I would have been because we essentially incorporated that into the chemistries that we implemented on these big devices. But to the extent it was specific to that implementation, then I don't think so.
Did you ever tell investors or prospective investors that Theranos was using third-party commercially available machines to conduct a lot of its testing?
So I don't remember specific conversations to that effect. But I know that we were very open about the use of venipuncture essentially in our wellness centers, including for people who would show up in the store, and that people who are interested in the company would sometimes go to the wellness centers and get a venous draw. Again, I don't remember specific conversations in which we discussed the modified hardware. I think I generally talked about high-throughput ways of processing assays or tests that we had modified for small sample analysis, but I don't remember specific discussions.
What about Walgreens and Safeway? Did you ever tell Walgreens and Safeway that Theranos had modified its commercially available machines in order to conduct testing on smaller samples and was using those devices?
Yeah, again, when we moved to sort of the Phase 1, Phase 2 business model, we invented the nanotainer to accommodate that. And I thought that I had had discussions in which we explicitly talked about the purpose of the nanotainer being to be run with those assays we've developed for small samples in a high-throughput setting, and then that we would use the device in Phase 2.
So you think that you would have talked about developing a nanotainer for use on the modified machines?
For use with the chemistries of the tests.
The chemistries?
And using the chemistries in a centralized setting where they could be run with many samples at a time.
Had Theranos developed a different nanotainer that would be used with the modified machines that was different from the nanotainer that was used for its TSPU?
So before we created that Phase 1, Phase 2 business model, the nanotainer did not exist. You didn't need it, right? You could put your sample directly into the cartridge. The nanotainer was created for Phase 1 where the service offering became the chemistries with the nanotainer. And the TSPU was intended at that point to be used in Phase 2 primarily where you would collect the sample right there and put it in the cartridge.
So the TSPU can actually take a sample from a person without it going through nanotainer?
At that time the version of it that we had, yes, you could deposit the blood sample directly into the cartridge. You didn't need a nanotainer. It was designed as a near-patient device. So you would put the blood right in.
So what prompted development of the nanotainer, then, was because Theranos had modified some of those third-party machines in order to conduct smaller sample testing? Is that what you're saying?
What prompted the development of the nanotainer was the business decision that instead of doing what we had wanted to do, which is place our devices in the retail stores, we would first become a clinical lab and all these samples would be shipped at the same time to a central location. And the invention of the nanotainer was we can still collect a small sample, because that's what the patient cares about is the small sample, and then still run the small sample chemistries that we'd invented. And that was the purpose of the nanotainer. And then in Phase 2, once we could get the Minilab family through the FDA, use it in the wellness centers. Does that make sense?
Sure. So whose decision was it to change the business model to the Phase 1, Phase 2 business model in which in Phase 1 it would be the development of the clinical lab and Phase 2 would be deploying the Theranos devices to stores?
So a large part of it came out of our discussions with Walgreens. There had been a lot of back and forth about the business model and the timelines and the regulatory framework. We also worked very closely with FDA and Regulatory Council to try to figure out how to do this right because we wanted to bring up a large number, relatively speaking, of tests on small sample analysis. And so it was in partnership with Walgreens and some guidance from both of our councils that we decided to first become a clinical lab while we worked to take the technology through the FDA.
And when you say, we, at the company, who made that decision on behalf of the company?
I don't know that it was sort of a single decision that was made. It was months of engagement with Walgreens, feedback from council, and ultimately a business decision that I guess you could say it was consummated with the amendment to the Walgreens contract at a later point in time. I don't think it was sort of a single meeting where we said, okay, let's make the decision. It was sort of an evolution over time.
Okay, but were you the decision maker on behalf of Theranos? And did you sign the Walgreens contract or the amendment?
I did. I signed many of the Walgreens agreements. I don't know if I signed all of them. And yes, I mean, I'm the CEO. I'm the ultimate decision maker for the company. I don't think this was a case where we sort of sat down and had a meeting and said let's do this. I think it was, after a lot of iterative feedback, a mutual decision with Walgreens initially.
I just want to circle back to a couple questions. You mentioned sort of the Phase 1, Phase 2 model being sort of the genesis of the nanotainer development?
Yeah.
What time period did that take place?
So I don't know when the initial sort of idea invention happened. I re Elizabeth Holmes. So the way I think about it is either you have the TSPU intended use case, which is you're with the box outside of a lab in a place where people don't necessarily traditionally do lab testing, like a pharmacy or a home or somewhere where a person is. You're just going to want to do one sample at a time. Or you're in a clinical lab, and you have samples from other locations being sent in at the same time. So 1,000 samples may show up or 10,000 samples may show up, and you need to be able to process all of those as fast as possible. That's a completely different use case than when you're with one patient at a time.
So you were saying that the model changed. So previously was the model that Theranos would be placing these devices in Walgreens stores?
Yes, when we signed the contract. Right, and so how was Theranos envisioning processing all of these samples if they were going to be, all of these people coming into Walgreens stores? To have their blood tested? So it's a different use case where you're doing one patient at a time. So one person would come in, their cartridge would be placed into the device right there, the results would be reported, and then you'd do the next one. As opposed to at a lab you're collecting samples all day. Then you ship them, and so a large number of samples come in at the same time.
I also want to follow up on another answer you gave about being open about Theranos' use of venipuncture. I think the question involved disclosing the use of third-party analyzers. I guess, in your mind, what was the relationship between the use of venipuncture and the use of third-party analyzers?
So, in general, we associate and sort of talked about venipuncture as being synonymous with the use of third-party analyzers. I want to qualify that by saying that we did take smaller samples and did sometimes run the smaller venous samples on our proprietary platforms. But over time, as we began to do more and more venipuncture testing, for example, our Arizona lab was only commercially available equipment, and that was sort of what we associated with being synonymous with venipuncture for the most part.
And I guess so in answer to the question of whether you ever disclosed to investors or potential investors Theranos' use of third-party commercial analyzers, did you ever discuss the fact that venipuncture meant blood was being tested on predicate devices?
I don't know. I don't remember specific conversations. The best place that I can think of where that would have been explicit is when people came in for tests at Walgreens and got a venous draw. If those samples were sent out to a reference lab, that would have been part of the lab report that went back to their physician, so they would have seen it there. And, otherwise, I know our lab openly discussed with physicians who were calling, if this test was run on commercial equipment, what the commercial equipment was and what the testing parameters of that commercial equipment was.
You mean the lab report would identify the analyzer that was used to process the sample?
The lab report would identify that a reference lab was used, and so that some type of commercial lab was used to do the samples. I don't know if the equipment was spelled out. I actually don't think that labs generally disclose what equipment they use.
Okay, so, I guess, just to walk through the example.
Sure.
If someone, if a potential investor goes and gets a venipuncture at a Walgreens location.
Yep. Would the results ever get processed in Theranos' lab? I guess, if a reference lab isn't used in that situation, would the physician ever be notified that a third-party device was used for that sample? So the instances in which I'm aware of it is if the physician had a question about the lab results and the lab test was run on commercial equipment. It was my understanding it was the practice of the lab to convey to the physician that it was a commercially available piece of equipment and what it was and any information about the specifications of that equipment in conversation with those physicians.
What was that understanding based on?
Conversations that I've had internally with people when we would talk about customer service and trying to provide good customer service and answer questions. And sometimes even to give competence to people about lab results that, this was a commercial machine and this is how it performed and this is why you can trust these results.
Who was in charge of customer service at Theranos?
So it changed at different points in time. At one point there was a head of our call center. I believe his name was redacted, but I could be wrong. And there would have been other people before that who were serving on point for the call center. I don't know who. So would you hear that from them, or would you hear it through other people at the company that the information would be provided to physicians as to which equipment would be used for the testing? My memory is hearing it from the project managers who would talk about how sort of customer relationships were going. I don't remember a specific conversation with Call Q. So you mentioned earlier in your testimony that at some point Theranos developed a nanotainer, and it was communicated to Walgreens that this nanotainer would be used with a central lab model? Yeah.
Did you ever tell Walgreens that the nanotainer would be used with third-party devices that Theranos had modified?
I thought I had conveyed that the nanotainer would be used with hardware that could handle a lot of samples at the same time. Again, it's, my recollection that people were really to the extent that I was involved in conversation. The bulk of the conversation was about the chemistry and not about what hardware platform we were using in Phase 1. Certainly, people were really interested in the TSPU for Phase 2. But I don't remember specific conversations about the hardware platform for Phase 1.
So you're saying that the chemistry was really important. But the way that it's being processed or the way that a test is being processed and how it's being processed and what machine is being used, how is that not integral to the conversation?
I think in terms of what people were interested in for Phase 1, it wasn't, in any conversation that I was in, ever a discussion point. It was about, do you have a method for making this chemistry work on a small sample? And part of that was the protocol. Part of that was, instead of having to collect a lot of tubes, standardizing that down to 1 or 2 tubes. And then can you implement it in a way in which you can handle volume?
So what about other people at the company? Did you ever have discussions with anyone at the company about, and maybe I should specify who? Did you ever have any discussions with, for instance, Sunny Balwani about the use of these proprietary modified methods on these commercially available machines and using those modified protocols for patient testing?
I don't remember a specific conversation, but I'm sure I had interactions with him about it. I was aware that we were doing it.
And what about with redacted?
I also don't remember specific conversations with him. I don't know whether that's something he and I would have talked about. To the extent we had conversations about the lab, they were more on the customer side.
Did you ever discuss the way the company was modifying protocols on these third-party machines with the project managers, like redacted or others?
I don't think I did. I can't remember instances in which I did directly. What about with Theranos' sales team? I don't think I did. I didn't have much interaction with our sales team. And the marketing team as well? Did I discuss modifying protocols with the marketing team? Yes. It is possible, but I don't think so. Were you overseeing the marketing team in the time frame? I started, she reported to me. And did you know what she was doing in the time frame? I did generally, yes. Did you have regular meetings with her? I had occasional meetings with her, but I missed a lot of them.
Were there any times when Theranos, I think we talked earlier about some of the technology demonstrations that Theranos conducted for certain third parties. Did you conduct those demonstrations for prospective investors?
We did do technology demonstrations for prospective investors when they were interested in it, yes.
Did you also conduct these demonstrations for business partners as well, like Walgreens and Safeway?
We did.
Were there other people that you would conduct technology demonstrations for?
I'm sure there were. I think I mentioned earlier I know we showed the technology to our board. I can't remember other general categories, but I'm sure there were.
Did you conduct demonstrations for the Department of Defense?
I think I'm aware of one instance in which we did. And then, of course, the deployment that I mentioned earlier where the TSPUs were actually in a number of burn hospitals.
So you remember conducting demonstrations at the burn hospitals?
No, the burn hospitals were using the TSPU on an ongoing basis. Okay, do you ever recall conducting a demonstration for the Institute of Surgical Research as part of that burn study? I don't know if we did a demonstration before I think that contract was 2008. I think we may have just shipped them the systems. I'm not sure.
Which version of the TSPU was sent to the burn hospitals for use?
I don't know. I'm guessing the 3.0, just based on how early the study happened. We may have later also used the 3.5 feet S. I'm not sure. Okay, so let's talk about the demonstrations that happened at the Theranos office, then. Sure. So take us through the process of how a demonstration would occur. Would it be at the end of a meeting with either the investor or the business partner, whoever the third party is? And what would you show them? And how would you show them that the device worked? Yeah, again, I don't think it was that systematic. I think we were very reactive to the audience and what we thought was most relevant to the discussions that we were having. There were some discussions that were focused on how you could deploy the TSPU, in which case we would run a sample right there on the TSPU. There were some discussions that were focused on the user interface of the TSPU and how it could be used for decision support, in which case we would show that. There were some samples where we would try to process the sample, like we would in the clinical lab, and we would send it to the lab. So in that last example you said there would be instances in which you would place the sample in, but the results would be generated sometime later and shared with whoever was giving the sample. Is that what you were describing just now? The last example? Yes. No. So we had little rooms in one of our facilities, the 1601 facility, that were intended to replicate exactly what Walgreens looked like or was intended to look like if we were able to roll it out broadly. And you could collect a sample in there similarly to how you would at Walgreens. And then it was sent to our lab, just like the sample would be at Walgreens, and then we would run it. Except it was outside of the traditional clinical lab process. It was actually product teams who were doing it. And we would report results back to people, is my understanding of how the process worked. Okay, so in that circumstance, the blood would be drawn in a room? Yes. And then the sample would then be sent to the CLIA lab to be processed? Yes. Okay. So just to be clear, I don't think it actually got processed through the lab. It was processed through equipment that was in the lab but not the same way a sample that was collected at retail would be. Does that make sense?
Not really. So how was it different from how a retail sample would be processed?
There was some R&D activity that occurred in the CLIA lab, and I believe that these technology demonstrations were done through essentially the product teams, as opposed to the way a sample that was collected at retail would be accessioned and then run through the lab. So same physical space but not through the formal clinical lab process.
Why wouldn't you put it through the same clinical lab process as other patients?
In the instances that I'm thinking of, you didn't have a requisition from a physician, so it wasn't an official lab worker.
But I guess I just don't understand. Why wouldn't you just have that sample put on the same types of machines that a clinical lab sample would go onto?
It was my understanding you're supposed to treat R&D samples differently from the clinical samples. The clinical samples have to be ordered by an ordering physician, and they have to go through your, essentially certified collection process, which would include our service centers that were listed for being able to collect samples, and then run through our lab. But it sounds like, the clinical samples were being put through sort of a higher standard process than some of the R&D samples because it was a more controlled process. It was a more controlled process? Yeah. There was a difficult validation process that the CLIA lab had to go through in validating the test? Yes.
Why wouldn't you since you already had that framework in place, why wouldn't you put the demonstration samples through that same higher standards process?
In some cases, if someone wanted to go to a retail location, you would. It's my understanding there had to be a separation between anything that was done sort of in a research or demonstration type setting and something that was actually ordered clinically as an official medical result.
So what were the machines that were being used to process the technology demonstration samples?
I don't know specifically. It would have been generally reflective of what we were doing in the clinical lab BQ, So, but were you aware of instances in which those technology demonstration samples were run on third-party but modified devices? I can't sit here and recall a specific instance, but I certainly knew we were running what we called our chemistries on modified systems in the lab. So if that was used for a demonstration, it would have been reflective of what we were doing for traditional lab testing.
And were you also aware that sometimes these technology demonstration samples were being tested on just commercially available third-party machines without any modifications?
To the extent we were running fingerstick, I don't think we generally did that. There may have been an exception or two, but that wasn't our general practice.
Okay, so if you were doing a fingerstick demonstration, it would generally be put on, or your practice at least in what you were aware of was that they would be tested in using either the TSPU or the third-party modified devices?
Yes.
You mentioned the building at 1601 a few minutes ago, and if I understood your answer, you said that there was a CLIA lab space there but that there were some R&D activities conducted in there. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Where was the CLIA lab at 1601?
So I think originally it was upstairs and downstairs. And I'm trying to remember if it started upstairs and then expanded downstairs. I'm not completely sure, but there was part of the clinical lab was on our first floor, and then I think it later expanded to the second floor downstairs.
And where was the sort of the Walgreens mock-up room?
Right by the entry lobby to the building.
On the first floor?
Yes. Okay, that's what I'm calling upstairs. All right, I think I lost you. Yeah, so the entrance to the building is on the ground floor. The ground floor, and then there's a basement to that? Yeah. Okay, and so is it the original CLIA lab was in the basement? No. I got it backwards? Yeah, maybe I didn't explain it well. Sorry. The original CLIA lab was on that ground floor which I was calling upstairs. Okay. And then later we expanded to that downstairs floor which I was calling downstairs.
Was there a separate R&D lab at that 1601 address?
There was.
Where was that?
That was also on the ground floor, the upstairs.
Okay, and I guess, how are these labs separated in any way?
The CLIA lab that was on the ground floor was physically isolated. We constructed it to be a dedicated space, and then the R&D facility that was on that same floor was also its own contained space. The lab that was on the downstairs facility was also self-contained, although there was some R&D equipment in it at different points in time that was being used to evaluate new lab-developed tests to come up. And I think there were the dividers that you can put in rooms that just separated off that space so that they would be isolated.
And you mean contained space, there was, like, a door or a wall?
Yes.
Was there a distinction in terms of where the commercially available analyzers were placed either on the upstairs or downstairs labs at 1601?
I believe the commercially available analyzers were in the upstairs lab at 1601.
And were there ever, I guess, actually, I think I understand your answer. Thank you. Actually, could we take a quick break? Sure.
We're off the record at 2:18. We're off the record at 2:18. We are back on the record at 2:35.
Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
No.
So we were just talking about the technology demonstrations before we went on the break. And I think we were talking a little bit about the instance in which third parties would come to Theranos' office, and a demonstration would be conducted there. So I just wanted to talk a little bit more about that process.
Yeah. So when you did invite others to come to your office, and there might be a different purpose for that visit, but part of the purpose was also to demonstrate the technology, what would you do to prepare for that demonstration? I don't know. I didn't generally interface that deeply in the preparations for anything that was associated with the clinical lab or through the demonstrations that ran in it. So you mentioned there was a room at Theranos somewhere on that ground floor where, blood draws would be taken. Was that also the room which, if devices would be shown to third parties that room would be used to show those devices as well? No, I believe there was a different room that had the devices in it. And to my memory, it had a number of different devices, the 3 series and the 4 series models that we were working on.
Where was that room located?
Also on the ground floor. Was it next to the blood draw room? No, it was further down the hallway. Okay, so you said there were some 3 devices, some 4 devices in there. You're talking about version 3 or 3.5 and version 4 of the Minilab? Yes, and that would have changed at different points in time. That's just a memory I have of the room, but it wouldn't always be the same.
Okay, and so were there already devices in that room, or before a demonstration would you need to instruct somebody to bring the devices into that room?
I think it depends on the specific demonstration. I think there may have been devices in there for periods of time, and then there wouldn't be. Okay, did you recall any times in which you would request for Theranos employees to help prepare a room and to actually bring in sort of rows of the TSPUs for a demonstration? I don't think so. I mean, there were periods of time in which we had the TSPUs on racks in the R&D lab and when we were at different points in time thinking about how we could use them in hubs. But I don't have any specific memories of demonstrating that necessarily.
Okay, so you just mentioned that there was a time in the R&D lab when they were on racks?
Yes.
And you said you were thinking about using them in the hub. What do you mean by that?
We would look internally at if you were to try to use a lot of them together, what would it look like, so they were on racks for that purpose. But I don't remember demonstrating that at 1601.
Why were you looking at running all of them together? What was the purpose of having them all on racks?
My memory was at different points in time we were trying to see if you needed more than one in a location, how you would put them together and looking at things like whether they overheated and these types of things.
Why were you looking into having them all together, though? Were you having discussions with another party about possibly putting these machines in a room? Or why were you doing this exercise?
I can't remember. I just remember that early on we looked at a lot of different models of what you could do with these TSPUs and what the best way to build up the business model around them was.
Okay, so you mentioned also earlier before the break that typically you would use the same types of devices to conduct testing on demonstration samples as you would use for clinical samples. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
So sometimes there might be an instance in which a commercially available machine that was modified by Theranos would be used to conduct testing on a demonstration sample?
That's my understanding from what I've learned about the demonstration process.
Okay, and did you ever bring one of those commercially available machines up to that demonstration room with the other TSPUs or bring, the third party down to your lab to see that machine to say, this is the machine that's going to be conducting the testing on your sample?
You can't move the commercially available machines. They're very large. I don't think we very often walked people through the labs. There may have been a couple of instances in which we did. I don't have specific memory of visits in which I was ever in the lab with people.
Okay, do you ever recall telling the people, whose blood was being drawn and tested, that their blood would be tested on commercially available machines?
Not in the context of a demonstration, no.
So you just mentioned that the commercially available machines are typically very large?
Yeah.
How large are they in comparison to the TSPU? Just to be clear, you're talking about commercially available machines, meaning the ones that were used for venous draws?
We were, yes.
So I guess let's compare the Advia, the Siemens Advia 1800 analyzer, to the TSPU.
Yeah.
So how would you compare the two in terms of size?
The TSPU is about the size of a desktop. The Advia is probably, I don't know, almost half of this table. Maybe a little bit smaller.
Okay, so something like 10 feet across? Would that be
6, maybe 5.
5 or 6 feet across?
Yeah.
And the TSPU is something like 2 feet?
I'll be wrong about the dimensions. But, yeah, 2 by half I don't know. Less than 1 foot, I think.
Okay, so it sounds like the Siemens Advia machine was much larger?
Yes.
By maybe 5 times the TSPU? Would that be fair to say?
Sure, about that, yeah.
Okay. Were you aware of times when Theranos would choose only tests that could be run by fingerstick to be tested on people coming in for demonstrations rather than tests that could only be run through a venous draw?
It was my understanding that, to the extent we ran fingerstick, there were a limited number of tests that we could run on fingerstick. And so we would only run those tests on fingerstick.
Okay, but if somebody came in and asked to have a test done and that test could only be done through a venous draw, were you aware of occasions when you or somebody at the company would make the decision not to run that test because it would require a venous draw?
So it's my understanding our practice at retail was that we would tell people that we would need to draw up a test to be able to run the order on fingerstick, and it was my expectation generally that the same thing was done for demonstrations unless we were trying to do something different. But that was my general understanding of the process.
So your general understanding was that if somebody came in for a demonstration and they requested a test that could only be done by venous draw, that test would be dropped and they would be told?
Yes.
So what would they be told about why the test was being dropped?
I don't know specifically. I wasn't personally involved in a lot of those conversations. I think generally our messaging at retail was that if you want a fingerstick order, you're going to need to drop this analyte. Would you like to go ahead with the test? And people would say yes or no, and we'd then fulfill the order based on their response.
Were you present at these technology demonstrations?
I'm sure sometimes I was. If we were talking about the TSPU and it was in the room, then, yes.
Was Sunny Balwani also present?
In general, yes. I mean, I would want to talk about a specific instance to respond completely. But yes.
At what point in time did Theranos attempt to develop a TSPU that had multiple ports or multiple cartridge receptacles?
We did.
When was that, and what was it called?
So wonderfully it was, I believe, also called Minilab. And I don't know what years we were working on it. I would guess it was between 2011 and 2013, but I'm not sure.
Was it, did you consider it to be a 4 series device or a 3.5 iteration? I guess, in your mind what category did it fall under?
I don't know if it was either. It was closer to the 4 series than the 3 series. But it was sort of its own category.
What was did anyone ever call it like a multi-bay device?
I recognize that name. I think that was an internal name.
What was the purpose in designing that device?
That was in response to Safeway's request to invest in and develop a specific version of Minilab that could fit into the cabinets that they were building in the Safeway stores.
Did you have an understanding of why Safeway was requesting kind of a TSPU of a specific kind of cabinet size?
The CEO at the time had a vision for what the wellness centers in Safeway could look like, and he thought that, based on the volume that they would be seen in the stores, that multi-bay design would be the best design for the Safeway stores. And so we began investing in developing it.
Was it fair to say that the multi-bay TSPU was sort of another solution to sort of the throughput problem that you've described earlier?
Different throughput problem. This is a throughput problem at the point of care. But, yes, it also would allow for handling throughput at the point of care.
What happened to the development of the multi-bay?
We stopped it at a certain point, and I don't remember when and why specifically we stopped.
Okay, so heading back to the demonstrations now, were there times when you chose not to perform certain tests because they could only be done on a venous draw than a fingerstick, or that you decided to pull them from the list of tests that people would be coming in to do during the demonstrations?
I don't know that I completely understand. The question is whether we stopped doing demonstrations because we couldn't do it on fingerstick?
Were there any times that you can recall where somebody came in with a list of tests that included a venous draw, a test that could only be done through a venous draw, and you chose not to perform that test because it could just be done through either the TSPU or the modified protocol on the third-party device?
I don't recall instances in which we chose to do that. I recall instances in which we asked people whether they would like it to be dropped. And they indicated yes, and we proceeded.
Okay, Do you recall any instances in which you chose to perform certain tests on the lists that people were coming in with but to limit the number of fingersticks that would be done so it would only be performing certain tests because it could only be done using a limited number of fingersticks?
I don't recall that. I know that, ultimately the number of tests you do correlates with how much blood you can get.
Okay, and do you recall an instance in which, you or somebody else at Theranos made the decision? It wasn't the decision of somebody who came in to do the testing.
You mean specifically what decision, just so I best answer the question?
The decision to drop certain numbers of fingersticks from the draws because, or sorry. Let me just start over again. Was there ever any occasion where you or somebody else at Theranos made the decision not to run certain tests because it would require a larger number of fingerstick draws, and so you would drop tests so that it would only require, say, 1 or 2 fingerstick draws?
So I know that generally we were trying to limit the number of fingersticks you would do on a patient, and we had different rules at different points in time in our service center. I'm aware that generally we focused on trying to have as few fingersticks as possible to try and improve the demo experience.
So why did you do that?
It just makes it a better experience for the patient.
But, if somebody's coming in with, say, 10 tests and that required 5 fingersticks, even if it doesn't create a better experience for them to do the 5 fingersticks, why wouldn't you just do the 5 fingersticks for them?
If you understand. I'm not really understanding why the better patient experience trumps what a patient would want to get done.
I don't think we offered that. I think we, as part of the service offering, set a limit of fingersticks. I believe it was 3 at retail. And if it was ever more than 3, then we would just automatically revert to the butterfly needle draw in the arm. And for demos, I think we generally tried to have it be as few as possible. How many tests could be run on a single fingerstick draw?
So it depends on how much blood comes out of the person's finger, which is different person by person.
Let's say you're able to get the max amount of blood on a single fingerstick. How many tests could be run on that fingerstick draw?
A large number. Jessica Chan. Theranos Exhibit 202 purports to be in August 13, 2013. Email from Elizabeth Holmes to redacted with a copy to Sunny Balwani. Redacted and redacted. The subject line is, devices in the demo room for tomorrow's meeting, starting with Bates number. TSO 375316. Have you seen Theranos Exhibit 202 before? I don't recognize it. But I see the email to and from me.
Did you draft and send Exhibit 202 on or about August 13, 2013?
I don't have any reason to doubt it.
Okay, you'll see in the bottom half of the email redacted is sending an email to you and Sunny Balwani. Do you see that email?
Yes.
And he writes, the following devices are planned to be in the demo interview room. Number 1, 3.5 Edison with demo app set to run null protocol. Number 2, 4S with demo app set to run null protocol. And number 3, Minilab with demo app set to run null protocol. And then finally Y, number 4 is Minilab with demo app. Note that this will not be able to run the null protocol due to old pipette nozzles that fail once they initialize in the protocol. We can keep this in the room for show, but if we demo on a Minilab, it should be on the other Minilab. Do you see that?
I do.
What is the demo app that is being put on these machines?
I don't know.
And what did you understand null protocol to mean when you received this email?
I'm not sure what I understood at the time. I was speculating earlier that it's probably one of the test protocols or QC protocols.
Okay, do you think the demo app and the null protocol could be the same thing?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask Redacted what he was talking about after he sent this email?
I don't know. I assume I had some understanding of it at the time, but I don't know.
You assume you had some understanding at the time?
That we were going to be showing Minilab technology for some purpose. I don't know if I knew specifically what this software was referring to or not.
So in number 4, when Redacted says that the Minilab will not be able to run the null protocol because of old pipette nozzles that fail once they initialize in the protocol, were you aware of this issue back then in 2013, an issue with the pipette nozzles?
I don't know if this was a specific issue with pipette nozzles or just that this instrument hadn't been maintained, that there were just old nozzles on a device. So it wasn't, I'm inferring from this, able to run whatever protocol the other ones were running.
Okay, and then number 5, he writes, we haven't discussed this, but would you also like to have the 3.0 Edison that can run the H1N1 military demo on it? And so what is the H1N1 military demo?
I believe this was the decision support application that we'd built the user interface.
What is that decision in support?
So when we were talking earlier about different purposes of different demos on the software side, one of the greatest utilities that we'd thought we'd have with the device is the ability to have untrained operators put a series of inputs in based on symptoms and be able to show on the screen based on the inputs they put in what condition they had. And so that one just ran, I think, that specific software.
So the H1N1 military demo, that's where people put in symptoms and, what, it tells you what test to run.
No, this one I think tells you based on the symptoms whether you have a certain infection.
Okay, so what's the connection with blood testing there?
So the same machine that had the decision support could then also incorporate the technologies that we were doing for laboratory testing. And the concept is in remote settings you could use both the decision support as well as the lab data to facilitate care.
Okay, so you then respond to redacted in your email, yes re 3.0. Thanks, so you're telling him, yes, let's include the 3.0 mini-lab. Is that your understanding of what you're responding to here?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay, so this email chain was being sent August 13, 2013. Do you remember what demonstration this was for?
No, I don't.
It seems like Redacted is preparing a number of TSPUs to be put in a room. Do you recall if he might have placed a commercially available machine in the room for view by whoever was coming by for the demonstration?
No, commercially available machines, to my knowledge, were only in our clinical lab.
Okay, so they wouldn't have been in that same room with these other machines?
I don't think so.
You can put that one aside. I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 203. Exhibit 203 purports to be an October 10, 2014, email from Redacted to Sunny Balwani and Elizabeth Holmes. Subject line is, Relay visitors to WAG Saturday, with starting dates no. TSO 830981. Have you seen Exhibit 203 before?
I have.
What is Exhibit 203?
It's an email from Redacted to Sunny and myself about a demonstration.
And did you receive and review Exhibit 203 on or about October 10, 2014?
I don't know if I received it at that time. I reviewed it later in preparation for testimony. I don't know specifically. A number of them.
And what did they pertain to? What topics did they pertain to?
Generally, I don't know if I would categorize them all in one area, our operations of the business over the course of the last many years. I'm trying to refresh my own memory and recollection on a lot of different areas, some of which I wasn't that involved in.
Were there any documents that you reviewed outside of being shown by your counsel?
No.
So if you take a look at this email, you'll see in the initial email on 982, which is the second page, there's an email from Redacted to you and Sunny Balwani. And he says, where can I find the list of names you mentioned from Redacted who could come into WAG Saturday? Do you understand, WAG, to be referring to Walgreens?
Yes.
We will send over the different workflows for how we will accommodate fingerstick regardless what's on the order and possible issues associated as requested. First of all, who is Redacted?
Redacted.
Okay, were they at one point a potential investor in Theranos?
They were.
So at this point in time, were they a potential investor of Theranos?
I think at this point in time we'd engaged with them to be an advisor to us, and then later they became a potential investor.
When do you think how were they engaged? What advisory services were you engaged in before?
In general, the restructuring that we wanted to do by bringing in family-controlled, funds or companies, investors and then trying to structure ourselves as a private company, and they were going to be our financial advisor in that context.
And do you recall, how soon after the time period they were sort of in that advisory role they also became a potential investor in Theranos?
My understanding is that the term sheet discussions with them were in December of 2014. I don't know when exactly the transition from thinking of them as someone we wanted to retain as an advisor moved to when they were looking at us as an investment.
Was there any discussion with Redacted about them forming a fund through which these other families would be investing through?
I don't know.
So when you said that they were performing an advisory role to Theranos, was it mainly sort of a finder's role to introduce Theranos to some of those families that Theranos was looking to obtain as investors in the company?
Initially, when I first met Redacted, the concept was that he would advise us and me on how to structure the company as a private company for the long term. And he has an advisory role with a lot of the people behind these companies, and so I thought he could be a partner in helping us to think about who to bring in and how to structure it, and ultimately, if we tried to stay private, how to structure the company. Then, as some of those families became interested, we were talking to him about it. And I think they became interested in about potentially being an investor. There was a lot of discussions about that.
Okay, so when Redacted talks about the different workflows that he'll be sending over for how to accommodate fingerstick regardless of what's on the order, what did you understand him to be referring to there?
So I don't know if I read this at that time. In having reviewed it recently, my understanding is he's trying to communicate around doing a fingerstick for whoever is coming to do the demonstration from Redacted.
And why was it important to accommodate fingerstick regardless of what's on the order?
My understanding is that this was the type of situation in which whoever was coming wanted to experience a fingerstick. So we were going to try to offer a fingerstick for the demonstration.
Just so I understand, that's your understanding now after having reviewed the materials. What was your understanding back at the time in October 2014?
I don't remember receiving this email or engaging on this at that time.
Okay, so then if you turn back to 981, there's another email from Redacted to you and Mr. Balwani. And he writes at the top, also wanted to send along our thoughts for how to accomplish the FS in the scenario if their orders prompt Venus. So do you understand FS to be referring to fingerstick?
I do.
And would you sometimes use FS in your emails to refer to fingerstick as well?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't have memory of that, but I wouldn't be surprised if I did.
Okay, and would it be surprising if you used it in other methods of communication, whether in text messages or in other documents?
Again, I don't have memory of it, but I believe that's what it's referring to here.
He goes on to say, assumptions here from EAH are that we must not do Venus draw, and we cannot tell them that their order prompts Venus if it does. Is EAH referring to you?
Yes.
Are those your initials?
Yes.
Okay, so what is he referring to here when he says that the assumptions here from you are that we must not do Venus draw, and we can't tell them that their order prompts Venus?
Honestly, I don't know. My understanding in looking at this now is that this is a situation where whoever was coming had told us that they were coming and that they wanted to do a fingerstick, and we were trying to be prepared to do a fingerstick. That's my best understanding of it.
Do you recall telling Redacted that a Venus draw must not be done?
No.
Do you recall telling him that, he shouldn't tell them if the order prompts a Venus draw? Why would it be important not to tell people that their order requires a Venus draw?
I think this was a case, and this is my best understanding from having reviewed it recently, in which whoever was coming wanted a fingerstick. And so we were trying to communicate to our teams they've told us that they're coming to do a fingerstick. Please do a fingerstick.
Did anyone from Redacted communicate to you that they wanted a fingerstick for this visit in the October 2014 timeframe?
I don't know. That was my best understanding from looking at this document, that they'd communicated that to somebody.
But you don't have any memory of, back in your mind back in the October 2014 time period, recalling a conversation with anyone at Redacted about that?
I don't.
Okay, so if you look down toward the middle of the page, there are two scenarios. I wanted to. So here when ~FB_L__ greater than _B_X_7L_ C_ greater than __ tilde is referring to.
I don't know. I think so, but I don't know.
And then at x6, tilde greater than MCL.
I think so.
And tilde, 6, tilde, 7, C, at Theranos?
She was, yes.
Yes, okay, you can put that one aside. I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 204. Exhibit 204 purports to be an October 13, 2014, email from tilde B, 6, B, 7, C, to Elizabeth Holmes with a copy to Sunny Balwani and R, 6, B, L, C. Subject line is, retesting in Arizona for L, B, 6, B, 7, C, with starting Bates number. THPFM 00013080054. Have you seen Exhibit 204 before?
I believe so. At least parts of it.
What is Exhibit 204?
An email exchange. It looks like it's actually several email exchanges. Originally between me and Rob Walton, and then it looks like later from our team to me and others in the company.
Did you receive and review Exhibit 204 on or about October 13, 2014?
I don't remember that, but I don't have any reason to doubt this.
Were there discussions between Theranos and Rob Walton at this time in October 13, 2014?
I'm looking back at the original email, which is dated September. I believe that I met him in September and had discussions with him at that time.
What were those discussions about?
Those were the conversations we were talking about earlier about the vision initially for what this could be with Walmart and what we were trying to do with low-cost testing.
Were you also having discussions with him, possibly with the possibility of Mr. Walton investing in Theranos as well?
So we later had those discussions with Greg Penner, who's part of Madrona, which is the fund that Rob is affiliated with.
Okay, and when were the discussions with Madrona?
I don't know specifically. Around this time frame or slightly later.
Did you meet Rob Walton at that bot presentation or around that time?
Yes.
Which one was it? Did you meet him at the presentation, or did you meet him around the time of the presentation?
Around the time of the presentation, I had a physical meeting with him in Chicago while that conference was underway. I don't know that I met him there, but I met him around then, if that makes sense.
So I'm assuming your presentation was some amount of time, but you spent more than that amount of time in Chicago and had meetings.
Yes.
And to the best of your recollection, he was one of the people you met there, whether at a bot-organized event or otherwise?
Yes. I had a meeting with him during that trip, yes.
So if you look at, I think you're looking at that, the last page of the document, which has Bates number 63 on it. So the first email from Rob Walton to you is an email where he says, "It was great to meet you in Chicago last week." Do you see that?
Yes.
Then you respond back to him and you tell him that it was great to meet him as well. You then write, "I can arrange the tests and appointments for you, and we'll follow up on this note directly." Do you see that?
Yes.
So you're referring there to, when you're referring there to arranging the tests and appointments, had you discussed with him the possibility of him coming in for some testing?
So I don't remember specifically. Just looking at this document now, it looks like it's referencing an invitation that we'd made to try to show them what the wellness center experience could be like in the context of what we were trying to roll out and if we were to partner with Walmart at that time.
So did you say that you believed that he wanted to experience the experience if you were to roll out with Walmart? Is that what you just said?
What that experience would be like.
What that experience would be like. Okay, and would that include testing on the Theranos device?
Not necessarily on the device, but using the nanotainer for fingerstick collection.
Okay, and so did he tell you, I just want the experience with the nanotainer, but I don't mind which device you're going to be using to conduct the testing.
I don't believe there were ever conversations on what devices were being used to conduct testing in the clinical lab. It was more, we'll collect some samples from fingerstick and show you the experience of collecting a fingerstick.
So you never had any discussions with him about the actual devices that would be rolled out as part of a Walmart relationship with Theranos?
I don't remember the specific conversations. To the extent we would have discussed what we have been referring to as Phase 2 of our model, we would have talked about our TSPU twice. But I can't remember a specific conversation with him about that. I, again, believe that this conversation, particularly with Walmart, was about low-cost testing.
Okay, so if you turn to 61, which is 2 pages in front of the page you're looking at, there's an email from, I think you've passed it already. So it's the page after that page. There's an email in the middle of the page from Rob Walton to Redacted, and he's listing a number of tests that his doctor has ordered for him to do. Do you see that list?
I'm just reading it, yes.
And if you turn another page over, actually, 2 more pages on 59, there's an email towards the bottom of the page that's written by you on October 6th. And you're writing to Redacted with a number of questions, it looks like. You ask, do we have our sign and branding on the door to the wellness center? You ask if there are desktop little bamboo trees in the room and either a small waterfall or LCD display or a fish. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
Okay, why are you asking him whether or not those things are in the room?
Because we wanted to make sure that the specific wellness center that he would go to would be representative of what we hope to have discussions with them about rolling out more broadly.
Okay, and actually, you'll see that before your email is on the top of that page, there's an email from Redacted writing back to you. And he says, please see my comments below.
Uh-huh.
So does it look like he incorporated some of his answers into your quest, Jessica Chan? So, for instance, on the first one, do we have our sign and branding on the door to the wellness center over the wellness center? And then there's a dash. Redacted is going to be going to the store today to check it out. This will be there if it's not there already. Would that have been Redacted's response to you?
I think so.
Okay, so going back to that same page on 59?
Yes.
So after you ask those questions you say, you should look at this to make sure it's PM'd perfectly, to which Redacted describes, done. And then you go on to say, also get his order in the system in advance so his identity remains confidential. Do you see that?
I do.
And Redacted responds, this will be done. Redacted indicated that she will need to call his physician to confirm which liver function test to perform. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and then going up the page to your response back to Redacted, it's on the same page, and this is still October 6, 2014. You then respond, do not have Redacted all the physician. Work with Redacted on which ones we can run from the least number of CTNs, and we will do that. Why were you telling Redacted to instruct Redacted not to call the physician?
I don't know. I can speculate just on reading this now that it's because of the well-defined tests, so he didn't need to call a physician to ask what they were. Liver function is a defined panel.
Okay, so you're saying that Redacted was telling you that Redacted could call the physician to see which tests would be performed under the liver panel, and that you thought that there was no reason to call the physician because you knew which liver panel tests needed to be performed?
I'm guessing, but just in looking at here, that's my interpretation of this.
Okay, so why would you say, work with Redacted on which ones we can run from the least number of CTNs, and we will do that?
I think that in general we were trying to have as few fingersticks and as little amount of blood as possible for this in our demos.
Okay, why and in the end did you end up telling Mr. Walton that there were certain tests that you decided to run and certain tests that were not run because you were trying to reduce the number of fingerstick draws that would be necessary?
I don't know what tests ended up being run for that.
Okay, but did you tell him that there might have been certain tests that were dropped off the list?
I don't know that the tests were dropped off the list. I think we may have actually satisfied his order. I'm not sure.
But you don't recall any conversation of that nature happening with him?
I don't think I specifically interfaced with him on the demonstration. But, again, to the extent we would do that, we hadn't sought for that at retail.
Okay, you can put that aside. I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 205. Exhibit 205 purports to be a December 31, 2014, email from Redacted to Redacted with a copy to Redacted, with subject line, Re-VIP tomorrow. PT, PTT, with starting dates no. THPFM 00003311112. Have you seen Exhibit 205 before?
I believe so.
What is Exhibit 205?
I think it's an internal series of email exchanges about a demonstration.
Did you draft and send Exhibit 205 on or about December 31, 2014?
I don't remember, but I don't have reason to question the document.
Okay, so if you turn to page 1116, which is the last page of the document, there's an email from Redacted. He writes in his email, there is a VIP coming in tomorrow with PTT on his lab order. It would be greatly preferred to collect via fingerstick. Would it be possible to run PT and PTT from a CTN? Was VIP a term that you used to refer to people coming in for demonstrations such as investors, prospective investors, business partners, the board?
I've seen the term. I'm not quite sure who specifically they used it for. I can infer that it was demonstrations that they thought were important, but I don't know exactly what types of people generally fell in that category.
Did you ever use the term VIP?
I don't know. I don't have memory of it. I might have. I don't think so. I may have adopted it if other people were using it.
Did you ever tell the project management team that certain demonstrations were important?
I'm sure I did. I can't sit here and remember one right now, but we always wanted to make the demonstrations go really well.
So, and, actually, going back to his statement where he says, it would be greatly preferred to collect via fingerstick, why would that be preferred?
Again, it's my understanding that sometimes when people were telling us they were coming for a demonstration, they would explicitly communicate, we really would like to experience a fingerstick. And we tried to do that.
Okay, if you turn the page to 1115, you'll see there's some back and forth that follows to answer Redacted's questions. So Redacted, do you know who she is?
I do. Who is she? She's a scientist and now a team lead at Theranos.
So what does that mean?
She manages a group of scientists.
Okay, and what does she do? What kind of science does she do?
Clinical chemistry.
Clinical chemistry. So what does that mean in terms of the Theranos business?
There are certain tests that her group focuses on that she has worked to get on the mini-lab. Clinical chemistry.
And what does that mean in terms of what types of tests fall in the clinical chemistry group?
Chemistry panels, like the metabolic panel. Again, her responsibilities at this exact moment are expanding because of the new leadership we've brought in on the product side, and we're particularly focused on only Zika right now. But the team of people that she's leading right now have expertise on those types of chemistries.
Okay, and there's also another person on here that we haven't talked about before. Who is she?
I believe she worked in the clinical lab, but I'm not sure what her official role was.
So she writes, I don't think we can run PT and PTT on FS right now. Previous runs were on Tecan in 1601. Since we pulled PT from Tecan a while back, I'm not sure either PT or PTT is validated using that method. Also not sure if there is still a validated loss of reagents and controls in Mandy. The last PT demo I did was in October. I do have a good working PT protocol on FS, but it is far from validated. So there are a number of acronyms here. What are PT and PTT?
I believe this is referring to two tests for prothrombin time. And I don't know what PTT stands for, but I think it's affiliated with prothrombin time.
Okay, and the Tecan, what is that referring to?
I mean, reading this now, I believe this references to another one of the open platforms on which we could put our proprietary chemistries in the clinical lab.
Okay, and then 1601, is that referring to your office address?
The building that we were in at that time, yes.
Okay, and then finally, she talks about how there are still validated loss of reagents and controls in Normandy. What is Normandy referring to?
I'm not sure.
Is there a part of your CLII lab that is called the Normandy lab?
I know they used that word to describe the sort of small sample fingerstick operations at that time, and, yes, they may have referred to a part of the lab that way. I'm not sure.
When you say, they, who are you referring to?
Our team at Theranos.
You mean everyone at Theranos might have referred to the lab as Normandy?
I don't know who. I'm guessing. I don't know.
Did you ever refer to the lab, to portions of the lab as Normandy?
I can't remember specific instances sitting here, but I could have. I don't remember.
So is what she's trying to say here that there was no validated method that can perform the PT and PTT test on fingerstick?
I don't know that that's what she's trying to say. Reading this now, read this as she's saying they've pulled the PT and PTT proprietary tests that we were, I assume, running, from this email, on fingerstick. But I'm not sure. Okay, so I'm sorry. How is that different from what I was asking you? I understood the question to mean, is she saying you can't run PT and PTT? And I was responding that I think she's talking specifically about the use of our proprietary chemistry on Tecan. I believe there were other ways to run PT and PTT in the lab at that time. Okay, and would those other methods be on fingerstick? I don't know. Okay. So then if you go up one email from the back to the group. And she says on 11/14, the next page, I was thinking about this through my whole workout. So fun. And I think the best use of my time would be to practice doing the assays manually. And then if you flip to 11/13, on the email that Sunny Bulwani writes back to her and maybe as well, he says, run manually but needs to be accurate. So do you recall that certain assays were being run manually? I don't have specific recollections of it. Again, I was trying to speculate earlier about my best understanding of how these technology demonstrations were done outside of the clinical lab process. But I'm not sure. Okay, so who would have the best understanding as to how the demonstrations were run in the CLIA lab? I believe Sunny would be the best person to ask. For VIPs, would Sunny let you know how the demonstrations went? I'm sure he did sometimes. I don't have memory of specific conversations with him. Sitting here now, I would assume that I would have heard if it was a problem probably from the person I was interacting with, because to the extent I was involved in this, it was because I had a relationship with that person generally.
Do you recall an instance where any sort of VIP expressed any concerns or had an issue with their tech demonstration?
I can't remember any time where that happened sitting here. I would NQ. Is QC quality control? I believe so.
And what does ISCE, SIC, stand for?
I don't know what it means in the context of this sentence. I know those words to mean ion selective electrode, but I don't know if that makes sense in this sentence.
And what about TAE?
I believe it's a reference to total allowable error.
And then he goes on to say, should we report with CL pending redraw per usual protocol, or better in this case to go another route, i.e., not including C, I think he means CL, on the report, etc.? Do you see that?
I do.
What did he mean? What do you understand him to mean? Should we report with CL pending redraw per usual protocol? What was your usual protocol?
I don't know. Reading this now, I interpret it to mean, do we include the value on the report and then say pending redraw or not? But I'm not sure.
Was that your practice for clinical testing if something was out of range to include it on the report?
I don't know. Who would know the answer to that? Our laboratory director. Okay, who else would know besides the laboratory director? Sunny might. I'm not sure. Okay, and then you respond back on December 30th as well. You write, it was that high on rerun too. What do you think happened? To which he responds back to you, yes, high on rerun. Do you see that? I do. And then you respond back, okay. Don't include a report. So are you instructing the team there not to include the CL test on the report? I'm not sure. Reading it now, I read this to mean if you have concerns about the value, don't report the value. But, again, I don't have recollection of this email exchange. Okay. Why wouldn't you tell him to just include it on the report but ask the patient for a redraw? So I'm speculating here, but my understanding was if you think that the concentration is incorrect, then you should not include it. Okay, but I guess I'm just wondering, why wouldn't you just include it but say this is too high? We can't rely on it. Let's do a redraw. I mean, I'm not a laboratory professional. But my understanding is if you believe it's wrong, you can't report it. Okay, and so do you know if the person who was tested here was told that this result wasn't reported on his lab report? I don't. Did you make decisions like this for lab reports routinely? No. Okay, why were you making that decision this time? Again, I can't remember this particular exchange. If it was someone who I was communicating with, then I would have been in the loop on these. And in general, my philosophy on all of this has been if there's a question about a result, don't report it. Okay, and you also mentioned that the lab director would know what the practice was. Who was the lab director at this time? I think so, but I'm not sure.
So why wasn't he included on this email exchange?
I don't know. It looks like this was done as what's being referred to as a technology demonstration.
Was the lab director not involved in technology demonstrations?
I don't know.
Who would know whether that was the case?
Again, I would talk to Sunny.
Do you know if the same kind of review, which is, certain tests results are coming back too high? Should we remove it, or should we keep it on? Do you know if those types of conversations were taking place within Theranos with respect to regular patient testing?
They should have been, but I now know that we had not effectively implemented our quality system.
And who would have been managing that process, reviewing patient results?
It was the job of the lab director and the director of quality for the clinical lab.
Okay, and who did they report to?
Functionally up to Sunny.
Okay, did you have any supervision, or did you have any responsibility for overseeing that part of the business?
To the extent I'm the CEO of the company, I'm responsible for the company. But, no, I was not engaged in it.
Why don't we take a short break? We've been going a little over an hour.
Sure.
This concludes media number 3 of Elizabeth Holmes. We're off the record at 3:46. We're off the record at 3:46. We are back on the record at the beginning of media number 4 of Elizabeth Holmes. The time is 4:03.
Ms. Holmes, did we have any substantive conversations off the record during the break?
No.
So I want to turn gears a little bit, and you can put that exhibit aside. And I want to change gears a little bit and now focus on Theranos' relationship with Walgreens.
So, why don't you tell us from the beginning sort of why Theranos was interested in engaging with Walgreens and, conversely, what your understanding was of why Walgreens was interested in partnering. Well, it evolved over a long period of time. We were interested in partnering with Walgreens because of the retail footprint. And we understood that they were interested in partnering with us to bring lab services to retail.
Okay, so when did you first start discussions with Walgreens?
I don't know specifically. I believe it was in 2010.
Who were your contacts at Walgreens at that time?
So it evolved over a period of time. Amongst others, I don't know specifically.
And you said it evolved over time. Were there others that entered the mix after 2010?
Yes.
Who else were you in conversations with at Walgreens after that date?
I know there was a team at Walgreens that was dedicated to working with us, and we tried to put a team in place on our side too.
Who was the main Theranos contact at Walgreens that you were working with?
I'm talking about besides the others. I don't know who the point was. Sunny was the point for our project team, and he had a counterpart at Walgreens. I don't know who specifically it was.
Do you know someone named Redacted?
I do.
Do you know what his role was at Walgreens?
I believe it also changed over time. I think we first met him when he was involved with construction in the stores. And then after the Boots acquisition, he took on a different role.
After the Boots acquisition, when was the Boots acquisition?
I don't know specifically. I want to guess in 2014, but I could be wrong. It might have been 15. Was there a time when he became more closely involved in the Theranos-Walgreens relationship? I think so, but I don't know. I didn't interface with him very much directly.
And you don't know who Sunny Balwani was interfacing with at Walgreens?
I know he did interface with Redacted. I don't know if Redacted was his primary point of contact.
So, at the time that the 2010 contract was signed, was there a contract that was signed in 2010?
I think so.
Okay, at the time that it was signed in 2010, what did you understand that contract to provide? what services would Theranos provide? And, conversely, what services would Walgreens provide to Theranos?
The original concept was that we would take our TSPU and place it in Walgreens stores to provide testing and then try to bring other services, like pharmaceutical trials and other things, around it.
Okay, you said the original concept was to put the TSPU in stores. So at the time in 2010, I think you mentioned earlier in testimony that the TSPU was validated to perform about 15 tests. Do you recall that?
In the clinical lab.
Right, in 2013, but were being performed on the TSPU? Is that your understanding in 2010, that the TSPU was performing or was validated to perform about 15 tests in the clinical setting?
No.
The CLIA lab didn't happen until after 2010.
Okay, so when you said previously in testimony that the TSPU could conduct 15 tests and was validated to conduct 15 tests, do you recall that testimony earlier today? Yeah, I'm sorry if I didn't say it clearly. My understanding is there were 15 tests that were validated in the clinical lab, and there were other tests that were validated in an R&D setting.
Okay, so the 15 tests that were validated in the clinical lab setting, then, that was your understanding as to TSPU's capabilities to perform tests, is that right?
No, my understanding was based on the work we did in the R&D setting and all the tests we developed and we thought validated, including on the TSPU.
Okay, so what were the types of tests that you understood the TSPU was capable of performing? What were the categories of tests?
In 2010, by that time we'd invented the architecture of the 4 series system, I believe. And so we thought that we could run a broad range of methods on it. I don't know how many of the 300 tests were validated at that time.
So now you just brought up the 4 series. So my understanding of your earlier testimony was that the 4 series was still in development and was not actually running tests at that time. Is that not correct?
Maybe. I'm sorry if I don't understand the question. I thought you were asking about what we thought the TSPU was capable of doing in 2010.
Yes, so I think you earlier said that the TSPU was performing about 15 tests. Was validated to perform 15 tests in the clinical lab?
We did, yes.
Okay, so now you're saying that there was the mini lab 4 that was also conducting tests?
So we developed a few hundred tests in an R&D setting and developed, and I'm using the word, validated, to refer to our understanding of how they were validated at that time. About 90 or so of them went on the TSPU, the 3 series version of it. The others were on other hardware platforms. Later about 15 of those were into the clinical lab.
Okay, so there are 90 that were developed for the TSPU 3.5 but 15 were validated for the clinical lab, and the rest were on what devices?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'm not sure.
Were these analyzers that Theranos developed and manufactured?
Some of them, like for the nucleic acid testing, might have been. Some of them would have been the reference platforms.
The reference platforms, what do you mean by that?
Hardware that was originally manufactured by third parties.
Okay, so I think earlier you said that so let me just step back because I want to make sure that I understand this because this is an important point.
Yeah.
So I want to understand, what were the platforms that Theranos was using for clinical testing in 2010? I think we talked about the TSPU version 3.5.
So Theranos wasn't doing clinical testing in 2010.
Okay, so what platforms, then, did Theranos have ready to perform clinical testing? Right, okay, but I just want to go back to my question.
Yeah.
So what were the platforms that Theranos had ready to conduct clinical testing in 2010?
So the one done, and I'm sorry I'm getting hung up on the concept of clinical testing. Just to be clear, we couldn't do clinical testing without either having a CLIA lab or an FDA clearance. So until you have those things, you can't do clinical testing. We had put a large number of assays on our TSPU 3.5 and were planning on taking either that and/or our 4 series platform into the FDA.
Okay, so there's a 3.5 and there's the 4 series platform?
Yes.
The 3.5, you said Theranos had developed how many tests to run on that device?
That's the one that I believe there were ultimately 90 or so assays. I don't know exactly the number.
Okay, so there were about 90 or so that had been developed for the 3.5?
Yes.
Of the 90, 15 had been validated in preparation for clinical testing. Is that fair to say?
So I believe in 2011 we became certified as a clinical lab. And then in 2013, 15 were brought up in the clinical lab as laboratory-developed tests. Or around then. It may have been a few months after the opening of the Cleany.cal lab. Right, and so I don't want to talk about CLIA certification or any of the regulatory approvals that you would need to get in order to put these devices in stores, but I wanted to focus on what the devices that Theranos has manufactured, what those devices were ready to perform in terms of testing.
Okay, so the 3.5.
Yeah.
You said 90 were developed to put on the TSPU 3.5?
Yeah.
Of those 90, 15 were validated in preparation for clinical testing, is that right?
Later, yes.
What do you mean by later?
As I understood it, you were asking about the 2010 time frame. That work was specific to the clinical lab being live in 2013.
Okay, so the 15 had not been validated yet at that time, is that right?
In 2010.
In 2010?
Not in a CLIA lab setting.
Okay, so only 90 had been developed at the time but no validation work had happened yet in 2010?
So I don't know exactly when all 90 were developed. I know that ultimately about 90 were on the TSPU 3.5. We had done what we internally referred to as development and validation on the TSPU, which was to these FDA guidance documents as we interpreted them. And, again, there's a separate process that is associated with validation of a lab-developed test in a clinical lab which we had not done in 2010.
Okay, so then there's a 4 Series Minilab. So what tests had you developed for the 4 Series Minilab? How many tests?
Again, in 2010? Again, in 2010.
Again, I don't know if or how many of the chemistries that we'd created we had put on it in 2010. I believe what we were mostly focused on then is demonstrating the ability to add these additional detection systems and essentially proof of concept of the additional capability of the Minilab.
Okay, so you're not sure as to how many tests, if even the tests, were put on the Minilab yet?
Correct.
And you're not sure of how many tests could be performed if they had already been put on the Minilab?
Correct.
Okay, so what were the other platforms that Theranos was using or was planning to use for clinical testing besides the TSPU 3.5 and the 4 Series Minilab?
In 2010? In 2010.
As we saw in the emails, there may have been other multiple iterations of the 4 Series platforms. But generally that was what we had intended to take into the FDA.
Okay, so there were other platforms that were similar to the 4 Series?
There were multiple 4 Series platforms, yes.
Okay, and what is your understanding as to what tests those devices were capable of performing?
It's the same generally across the 4 Series.
Meaning that you're not sure whether they could perform the tests or how many?
In 2010 I am not sure what tests we put on the devices or how many, if any. I don't know.
Okay, were there any other platforms besides the TSPU 3.5 and the various 4 Series Minilabs that you were preparing for clinical testing in 2010?
Our chemistries had previously run on open systems like the Tecan-like robots. I don't think in 2010 we were preparing for testing on anything except for these TSPU platforms that we wanted to get cleared for use at point of care.
So besides the Tecan devices, then, was there anything else?
I don't know. That's what I can remember.
Okay, so as far as you know, then, in the 2010 time frame, there was one device that you know for sure the TSPU that was performing, or that was capable of performing about 90 tests?
There was the TSPU which ultimately we developed about 90 tests for. There was the 4 Series platforms, And there were other hardware platforms we'd used over the years in our laboratories.
Okay, but I'm trying to understand, out of all the platforms that you were using at the time, as far as you know back in 2010, there was one platform that you know for sure was capable of performing about 90 tests?
Yes.
And that was the TSPU 3.5?
Yes.
Okay, and what were those 90 tests consist of? Like, what category of tests were they?
Proteins, small molecules, antibody tests generally. Okay, are those the same as general chemistry? I think they're serology? Some of them are serology tests. Okay. Some of them are immunology tests. They fall into multiple categories as defined that way. All right, and I think we talked about the business model concerns that they had and to try to work with regulatory counsel to figure out the right way to do this that led to the decision to pursue what I've been referring to as a Phase 1, Phase 2 approach.
Okay, so it was because of the regulatory issue that you and Walgreens decided to go to a Phase 1, Phase 2 approach where in Phase 1 you would resort to a central lab model where samples would be sent to a central lab and processed there, is that right? And Phase 2 the TSPUs would then be put in stores?
Yes, and I don't know if it was only a regulatory issue. There may have been other drivers as well, but certainly working with regulatory counsel was one of the drivers.
And so ultimately did Theranos roll out its services in Walgreens stores?
We did ultimately with the Phase 1, Phase 2 model, the clinical lab.
And when did that happen?
The first patients were served toward the end of 2013. And how many stores, what was the maximum number of stores that you were aware Theranos services had been rolled out to? I think it was 41.
Why did it stop at 41?
We couldn't make the relationship successful beyond that. Why was that? I think there were many reasons. The Boots acquisition, the requirements that we had around what we wanted the wellness centers to look like, and then ultimately the issues that we had in our clinical lab and disagreements about the contract. Okay, so let's go through each one of those. So the Boots acquisition, why was that a limiting factor to the rollout taking place beyond 41 stores? We had worked really closely with the original Walgreens leadership around the vision for what this partnership could look like. The new leadership had a different vision for what they wanted to do with Walgreens and wanted to reevaluate the contract we put in place.
What was the new vision that new management had at Walgreens?
My impression is that the old leadership team was much more focused on healthcare services, and the new leadership team was focused on instituting some of the same services that Boots had employed in the UK.
And what is that?
It was more of a health and beauty focus that they had made really successful in Europe.
How did you gain that understanding?
I think it's my impression based on conversations with people in the industry and people who are familiar with the Boots leadership team.
I guess, did you have a lot of personal interaction with the Boots leadership team when they came on board?
I have not had a lot of interaction with them.
Who did you understand was leading the Boots team?
I don't know who was leading the Boots team.
And then you mentioned there were some clinical lab issues?
Yes. I know Redacted is very actively involved.
I think you mentioned also there were some clinical lab issues that came to light. What was that about?
Our lab, we failed in the implementation of our quality systems and our execution, and Walgreens used that as a means to terminate the contract. Okay. And then there was a third factor which is escaping me right now. So you mentioned.
Was it the store setup?
MS. Chan. Oh, the store setup.
Yeah.
So was that a significant issue in the discussions with Walgreens?
It's my understanding that it was. That specifically we wanted to have effectively a leasing type relationship with them and that we wanted a certain footprint and a certain build out, like a bathroom near where you're doing the collection. And there was a lot of discussions around the kind of investments that would be required to go into the stores for that.
When were those discussions occurring?
They happened over a period of time, even before the Boots acquisition happened with the old Walgreens management team. And we had believed, based on amendments to our contract, that we were going to proceed with Rollout. Okay, so you mentioned that the parties started discussing a rental model. When did that happen? I don't know when those discussions started.
Who was involved in those discussions from Theranos?
Sunny Balwani led them.
Did he share whatever discussions he was having with Walgreens with you at that time?
I'm sure we had discussions about it. I don't have memory of specific conversations with him about a rental model, but I'm sure we talked about it.
And so what was the rental model about?
Once we became a clinical lab, the wellness centers in the stores were our service centers. And so instead of trying to sell devices and cartridges to Walgreens, which was the original concept, now we were effectively just using their space to provide a lab service. So, essentially, it was about amending our contract to move to paying them for rent as opposed to a more integrated model. Okay, and what did that mean for Theranos? Would Theranos then, of course, Theranos would now be paying rent where previously Theranos didn't have to pay rent, is that right? Previously we would have sold devices and cartridges to Walgreens under the original model.
When did the rental model discussions happen in relation to the Phase 1, Phase 2 business model taking shape?
After the establishment of the Phase 1, Phase 2 business model. Okay, so the Phase 1, Phase 2 model, though, no devices were going to be sold to Walgreens, is that right?
At least in the first phase.
In the first phase, correct.
Okay, at least in the first phase?
Yeah.
So how was, changing it around to the rental model, how was that different from the Phase 1 model?
It's the way the economics could have worked in the Phase 1 model. Okay, so in the Phase 1 model were you also charging Walgreens for any of the consumables or the cartridges? No.
Okay, so how would Theranos be, or how was Theranos generating its revenues from the Phase 1 model?
Billing insurance companies and occasionally consumers directly.
And were those revenues split with Walgreens?
We paid Walgreens NS for the services that they were providing, which is essentially the space and in some occasions labor.
So Walgreens was providing labor for the wellness centers?
Correct.
What labor was that?
In the beginning it was their technicians for doing fingerstick, and then, as we began doing venous draws, I think we just used their check in labor. There may have been other things that they did in the store.
And then when the parties started talking about the rental model, then, was one of the changes that Theranos would be taking over the labor costs?
My understanding is that we took over the labor when we decided to do venous draw in addition to fingersticks. The rental model was a different way to pay them for the services they were providing.
Okay, so maybe I should ask in a different way. So how did the economics change between the two models, between Phase 1 and the rental model?
I think that was something that was being negotiated. It was never fully defined.
Okay, were there other costs that you were discussing Theranos would be responsible for under the rental model that Theranos previously wasn't responsible for under Phase 1?
I don't know.
Were you discussing possibly taking some share of the build-out costs in the rental model?
I think at points in time when we were negotiating with them, we may have offered to do that. But I don't know what our, and thinking on the right way to do it was.
Were there any other factors besides the three that we just talked about that led to the rollout being limited to the 41 stores?
I mean, I'm sure there were multiple, factors as with any business relationship. I think of those three as the first that come to mind sitting here right now.
Did Walgreens have any concerns about the operations of the partnership and the fact that, not enough patients were coming out to the store?
They had concerns after the initial Wall Street Journal article about our clinical lab and operations from that perspective. I don't recall discussion about not enough patients. They might have. I don't remember any direct discussions about that.
You don't recall any discussions with Walgreens where Walgreens expressed a concern about the number of patients being too little or too few?
I don't recall any that I was involved in. It's possible that those conversations happened. I don't know.
Did Sunny Balwani ever explain to you that Walgreens was concerned about patient traffic at the 41 stores?
I don't think so. I mean, I know certainly patient traffic was their primary financial driver. I had in my head that they had originally wanted to see something like 10 patients a day, and we ended up in a lot of the stores hitting much more than that.
I guess I'm just trying to understand. You said you don't recall any direct conversations about this kind of patient traffic issue.
Do you recall any indirect conversation about the patient traffic issue? No, I was just trying to say that may have been something that Walgreens talked to him and to others at Theranos about, and I just don't know about it.
So you mentioned that you knew that one of the, sort of, measures that Walgreens was using was number of patients per day in the stores, is that right?
I was saying that I know that they cared in general about foot traffic. I think that was the value of Theranos to them.
Okay, and you said that they were looking to at least have about 10 patients in store per day?
That was the number I had in my head as sort of the goal. Okay, what was your understanding as to the number of patients in store per day on average Theranos was receiving in Walgreens stores? I don't know sitting here now exactly what it was. I remember some stores hitting over 40 patients, and I think there's somewhere there was, like, 1 or 2, which was part of trying to optimize the retail footprint because there's some retail locations just that nobody goes to and there's some that you get a lot of traffic. Do you recall ever having any discussions with Walgreens about the Venus drop percentage that they were seeing in stores? I don't think I ever had any direct conversations about it, but I know that that was something that was discussed between us. Okay, just as I've gone back and tried to look at documents and what happened.
Okay, at the time, though, in, end of 2013-2014, did you have any discussions with Mr. Balwani about the fact that Walgreens was concerned about how high the Venus drop percentage was in stores?
I don't remember any conversations with Sonny about that. I knew that there were people at Walgreens who cared about how much we were doing on Fingerstick. When I had engaged with Walgreens, which was primarily with their executives, and when the Boots team got involved with their US executive, the conversation was largely about foot traffic. So I don't know specifically what interactions happened around the Fingerstick percentage.
Okay, I'm going to go through some documents with you. I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 206. Okay, I'm going to go through some documents with you. I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 206. This is Tab 2, Exhibit 206 Poo. Okay, so maybe I don't understand that now. So what do you mean by this was trying to distinguish between having a robotic device?
So my memory is the way we would introduce our invention was that what was different about the Minilab family was that it was capable because there was a robot in it of running a broad range of tests. Whereas a glucose meter is only capable of running glucose, right? And what we were trying to do was differentiate from other point-of-care technology.
Okay, so you weren't talking about the fact that your blood analyzers could conduct many tests. It was just that there was a robotic arm in the machine that could allow that machine to test many tests at the same time?
To test many types of tests which, to our knowledge, had never been done in point-of-care before.
Okay, so test many types of tests. But it sounded when you were gesturing there, and I know I said before, not to gesture, but that you were trying to depict a way for a machine to use a robotic arm to perform many tests at the same time. Is that what you were trying to convey by this?
No, just that we had invented technology that could be programmed to do a range of different types of tests. And we thought, and think, we were the first to do that.
Okay, and what's the significance of using the robotic arm, then?
It's a different architecture that's used in traditional point-of-care, and it creates versatility with what tests can be run. So you can program it and allow it to perform different steps, just like a tech could in the lab. Versus a glucose meter or the point-of-care devices that were on the market, it's a little strip and you flow liquid over it, so you could never get it to perform other types of tests.
Okay, and then you go on to note on the same slide in the third bullet point, our current and past clients include 10 of the top 15 major pharmaceutical companies, mid-sized biopharmas, prominent research institutes in the US and foreign government, health, and military organizations. Do you see that?
I do.
What US governmental, health, and military organizations were clients of Theranos at this time in 2010?
I think this was referring to the work that was being done with the Institute of Surgical Research in San Antonio, which is the burn study that we talked about. And there may have been others at that time, like Walter Reed. I'm not sure. I can't remember in 2010.
What was Walter Reed?
We had invested in a program, I think around this time, for helping to do diabetes research. I'm not sure exactly when it was or how many of those entities we were working with as of 2010.
Okay, and what about the foreign government, health, and military organizations? What are you referring to there?
I think the foreign government reference is to modeling work that we had done for people at the IMSS in Mexico for H1N1, and I believe we'd worked with some health research institutes in Thailand around H1N1 as well.
And you mention or you state here that they are clients of yours. Did you receive money from them or revenues from them for the work that you performed?
We did from the Institute of Surgical Research. We did not from IMSS or the entities in Thailand.
Okay, and then the fourth bullet point says, Theranos is launching Theranos systems with consumers in 2010. What do you mean by that?
What we had talked about with Walgreens is to try and get the systems into FDA CLIA waiver. But this is one of the initial presentations that was presented to Walgreens, right? This was in March 2010.
So, do you still think you were referring to your relationship with Walgreens when this is one of the initial presentations you're presenting to them?
I don't know looking at it now what it meant then. My read, sitting here now, is that that was our objective for 2010.
And then turning to 6790, the title of the slide is, Overview, Theranos Systems. And there's a picture of the devices. What is this a picture of?
I believe it's a 3 Series TSPU. I'm not sure which one.
So are you trying to convey here that the Theranos devices that are a part of the Theranos system that Theranos had developed, that was the 3 Series device?
I think we were just trying to show that the Theranos system had a device, a cartridge, and we were investing in a lot of software.
Okay, but this was the device that was part of the Theranos systems that you were hoping to roll out in Walgreens?
I don't think that's what we were trying to convey with this slide. I think we were just trying to convey that the system had multiple components to it. It wasn't just a consumable or a piece of hardware. There was a lot of software around it.
Okay, and then again on 6791, there's a bigger picture of the device there. What were you trying to convey by including this in the presentation?
I don't remember.
Okay, turning the page to 6792. The title of this slide is Validation of Theranos Systems. This slide says, Theranos systems have been comprehensively validated over the course of the last 7 years by 10 of the 15 largest pharmaceutical companies. What did you mean by that? And what were you referring to there?
What we've been talking about here today, that we had confidence in our ability to implement this technology based on the experience Jessica Chan. Had the pharmaceutical companies validated the Theranos, I guess you say Theranos systems here. Did that include the 3 Series analyzer? Yes.
Okay, and did the pharmaceutical companies validate the 3 Series analyzer during the course of the work you were performing for them?
With the tests that were validated, yes.
Okay, so what do you mean by, with the tests that they validated?
So the tests that we ran for the different pharma companies that we worked with were on TSPUs. They were on 3 Series TSPUs.
Did you ever give a TSPU device to any of the pharmaceutical companies that you were in contract with so that they could run their own testing on those machines?
Yes.
Which ones did you give the devices to?
This quote here from GSK was one of them, and there were others as well. I believe at one point we sent one to the lab at Schering Plough. And the program that we did with Pfizer, the devices were actually in people's homes. And I believe with Centocor I have in my memory that we deployed for them in Belgium at one of their facilities and I think in a US site as well. But I can't remember. It was multiple instances.
Any other pharmaceutical companies that you recall sending a device to?
I'm just thinking back. I'm not sure. We may have. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay, and then the third bullet point or the third paragraph on this slide says, Theranos systems are GLP, GCP, and 21 CFR compliant and are validated under FDA, IC guidelines. Do you see that?
I do.
The FDA guidelines, is that the FDA guideline document you're referring to earlier?
I think so.
Okay, and what does it mean when you say, Theranos systems are GLP, GCP, and 21 CFR compliant?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Who drafted this?
I don't know. Did you ever ask questions about what that meant? I can't remember at the time. I believe if we were presenting on this slide, would have been confident in it, but I can't remember interactions around it.
And then you go on to say, the systems are classified as non-significant risk devices. Regulatory filings are ongoing in preparation for launch to consumers. Do you see that?
I do.
What did that mean to you?
I'm not sure. Sitting here now, I believe the non-significant risk classification was something we had engaged either with the FDA or with regulatory counsel on previously. And I'm assuming this was reflecting the fact that we thought we were going to take the technology into FDA to try to get clearance and CLIA waiver.
Were you involved in those FDA discussions previously?
I don't think at this time I had been directly involved with the FDA.
So you just mentioned that there was some classification of the device's non-significant risk?
Yeah.
In connection with the discussions with FDA?
It was either with FDA or with outside counsel or regulatory advisors that we had. I don't know which one.
And then you say, regulatory filings are ongoing in preparation for launch to consumer. So which regulatory filings were you referring to there?
I don't know. Okay, let's turn to 6799. The title of the slide is Theranos Systems Products. And there are 3 categories of tests there. There's general chemistry tests, wellness tests, and diagnostic and predictive women's and men's health tests. So the general chemistry tests, were those part of the 90 that could be conducted on the TSPU 3.5? So just as I was flipping through it looking at another slide here where I read it as being related to sort of a set of standardized tests that could be run at retail. So I'm not sure specifically what we meant by general chemistry at that time.
What were you trying to convey from this slide?
I don't know then. Sitting here now, my read on it is that we were saying this is what we wanted to try to do with whoever we partnered with at retail to bring to consumers.
So you think that these were the tests that you had told Walgreens that you were trying to achieve on the TSPU?
No, I think that this is, and if I remember it with Walgreens right, we had sort of designed a multi-phased model in which we would start with routine testing if we were going to put the device at Walgreens and then over time ultimately do what we were referring to as predictive tests. So I think this was sort of the vision for what we would want to do with the TSPU at retail. Okay. And then if we turn to 6803 and 04, so you've got some Theranos pricing here for various tests. And you just said that you were hoping to be able to develop the tests to be able to be used in clinical testing, is that right? Generally yes. I mean, we'd obviously deployed some tests for pharma companies and had others that we'd already developed. But, again, these had not been into the FDA yet. Were these tests already developed on the TSPU? The ones on these 2 pages? Yes. I think these were just slides on the kind of business model that you could have with representative tests. I don't know what the status of these assays was.
Okay, so why would you have pricing if these were tests that were supposed to be representative tests that may or may not been developed at the time?
Because we were reading this now. My interpretation is we were trying to convey there could be a really good business in competing with other labs like Quest that charged much higher prices for lab tests.
Okay, but how would you know what price you'd be able to offer those tests if you hadn't developed the test yet?
So, I mean, again, I don't remember this deck or the meeting. But reading it now, my UNQ. Okay. So how did you come up with these numbers if you weren't sure if the tests had been developed yet? I don't know.
Is it fair to say that this theme of reduced cost testing was whether or not you remember it in the context of this particular Walgreens meeting, that remained a constant throughout your discussions with Walgreens, is that fair?
Absolutely.
And that was true even after you sort of switched to the phase 1, phase 2 approach? Is that fair?
Yes.
Did Theranos sort of consider the pricing it was offering customers in light of its switch to using modified third-party devices?
I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't have been the person that would have done that, but I believe based on my ongoing conversations with Sunny that we thought it could be a financially viable model and, in fact, a better model than if you tried to use TSPUs in a centralized setting because you'd need so many devices since they could only process one at a time.
Okay, then turning to 6810. The title of this slide is Real-Time Fingerstick-Based Test for Launch at Walgreens in 2010. And there are 3 categories of tests. There's general chemistry panels and standard blood tests, influenza, and fertility.
So, again, I don't know what exactly we were referring to as general chemistry. I believe, yes, as to influenza and fertility.
Okay, so all of these tests could be run on the TSPU 3.5 in 2010?
Again, yes, as to influenza and fertility. I don't know what we meant by general chemistry at that time.
Who would know? I mean, somebody put together this presentation, and you ended up sending it to Walgreens. Who would know what you were talking about in these slides?
I mean, we could look back and try to piece it together. I mean, maybe Sunny. I don't know.
And was it your practice to be sending materials to people where you weren't sure of the information that was being presented in the materials?
I don't think so.
So did you review this presentation prior to sending it to Walgreens?
I don't know. It was a long time ago.
Do you think, based on your practice in your business, that you would have reviewed the materials prior to sending it to Walgreens?
I think that we would have had a deck that was an amalgamation of slides that we shared very openly with people. I don't know that we would have reviewed the whole deck before we sent it out at that time.
Okay, and if you saw something in the slide deck that you weren't sure of or that, you weren't as familiar with, would you have asked questions about it and wondered why it was being included?
Yes.
And have you done that before? On a slide deck?
Yes.
I can't sit here with a specific memory of that now, but I'm sure I have on any content that I'm engaging in. Okay, you can put that one aside. I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 207. I'm sorry, 207. Exhibit 207 purports to be a May 7, 2010, email from Elizabeth Holmes to redacted with a copy to Sunny Balwani. Subject line is Regulatory Overview Summary, with starting Bates No. THPFM 0000416490 with an attachment with Bates number ending 416492. Have you seen Exhibit 207 before?
I don't remember it, but I don't have reason to doubt this email.
Did you draft and send Exhibit 207 on or about May 7, 2010?
I don't know, but, again, I don't have reason to doubt it.
So you mentioned in this email that you're attaching a document as requested.
I don't know.
If you look at the attachment, the title is Regulatory Summary. Do you remember discussions with Redacted about Theranos' regulatory strategy?
I know there were a lot of discussions with Walgreens about our regulatory strategy. I don't have memory about specific discussions with Redacted about it, but I know it was something we were actively engaged with Walgreens on.
So as you look back at this attachment, do you recall who put this together?
I don't.
Did you put it together?
Do you mind if I take a minute to read it? Sure. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't recognize some of the content in it. I'm not sure.
If you didn't write this document, who would have written it?
I believe we were actively engaged with regulatory counsel and advisors during this period, including on helping us to figure out how best to communicate with Walgreens on our regulatory strategy.
So you think it could have been regulatory counsel that put this information together for you?
I don't know. It has reference to words I don't recognize, so I'm not quite sure where the content came from.
Who was your regulatory counsel at this time?
2010. We may have been working with Redacted at FDA. Redacted, who was an FDA expert. And I don't know if we've yet engaged with Redacted. That may have been later, but I think Redacted at this time.
Okay, so if you look at the document, in the first paragraph, it says, Theranos systems were first reviewed by FDA in 2005. At that time, FDA determined that Theranos systems were classified as non-significant risk devices and non-invasive and, therefore, did not require an IDE under this particular regulation. Do you see that?
I do.
What discussions did Theranos have with FDA in 2005?
I believe this is referring to a meeting our team did to determine the classification of the devices for clinical studies with pharma partners.
Who was involved at that meeting?
I believe Redacted was a part of or led it. I know there were multiple people from Theranos. I don't know who else was there.
And what did FDA review at that time to make this determination that it was a non-significant risk device?
I don't know.
Were you at that meeting?
No.
Were you involved at all in the preparation for that meeting?
I don't know.
Were you at that meeting?
No.
Were you involved at all in the preparation for that meeting?
I don't know.
Was it in 2005?
Yes.
So I'm trying to bridge who would have had knowledge of that and who would have been writing this document. So who do you think would have given you or whoever drafted this document information about a 2005 meeting?
I don't know. I could speculate that there was some documentation from this meeting that this language was taken from because it's very specific. But I don't know where it came from.
Okay, so let's move on to the fourth paragraph down starting with assays. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, so it says, assays on Theranos systems were validated for a broad range of tests, including PK assays, PD assays, and general chemistries. What are PK assays?
Pharmacokinetic assays. What are those? They're generally used to measure drug levels or metabolites of drugs.
Okay, and what about PD assays?
Pharmacodynamic assays.
What are those tests?
Tests that look at the efficacy of the drug or the safety of a drug.
Could Theranos TSPU perform all three of those tests? General chemistries, PK assays, and PD assays?
Yes.
And then the next sentence after that, it says, after receiving endorsement from FDA, do you see that?
I do.
What endorsement did you understand Theranos received from FDA?
I don't know. Reading this now, I can infer this is about pharmaceutical partners talking to the FDA about use of our systems in their studies, but I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, and so you're saying you can infer that this was pharmaceutical partners talking to FDA?
I think so, but I'm speculating. I'm not sure what exactly it's referring to.
So how does that amount to an endorsement from the FDA?
Again, I'm not sure what it's referring to. Sitting here now, I read it as meaning that we believed we had blessing to use these types of systems in clinical trials for data generation that would then be submitted to FDA by pharma companies for their studies.
Okay, and then focusing now at the second to last paragraph of the document starting, Theranos has confirmed, do you see that?
No verbal response.
It says, Theranos has confirmed with regulatory authorities that the 510(k) in the US and CE mark in Europe are not required for the systems to be used as the sole platform for data collection and analytics, including for all blood sample processing, in registrational clinical studies or in certified lab testing studies. Do you see that?
I do.
Which regulatory authorities are you talking about here?
Again, I don't know specifically. Sitting here now, believe this is referring to the discussions with the pharma partners about what regulatory certifications would be needed for data collection and clinical studies.
Okay, but it says, Theranos has confirmed with regulatory authorities. So this wouldn't have been a confirmation with your pharmaceutical partners. Do you recall any discussions with the regulatory authorities about this?
I don't. Again, I believe that, both through Theranos' early interaction with the FDA and through its engagement with pharma companies, we understood that the device did not need these certifications for use in pharmaceutical clinical trials.
Okay, you can put that one aside.
Why don't we take a short break if you're moving on to a different document?
Sure, we're off the record at 5:15 p.m.
We are back on the record at 5:27.
Ms. Holmes, Did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
I did not. I'm handing to you what's been previously marked as Theranos Exhibit 44.
Theranos Exhibit 44 purports to be a document titled Theranos Master Purchase Agreement, dated July 30, 2010, with starting dates no. WAG TH 00000006. That's 7 zeros and A6.
Have you seen Exhibit 44 before? I recognize it as what I believe is our original contract with Walgreens.
And did you review and sign Exhibit 44 on or about July 30, 2010?
I don't remember exactly when I signed it, but I see my signature here. I know that I did.
So this is your signature that you're seeing on page 7?
Yes.
If you turn to the page with Bates number ending 8, which is the next page, this is a Schedule A to the agreement. It's called Program Overview. And under background it says, Theranos has developed and is developing generations of mini-lab devices that can run any blood test in real time for less than the traditional cost of central lab tests. And then there's a picture of a device on the right. Is that a picture of the mini-lab device?
The 3 Series version of it, I believe. Chan. And did you draft and send Exhibit 208 on or about September 10, 2010? Again, I don't have memory of it, but I don't have any reason to doubt it.
Wait, let me just clear something up. When you say 208, you mean the first page of 208? Because there's an attachment to it. Are you asking her if she drafted the attachment too?
No, I'm actually asking if she drafted. I'm sorry. You're right, okay. So did you draft the email that came with the attachment on Exhibit 208?
Just the first page, she's asking.
Got it. I assume I did. I don't remember it, but I don't have reason to doubt this chain.
You assume you drafted the email?
Yes, not the attachment. Thank you. Sorry.
And did you send the email with the attachment, then, on or about September 10, 2010?
I believe so, based on this email.
So what is this email and the attachment about?
Yes. Or what are the circumstances for which you sent this email to redacted? I don't know what the circumstances were. I read, from looking at it right now, that I was just forwarding what I'd gotten from Walgreens.
And if you do turn to the attachment, then, the attachment is titled, Summary of Hopkins Walgreens Theranos Meeting, April 27, 2010. Do you recall attending that meeting?
I do.
Who else attended with you?
I see the attendees here and don't have any reason to doubt this list.
So do you recall Sunny Balwani attending that meeting with you?
I do.
And in terms of the attendee list on that first page of these meeting minutes, is this an accurate reflection of who would have attended that meeting?
I believe so. I don't remember all of them, but I believe this is accurate.
What was the purpose of this meeting?
Walgreens asked us to go to Johns Hopkins to talk about what we'd invented.
Who do you remember attending the meeting?
I remember redacted and I remember redacted being there.
So you think that should say redacted instead of redacted?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
And then I recognize the other names, and I have general memories of others being there.
What happened at this meeting?
We presented essentially the architecture of what we had invented, and the Hopkins team asked questions about it and I believe looked at some of the data on the chemistries that we had at that time.
And what did Hopkins do after the meeting?
I don't know.
Did you ever present to Hopkins a device so that they could run their own tests on the device?
We brought a TSPU to this meeting, and I believe they did or we did run something on it in that meeting. I'm not sure about that, but I think we did. And then later we just gave the device to Walgreens to run at their sites in Chicago.
What was your understanding as to why Walgreens was including Johns Hopkins at this meeting?
I don't know. My guess is that they were asking Hopkins to assess the invention.
Okay, and if you flip the page to 884, there's a number of key findings here. What was your understanding as to what these key findings were based on?
The discussion that we had during that meeting. I think some of the data on the chemistries that we looked at, but mostly the architecture of the invention.
And how long was the meeting?
I don't know. I'm guessing. I think about half a day. At least half a day. It might have been a whole day. I'm not sure.
And did Theranos ever enter into any relationship with Johns Hopkins?
I don't think Theranos did formally. I know Walgreens had one.
Was Theranos ever in discussions with Johns Hopkins to enter into a relationship?
I'm not sure. I think we might have been at different points in time at Walgreens' urging, but I don't think we ever did.
So in terms of Johns Hopkins access or interactions with your device, would that have taken place just at this meeting, then? Or were there other opportunities in which they had a chance to review your device and data?
I don't know. I know that Walgreens had many interactions with them. I don't know what they shared.
Okay, but in terms of your interactions with Johns Hopkins, would that have just been this one meeting with them?
So we had previously known Redacted. We were asked to do this meeting by Walgreens. Later, after we had the partnership in place with Walgreens, there were further interactions with Hopkins and then even later with some of the Hopkins team as I worked to build out scientific and medical advisory boards.
At any of those interactions with Redacted or those conversations that you were just referring to, did you present any additional data to them on Theranos analyzers?
So I don't know what Redacted had seen before this. I know he was engaged with some people who were working with Theranos. I don't know in the course of the Walgreens relationship what additional data Hopkins had access to. I know that Redacted was involved, as I was working to build out the scientific and medical advisory board, I think in early 2016, at Rahul Kolatkar. Okay. So that was in 2016? Yeah.
Do you know as of, I guess, 2010 to 2014 whether there were any other discussions with, or did you have any other discussions with Johns Hopkins about Theranos's analyzers or the data underlying those devices?
I don't know if it was in that time period. I believe at one point Walgreens came with the person who was doing pediatric testing at Hopkins to talk about what generally the small sample assays could mean for pediatric testing. And we did not have bandwidth to follow up on focusing on that relationship and didn't. But other than that, I don't know of any specific interactions. I wouldn't be surprised if there were more, but I don't think I was involved personally in any of them.
When did the meeting with the pediatric person take place?
Again, I don't know Jessica Chan. Did you present data to that person during the meeting? I don't know.
Was there any follow-up after this meeting in April of 2010 between Theranos and Johns Hopkins?
I don't think there was direct engagement with Theranos. I know Walgreens had follow-up with them.
Did Walgreens ever relay what those discussions were about to you?
I don't think so, at least not to my knowledge.
You can put that one aside. I think we have no further questions for today. So we will be adjourning until Thursday, July 13, 2017. And you understand that you're still under subpoena to appear for that date?
Yes.
I think we are off the record at 5:40 p.m.
This concludes Media Number 4 and Volume 1 of Elizabeth Holmes. We are on the record at the beginning of Media Number 1, Volume 2. My name is Redacted, contracted by Hahn and Boversick. Please begin.
We're on the record at 9:04 a.m. on July 13, 2017. I'm Jessica Chan, and with me are Rahul Kolatkar, Monique Winkler, Michael Foley, Jason Habermeyer, and not yet with us is Mark Katz. But we are officers of the Commission for the purposes of this proceeding. We are today resuming the examination of Elizabeth Holmes, which was adjourned on July 11, 2017. Would counsel please identify themselves?
Stephen Neal Cooley, LLP, on behalf of Elizabeth Holmes.
John Dwyer, also for Cooley.
David Taylor of Theranos on behalf of Theranos.
Chris Davies from Wilmer.
Bill McLucas, Wilmer.
Ali Leeper, Cooley. Testimony today is pursuant to a Commission subpoena which has previously been marked as Exhibit 191. Ms. Holmes, do you understand that you remain under oath?
I do.
Let the record reflect that a copy of the formal order of investigation in this matter as supplemented will be available for examination during the course of this proceeding. So before we get started, I wanted to give to you what was previously marked as Theranos Exhibits 191 to 200. I'll give these all to you. If you could just take a quick look and just let me know if you recall that we went through these exhibits earlier in your testimony on Tuesday.
Just for the record, counsel, we just have to remark because of a numbering error.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
Do those exhibits look right to you?
I think so.
Okay, thank you. So as Mr. Kolatkar just explained, there was a numbering issue in our exhibits, so we do need to remark these exhibits. So I'm just going to do this in front of you.
You need to remark each of them?
Yes, just the first 10.
So let the record show that I am marking what was previously marked Theranos 191 as new exhibit 209. Hand that back to you. And I'm marking what was previously marked as Theranos exhibit 192 as new exhibit 210. I'm marking what was previously marked as exhibit 193 as 211. I'm marking what was previously marked as exhibit 194 as exhibit 212. I'm marking what was previously marked as Theranos exhibit 195 as exhibit 213. I'm marking what was previously marked as Theranos exhibit 196 as exhibit 214. I'm marking what was previously marked as Theranos exhibit 197 as exhibit 215. I'm marking what was previously marked as exhibit 198 as exhibit 216. Excuse me, I'm marking what was previously marked as Theranos exhibit 199 as exhibit 217. And I'm marking what was previously marked as Theranos exhibit 200 as exhibit 218. So I am marking what was previously marked Theranos 191 as new exhibit 209. Hand that back to you. And I'm marking what was previously marked as Theranos exhibit 192 as new exhibit 210. I'm marking what was previously marked as exhibit 193 as 211. I'm marking what was previously marked as exhibit 194 as exhibit 212. I'm marking what was previously marked as Theranos exhibit 195 as exhibit 213. I'm marking what was previously marked as Theranos exhibit 196 as exhibit 214. I'm marking what was previously marked as Theranos exhibit 197 as exhibit 215. I'm marking what was previously marked as exhibit 198 as exhibit 216. Excuse me, I'm marking what was previously marked as Theranos exhibit 199 as exhibit 217. And I'm marking what was previously marked as Theranos exhibit 200 as exhibit 218. And then just to take back new exhibit 209, Ms. Holmes, do you understand that you are appearing here today pursuant to commission subpoena, which is now Theranos exhibit 209? So when we left off on Tuesday, we were talking about Theranos' relationship with Walgreens. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, I'm handing to you what has been previously marked as Theranos exhibit 50. Thanks. Exhibit 50 purports to be a June 25, 2012, email to redacted and redacted with a copy to redacted. The subject line is, Meeting with Starting Bates No. WAG TH 00002493. And there are a number of attachments. The first attachment has Bates number ending 2494. The second attachment has Bates number ending 2499, and the third attachment has Bates number ending 2500. Have you seen Exhibit 50 before?
I don't think the email. I recognize one of the attachments as our CLIA certificate, which I've seen before. I'm not sure about the meeting minutes in this list of captain codes.
Okay, so if you turn to the email on 2493, it's an email from Redacted. What was his role?
Generally, yes. It began, I believe, as part of Redacted, and then I understand he got involved in medical affairs and general innovation initiatives for Walgreens.
And you were in discussions or Redacted as part of the Walgreens team that you were in discussions with pertaining to the Theranos-Walgreens relationship, right?
For a period of time, yes.
Okay, so he looks like he's sending some minutes from a meeting that took place Thursday and Friday. And so if you turn to the first attachment, these are the meeting minutes. The attendees here appear to be redacted, Elizabeth and Sunny. Did you attend this meeting on June 22nd and June 23rd of 2012?
I don't remember it, but I don't have reason to doubt the document.
Okay, and if you would turn to 2495, which is the second page of the attachment, you'll see in the middle of the page the second bullet point says, Contract Terms and Timing. And then there are 4 diligence items in 30 days. Do you see that?
I do.
One of those items is the test menu. Theranos will provide Walgreens with a copy of the test menu incorporated as Schedule J, an operations manual that Theranos-trained Walgreens technician will utilize during the PSC. Do you understand PSC to be Patient Service Center?
I do.
Okay, and then it goes on to say, they gave us a clean copy of the test menu, and Redacted has it. Redacted estimates approximately 600 tests. So if you then turn to the last attachment, this appears to be a test menu. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recognize this test menu?
I generally recognize that we had files that were like this with captain codes. I don't know necessarily this one specifically, but I've seen documents like this before.
Did you give this test menu to the Walgreens team during this meeting or after that meeting?
I don't know.
Do you know if Sunny Balwani gave this test menu to the team after that meeting or during the meeting?
I don't. I wouldn't be surprised if we did, but I don't know for sure.
So there appear to be pages and pages of tests here. Could Theranos TSPU perform all of these tests at this time in June 2012?
So I think there's 2 parts to that, which we were talking a little bit about in our the day before yesterday. The first is the architecture of the system, and we were very focused on capability in terms of the device itself or the platform with our small sample methods being able to perform this range of tests. There were additionally a number of these for which we had already developed assay development and validation reports which I can recognize on this list.
So your testimony is that Theranos had developed all of these tests or at least assay development, or all of these tests were in assay development phase at this time in June 2012?
I don't know if all of them were. I know that at least a subset of them were or had development reports associated with them at that time.
Did you tell Redacted or any of the attendees at this meeting that that was the case, that all of these tests were actually in assay development mode and had not actually been transferred to the TSPU yet?
I don't know. I also note that this is now in the time of the clinical lab. And based on the email you just showed me, I think we were talking at that point about the lab being able to handle a whole set of tests. So I don't know that we were even specifically talking about all of these being on fingerstick.
Okay, you can put that aside. Did you participate in a series of meetings in summer and fall of 2013 to advance the Walgreens relationship?
I can't sit here now and remember specific meetings, but I'm sure I was at a high level engaged with Walgreens leadership during that time.
In the summer and fall of 2013, would that have been around the time that Theranos had developed or modified its commercially available machines in order to test smaller samples?
So my understanding is.
What was the time again?
Summer and fall of 2013.
My understanding is that in the fall, in that period is when we implemented our small sample volume chemistries on those platforms.
Okay, do you remember when that was? What month in 2013?
I don't.
If I told you it was around sometime in July of 2013, would that seem about right to you?
I'm not sure. My memory is that the first LDTs were coming up in the lab later very close to launch, but it's possible that there was work toward it ongoing in July.
Sorry, when do you remember the LDTs coming online?
My memory is that it was right before we actually began serving patients. Many of those validation reports were right before the first patients were coming in.
Did you discuss with Walgreens some of those throughput issues that you described earlier in your testimony during those meetings in summer and fall of 2013?
My memory is that at the time we invented the nanotainer, at that time we discussed the invention of the nanotainer and its ability to work with what we talked about as high-throughput testing methods for our small sample assays in Phase 1 and then focus on the device in Phase 2.
So you developed the nanotainer in order to be used with the modified protocols on the commercially available platforms?
I don't know if we knew exactly at the time we developed the nanotainer what hardware the test would run on, but the concept was that then a lot of samples could be collected from a lot of different locations and sent to one place to all be run at the same time in a high-volume type of way.
But it sounds like you recall having developed the nanotainer around the same time that Theranos was looking into potentially modifying these commercially available machines, is that right?
No, I think the nanotainer development happened much earlier when we shifted our business model with Walgreens from being focused on the TSPU at the stores to being focused on a Phase 1, Phase 2 type relationship that started with centralized labs.
Okay, so when did you develop the nanotainer?
Yeah, we were talking about this the day before yesterday. I don't know specifically. I believe that it would have been around the time or shortly after the initial CLIA certification as a centralized lab, but I don't know.
Okay, so I asked you a question about whether you discussed the throughput issues that you had testified to earlier with Walgreens?
My memory is that I talked about it in the context of the nanotainer invention prior to 2013 and that the nanotainer model would facilitate testing in a high-volume way in that centralized lab, and we then later picked what hardware platforms to implement our chemistries on.
Okay, but did you actually talk to them about some of the issues that you're experiencing with the fact that the TSPU at that time could not conduct the same number of tests that you would need to conduct in order to receive a number of samples from patient service centers? Did you discuss that point with them?
That the TSPU could only handle one sample at a time? Yes. I'm not sure. I can't remember a specific conversation. I don't know.
Did you ever discuss with them the fact that Theranos was in the process or had developed a solution to this throughput problem, or the fact that the TSPU could only perform testing on one sample at a time?
It's my understanding that part of our ongoing communications with them were around the fact that we were developing capacity to be able to handle large numbers of samples at a time. I don't know what details were discussed in that context.
How did you gain that understanding?
I have memory that one of the metrics that they were looking at for moving beyond what they had initially referred to as a pilot stage was our throughput capability. How many samples we could handle in our labs, and I know that that was important to them.
But you don't know, I guess, if I understand your testimony, you don't know whether, the Theranos team communicating more directly with Walgreens disclosed Theranos' solution to the throughput issue?
I don't.
So you also don't know whether you or anyone else at Theranos would have disclosed to Walgreens that Theranos was using commercially available machines and modifying the protocols on them?
I don't. I mean, we generally considered that implementation of our chemistries to be trade secret, and we'd filed non-public patent applications on certain parts of it, so I wouldn't expect that we would have gotten into detail on that. I thought that we had talked about it as ways we could implement our chemistries in high-throughput fashion in the lab. I don't know the extent to which anything further than that was discussed with them.
But why wouldn't you tell Walgreens? I mean, Walgreens was Theranos' most important business partner at the time. Don't you think that Walgreens would have wanted to know what device you were using to process these samples?
It was my understanding that they were very interested in the TSPU for Phase 2. I am not aware that they were very focused on what hardware that we were using in Phase 1 at that time. We talked to them in general about how we were operating our labs, but there were not specific conversations that I'm aware of what the hardware platform was in Phase 1.
But at the time you were marketing Theranos technology to Walgreens in 2010.
Yeah.
Weren't the two parties envisioning that the TSPU would be running the tests?
In the stores, yes. And we were. Through 2015, when we got our first FDA clearance on the TSPU, our thought even going into that year was that we were going to start putting those TSPUs in the store. That was the hardware focus with Walgreens.
Right.
Again, my understanding is we conveyed to them when we invented the nanotainer that we would be shifting to a model in which Phase 1 was the nanotainer and the chemistries, small sample chemistries, and Phase 2 would be the TSPU. We then also began adding commercial equipment for doing traditional VEN. Yeah.
You mentioned that it was your understanding that they understood Phase 1 was about implementing Theranos chemistries. Did you ever use that language with them, implementing Theranos chemistries in connection with Phase 1?
I think so.
What was the context?
My memory is the first time is when we were talking about how to change the business model and the creation of the idea of Phase 1 and Phase 2. And at that time, as we discussed in our prior meeting, the purpose of the nanotainer was to be able to run a lot of samples at the same time. And so,
Do you recall performing demonstrations for a number of Walgreens executives during this time frame, summer to fall of 2013?
I don't have specific memory of them, but I'm sure there were multiple interactions. I know I mentioned that we sent a TSPU to Walgreens in Chicago for them to use at their facility as well. I don't know if that was in 2013 or at a different period of time.
Do you recall conducting these technology demonstrations in Theranos' office during this time frame?
Again, I don't have memory of specific demonstrations during that time.
But you do recall that there were demonstrations that were done for Walgreens, correct?
I don't recall specific ones. I know that Walgreens is a partner for whom we would have done demonstrations.
What was your understanding as to the purpose of those demonstrations?
I think, as we were discussing before, it varied based on the audience that was there and what they were interested in seeing. I know at certain periods of time they were interested in seeing the software we were working to build. At other instances, like with the TSPU, they were interested in seeing the TSPU. Over time, a lot of the focus became understanding the retail operation itself, what collection would be like in store, what the experience would be like in store, and trying to replicate that.
Wasn't part of the reason why they wanted to see a technology demonstration also because they wanted to just see for themselves that Theranos technology worked and it could perform the blood tests that Theranos said it could?
I don't know.
You don't know that Walgreens would have wanted to know whether or not your technology worked?
I know that that's why they had us go to Hopkins, and they had Hopkins look at it and, I believe, look at a number of different inputs that Walgreens was getting on due diligence on Theranos. I don't know what they were thinking when they came to our site in terms of what they were looking for in a specific instance.
So in summer, fall 2013 time frame, is it fair to say that the focus from Theranos' side was on Phase 1 with respect to Walgreens at that time?
Yes.
Would there be any reason to send Walgreens a TSPU in 2013 if that wasn't part of Phase 1 and not the current focus on Theranos' side?
So, again, I don't know if it was in 2013. It may have been before then. But as I look back on that time frame, what's really important to remember is we really believed that we were going to get a large number of tests into the FDA on the TSPU and cleared and moved to Phase 2 very quickly. So, yes, we were operating in Phase 1. But we thought Phase 2 is the future of the business. This is where we're going. T. Elizabeth Holmes. So I was only in meetings with some of their higher-level decision-makers. I understood from those meetings that at least I thought I had conveyed that the TSPU was for Phase 2, yes. I know now that there's been a lot of confusion about this. And I've tried to spend a lot of time thinking about, how could we have done this better? But at those times I thought that was understood.
During Phase 2, was there going to be a slowdown in the throughput of tests?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think part of the concept was that there would be specific, I don't know. I think we thought that if you were trying to get 10 patients a day in the store, if that was the target, that you would be able to handle 10 patients a day in the store on the mini-lab. There would be potential issues if a lot of them came at the same time, but I don't think we ever thought that there was necessarily going to be a slowdown.
Was 10 patients a day your target in the 2013-2014 time period for Walgreens?
It's the number that I had in my head as we started out, what they thought would be a success. I know certainly over time and as we moved toward more of a venipuncture model, venous draws for Phase 1, that we started thinking, how high can we get this number?
I guess, when did that in your mind shift when you started thinking more about a venipuncture model?
I don't know specifically. I believe it was toward either the end of 14 or early 15, but I could be wrong. I'm speculating.
Did you ever at any point communicate to Walgreens that you were, making this transition in your mind from thinking about the TSPU to more of a venipuncture model for testing?
Again, sorry if I didn't say this well. It was my understanding that the TSPU was always about Phase 2. Venipuncture was an alternative for nanotainer for Phase 1. And I believe that we did have conversations with Walgreens, especially as we began discussing what we called a rental model with the service centers in the stores about the importance of venipuncture. Again, sorry if I didn't say this well. It was my understanding that the TSPU was always about Phase 2. Venipuncture was an alternative for nanotainer for Phase 1. And I believe that we did have conversations with Walgreens, especially as we began discussing what we called a rental model with the service centers in the stores about the importance of venipuncture.
So I guess I understood you earlier to say sort of the value proposition early on was the finger, the patient doesn't care about their experience. If they go in the store and get the finger stick, it doesn't matter what device it gets tested on, right?
Yes.
So I guess when did that consideration become, less important to you when analyzing the Phase 1 Walgreens relationship?
So, again, it's my understanding it was over time. I think the ability to get a large number of people getting only fingerstick depended on what the order was. And so to get certain types of physician practices, you needed insurance contracts because the insurance contract would allow the physician to send the patient to you. So, again, it's my understanding it was over time. I think the ability to get a large number of people getting only fingerstick depended on what the order was. And so to get certain types of physician practices, you needed insurance contracts because the insurance contract would allow the physician to send the patient to you.
So is it your testimony, then, today that Walgreens was aware that Theranos was moving away from smaller samples and fingerstick draws to venipuncture?
I can't sit here and say what Walgreens was aware of. I can say what I thought we had communicated and I had communicated in the interactions that we had. I thought that we'd communicated that first we were focused on small samples, but that over time the real value to Walgreens was foot traffic, and, therefore, venipuncture made sense. I can't sit here and say what Walgreens was aware of. I can say what I thought we had communicated and I had communicated in the interactions that we had. I thought that we'd communicated that first we were focused on small samples, but that over time the real value to Walgreens was foot traffic, and, therefore, venipuncture made sense.
So you keep saying that you thought you had conveyed this to them?
Yeah.
Do you think that you conveyed it, or do you know that you conveyed it?
The conversations, this is many years ago, and I can't sit here and say I know within this meeting that I said this because I don't remember the meetings well enough. But I know what the purpose of the invention of the nanotainer was and then what the purpose of, building, for example, a venipuncture-based lab in Arizona was. The conversations, this is many years ago, and I can't sit here and say I know within this meeting that I said this because I don't remember the meetings well enough. But I know what the purpose of the invention of the nanotainer was and then what the purpose of, building, for example, a venipuncture-based lab in Arizona was.
Okay, so you don't know whether you did convey that to Walgreens, then?
I can't sit here and recall specific conversations and specific words. Rahul Kolatkar. I guess I understand that. But it seems like at that point in time the Phase 1 and Phase 2 are somewhat on divergent paths. You're trying to gain market share but with a technology that's pretty different from what you're considering in Phase 2. In your mind, how were you going to bridge that gap? So if you look at our mission as a company, it's access to health information. So access to us, what we began to understand if you look at a lot of the customer feedback, it was about cost. People couldn't afford lab testing, and we were offering low-cost lab testing. So cost, convenience, the experience. That was all part of what we were building in Phase 1. Still with venipuncture we were trying to do smaller samples. We were using butterfly needles. We were trying to invest in technology, which I can talk about if it's relevant, to make that total draw still smaller and then as fast as we could get to Phase 2 for fingerstick and even smaller turnaround time ultimately, was our plan.
Was your company making any money offering low-cost lab testing?
So at the volumes we were at, no. It was my understanding that we believed we could if we hit volume, and we thought that the retail footprint and some of what we were doing on changing the law to allow consumers to order tests would create that volume, but we never got to that point.
And so was the decision on, how to price Theranos tests in a Walgreens purely based on capturing market share.
So at a high level it was going back to my example of the $4 lab test, right? We wanted to provide a technology business model in lab testing. So we believed that we would ultimately be able to make money, but we tried to figure out what is the lowest price that we could possibly charge so that we're still breaking even or getting a little bit of profit but changing access for people. So it's kind of like Walmart versus Neiman Marcus in terms of the pricing and the business model. Walmart is high volume, really low margin.
Okay, so going back to the demonstrations, then, did you instruct anyone at Theranos to move Minilab devices or the TSPU into the CLIA lab in order to because you were preparing for a tour or a technology demonstration? Do you recall ever doing that?
Move them into the CLIA lab? Yes.
Okay, so you don't recall ever moving more devices into the CLIA lab for that purpose?
I don't think so. I mean, I can't sit here and say that we never did, but I can't sit here and recall a specific instance. I don't think so, but I don't know.
Do you recall a meeting that you had with Walgreens executives in July 2013 in which you conducted a technology demonstration?
I don't remember.
While she gets the document, would there be any reason to move Minilab devices into either the CLIA lab or the R&D lab for the purposes of a tour?
I mean, I remember we were always really focused on protecting sort of areas where we had open devices or things we thought were trade secret. So it's possible that we decided, okay, we're going to bring people to one place, so anything we want to talk about put there. I don't have specific memory of specific instances and can try to talk about any specific instances that you want to talk about.
Okay, so I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 219. Exhibit 219 purports to be a July 12, 2013, email from redacted to redacted with a copy to you, Elizabeth Holmes. The subject line is, re-demo results for 7-Eleven, and the starting Bates number is THPFM000064613, and there are two attachments. The first has starting Bates number 64618, and the second has starting Bates number 64620. Have you seen Exhibit 219 before?
I don't recognize it, but I don't have any reason to doubt this email.
What is Exhibit 219?
It appears to be an exchange about demo results.
Did you receive and review Exhibit 219 on or about July 12, 2013?
I don't know.
So if you turn to the last page or the second to last page in the email, which is the first email in the chain, you'll see there's an email from redacted who's writing to you in redacted. Do you see that?
I do.
He says, "Hi, redacted and Elizabeth, attached please find the 6 demo reports for today. All out of range values are in red font." And then he goes on to say, "Please note the following. Creatinine has been removed for all reports as per redacted suggestion." Do you see that?
Yes.
He goes on to say, "Vitamin D has been removed for all male health panels as per redacted suggestion." Do you see that?
I do.
He goes on to say, "TT4 and TT3 has been removed for all thyroid panels as per redacted suggestion." Do you see that?
I do.
And then he goes on to write, "FT4 has also been removed from the thyroid panel in F2. Do you see that?
I do. Jessica Chan. Did you understand this to mean that redacted was removing certain results from test reports? Yes.
What was your understanding as to why he did this?
Well, again, the clinical lab had not gone live at this point. So, I mean, going back to my prior comment, my understanding generally is if anyone was reviewing the data had a concern about the data, don't include it on the report.
And you said your understanding was that you shouldn't include it in the report. Where was that? What was that understanding based on?
My general understanding of the fact that if you have a result that you think might not be accurate, it's not a good process to report the result.
So had the lab gone live and you were conducting patient testing and a patient was coming to you and they were coming to you for diagnostic testing, and so their physician had ordered a number of tests, including some of these like vitamin D and TT4 and TT3, and you had some questions about the results that came out of those tests, would it be appropriate for you to remove those tests from the report? Wouldn't the patient, the patient needs that for testing, right? Why would you be removing results from reports?
So, again, I was not directly involved in this. The laboratory director would make that decision based on whatever the right thing to do in the lab is. Chan. Who was the lab director at this time? This is July 2013. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if redacted had started or redacted yet.
Okay, so you're not sure if he was the lab director. But so who would have made that decision, then, to remove test results if not him?
Again, the lab wasn't live at this time. So I don't know that we had all those processes and SOPs in place yet.
Did you instruct redacted and redacted to remove results from test reports?
I don't know if I specifically told them to do that. Again, it was my general understanding that if there was ever a concern about a result, you wouldn't report it.
Where did you gain that understanding from? Did somebody tell you that?
I don't know. I think it was just basic process that we wanted to make sure the results that we were reporting were correct. And I don't know for demos like this that there were specific test orders even coming in. This was in an R&D environment.
But if some of the results came back incorrect, how did you know that the results that he did report were correct?
I don't know. I'm not a laboratory, and I didn't oversee the labs. I trusted my team to make those decisions.
So who here were you trusting to make that decision?
In this case, if redacted was reviewing the data, I would defer to him on his interpretation of the data. You're talking about redacted? Yes. And what were his qualifications to do that? Again, I speculated a little bit on what I thought his training was. I'm not completely sure, but my understanding was that he was qualified to become ultimately a lab director. But at this point in time, what was your understanding of his qualifications to make this determination? His background in statistics and data analysis. Background in statistics and data analysis? Yeah.
And you hired him for this position, correct?
No, we hired him many years before as a scientist and promoted him up within our organization over time.
So you promoted him to this position?
We promoted him into product development, and ultimately Sunny decided to make him a lab director.
But here as we're looking, July 2013, he was in the role to make this decision because of you, correct?
Again, I was the CEO of the company, so I take responsibility for this company. I did not place redacted in this role. I did not directly oversee the labs, but I tried to pick people who I trusted to do this right.
So who was overseeing redacted at this time?
To the extent that he was engaged in anything in the clinical lab operations, I was the ultimate decision maker at the time he became clinical lab director. I don't know when that was. And Sunny was overseeing anything associated with operations in the laboratory.
But I don't see Sunny or redacted in the email.
I don't know.
Why didn't you include them on the email?
Again, it's July of 2013. I read this as a technology demo that was done in an R&D setting prior to the lab going live.
And, I guess, what was the difference in your mind between the importance of results in an R&D setting versus the importance of the results in a CLIA setting?
I understand the results to be important across the board. I believe there was a different process in place once the lab went live for how decisions like this were made based on the authority and discretion of the lab director.
Did you communicate a distinction to the Walgreens folks receiving these demonstrations that Theranos didn't have those SOPs in place at that time?
I don't know.
Did you tell anyone at Theranos to communicate that to these folks at Walgreens?
I believe that Walgreens understood the lab wasn't ready to go live yet because we hadn't gone live, and they were pushing us really hard to go live as soon as possible. So they certainly knew we weren't operational at that time. I don't know what else was discussed or what the circumstance of this demo frankly, I don't even know if this was for Walgreens. I defer to you if you're saying it was.
Well, why don't you take a look at the attachments? So the attachments include lab reports. So instead of removing the results entirely, why didn't you just instruct redacted to just include the results but maybe indicate that it's out of range or just indicate that they needed to redraw for those results? Why not go that route?
Again, I'm not a laboratory. And we thought the right thing to do, I believe, if there was a result that was incorrect, was not share the value. We thought that was not proper.
But you must have known that Walgreens would want to know that all of the tests that were being performed would be performed correctly.
Again, the lab was not even live at this point in time. I don't think they even came in with specific test orders. I think that the team was picking tests to do and made the decision that if test results were wrong, they shouldn't be reported. I don't know anything further than that.
But isn't another reason why you wouldn't want to include any indication that there were questions about the results that had you put something like an out-of-range result or, needs redraw, that would raise questions with Walgreens?
I mean, I'm speculating, but my guess is that the bigger issue would be that if you potentially communicated something that there might be a medical issue with someone and there actually wasn't.
You said this was for R&D purposes, right?
Yes.
So no one was going to be relying on the results of these tests anyway for medical treatment, right?
Correct.
So I guess why in an R&D setting would you apply the protocols that are used for clinical lab purposes?
We were trying to do the right thing. We were trying to report results that we believed in and not report results if we thought there was any issue. And if there was an issue, we would need to understand why. And I believed that our team was trying to do the right thing.
Is it fair to say that at this time Theranos was trying to demonstrate to Walgreens that it was technologically capable of running tests in a lab setting?
I don't know what the circumstances of this demo were, so I would be speculating on that. I know that we were very focused on showcasing the fingerstick experience, on training their technicians, on creating the front end. We certainly had gone through the CLIA certification process and were very focused on trying to put the right infrastructure in place from the CLIA perspective on an ongoing basis as we led up to launch.
Sure, I guess, just more basically, I mean, was it your understanding that if Walgreens didn't think that Theranos could run tests, it wouldn't allow Theranos to open in its stores?
I mean, I don't know. We would be speculating. I know that ultimately, we ended up with an all venipuncture model. Had we talked about doing that at this point? I don't know what that conversation would have been.
I guess, was it important to you in the summer and fall of 2013 to demonstrate that Theranos could perform clinical lab testing on blood samples to Walgreens?
Of course, absolutely.
And so when did Theranos end up rolling its services out with Walgreens?
So I think the first patient in California was in October of 15, and the first one in Arizona was in November of 13. And the first one in Arizona was in November of 13.
Okay, so at the time of this technology demonstration, you're about 3 months away from going live in the patient setting?
Yeah.
Did it concern you that a number of tests weren't working on Theranos devices?
I know that we made mistakes in our clinical lab, and I picked people who I trusted and believed in to do the right thing here. I believed that as issues were raised, we were looking into them, doing root cause analysis, and solving them. I believed that when our lab director signed off on validation reports, it meant that we were in good shape. And I know that we made so many mistakes on this front, but we were trying to take this forward and at that time thought that we were doing the right thing.
Do you know if any of these issues were ever resolved, that the Theranos device was unable to test for creatinine and vitamin D and TT4 and TT3 and FT4?
I believe that all of those, sorry. Let me just finish my question. Do you know if any of those issues were finally resolved? I'm sorry. Do you know if any of those issues were finally resolved? I believe that at least a number of these were validated in the lab as LDTs later, yes.
On the TSPU?
I think so. Some of them.
Which ones?
I think vitamin D was, and I think some of the thyroid markers. I don't know which one specifically.
So you'll see that, we looked at a couple of reports that are attached to this email.
Yeah.
There are redacted reports. And if you look on 64,613, which is the first page of the email, it looks like Redacted is getting ready to send these reports out. Did you ever tell redacted and redacted that a number of tests that were run on the blood samples were actually removed from the reports?
I don't know. Again, I don't remember interactions around this.
Okay, you can put that on Jessica Chan. Did you receive and review Exhibit 63 on or about December 31, 2013?
I don't know.
Okay, if you turn to 104, which is the last page of the agreement, is this your signature?
It is.
On the right?
Yes.
So do you believe that you would have received this on or about December 31, 2013, and signed it on that date as well?
Yeah, I believe I signed it on that date.
So if you look at the second page of the agreement, which is 100, under number 1, National Rollout, it says, the parties shall work together to develop a forecast that details the anticipated rollout dates for Theranos services in individual U.S. states and territories. The parties are committed to taking all steps reasonably necessary to ensure a successful national rollout of the Theranos services. And you can go on and read the rest of the paragraph, if you wish. But nowhere in this paragraph does it say that there is a binding agreement between the two parties to roll out nationally, is there?
I'm sorry. The question is, does this paragraph say whether there's a binding agreement to roll out nationally? Yes. Let me just read it for a second. No. This paragraph says that they're committed to taking all steps reasonably necessary to ensure a successful national rollout.
Are you aware of any contracts or agreements that would bind Walgreens to roll out Theranos services in wellness centers nationally?
My understanding was that this agreement, and even going back to our initial press release that said we were going to roll out nationally, that was the intent of this. And both of us had ways to get out of the contract if we decided it wasn't going well.
Okay, so what's the answer to my question? Are you aware of any contractual agreements between the two companies that would bind Walgreens to roll out nationally with Theranos?
Honestly, that was my interpretation of what this was.
What this is referring to?
This agreement, yes. This amendment was saying we're going to do this. We're going to go out nationally. I think they say later in here they're going to build out a certain number of what they called gold spaces. I recognize that this language does not say this is a binding agreement to be national, but that was my understanding of the purpose of this amendment.
So if you turn to 101, there's a provision at small d. It says, notwithstanding anything to the contrary, Theranos agrees that it shall not, without Walgreens' prior written consent, offer services or collect samples through CVS, Caremark corporations and MinuteClinic or the equivalent in exclusive Walgreens markets. In the event Theranos desires to use such clinics in non-exclusive Walgreens markets, it will inform Walgreens in advance and review their rationale for doing so and consider reasonable alternatives that Walgreens may advance. So you understood from this that Theranos couldn't go out and enter into a contract with CVS without giving prior notice to Walgreens, right?
Yes.
And Theranos had to also consider reasonable alternatives, if Walgreens offered reasonable alternatives to Theranos, to rolling out with CVS, correct?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you turn the page to 102, under 3, Innovation Fee. What did you understand as to the innovation fee discussions that were taking place between Walgreens and Theranos?
My understanding was that ultimately in this agreement this money was paid essentially, as it says here, to be better prepared for national rollout and for essentially exclusivity to Walgreens.
Was Theranos asking Walgreens to accelerate the innovation fee payments?
I think we said to them that if they want us to roll out at the pace that they wanted us to roll out, that they were going to need to invest a lot and we needed capital to do that.
So what was your understanding as to the terms under which Theranos would earn the innovation fee, though? Did you have any understanding of that?
My understanding was that essentially we were earning it by being exclusive to them and by being compliant with the contract. I know that there was a lot of provisions in the agreement about, targets that we were both setting for rollout.
Did you understand that in the 2012 amended Master Purchase Agreement that Theranos wouldn't be earning the innovation fee unless it hit certain revenue targets?
I know the provision that you're talking about. I think we thought that when we moved to this agreement, we were earning it based on exclusivity.
Where does it say that you'd be earning it based on exclusivity?
I believe what I had in my head was the section prior that talks about the exclusivity commitments from Theranos and the associated commitment from Walgreens.
So just so I understand that.
Yeah.
By December 31, 2013.
Yeah.
It was your understanding that Theranos' retention of the innovation fee from Walgreens was based on exclusivity and not on revenue targets?
I don't know that we focused on the revenue targets provision in the 2012 agreement after that. I'm not sure. I know to the extent that I talked about it internally with Sunny, it was that, this is money that we're earning for exclusivity.
So were you able to identify a portion of the contract that did away with the earning event being tied to revenue targets?
No.
I guess, in your mind at this time, how did you think Theranos was going to earn the innovation fee as of year-end 2013?
Honestly, what I have in my mind is that we thought we would earn it based on exclusivity to Walgreens.
What did that exclusivity in your mind provide? I mean, how was Theranos going to be exclusive with Walgreens?
Working only with them for some agreed period of time until we got permission from them to work with other retailers.
What was that period of time?
I don't remember it off the top of my head. I could look back at these and try to piece it back together.
So what was your understanding, then, as to when Theranos would be able to earn the innovation fee and count that as revenues?
Do you mean, earn, in a legal sense or in an account?
Do you understand what my question is?
I don't know. What is if you could clarify?
Soyo just answered Mr. Kolotkar's question.
Yes.
And you said exclusivity means that at a certain point in time Theranos will have worked for Walgreens for long enough and not with another retailer?
Yeah.
And at that point in time Theranos would have earned the innovation fee?
Yeah,
Is that your answer?
My answer is that by committing to Walgreens that we would be exclusive to them, we were earning this money, and that was why it was being paid at the end of December as opposed to based on all these later targets that we had previously put in place. Okay, so at what point in time would the parties decide that Theranos would have earned it because Theranos had stayed true to the exclusivity rights that it had given to Walgreens? It was my understanding, based on conversations with Sunny, and he was the one who was looking at this, that because we had amended this agreement, we as Theranos thought we'd earned it.
Did you have any independent conversations with Walgreens?
No.
In other words, is it fair to say that by the end of 2013, you understood the innovation fee to belong to Theranos unencumbered?
I did because we committed to them that we would be exclusive to them, and that was how Sunny believed the payment would be reflected. Okay, if you turn the page to 103, under Additional Equity Rights, it says, the parties agree that $50 million of the $70 million payment made by Walgreens pursuant to Section 3 above may be converted at Walgreens' option into equity. Did you understand this provision to provide that Walgreens would be given an option to purchase up to, or the option to convert about 50 of the $75 million accelerated innovation fee to equity? Yes.
So let's take a break, then, after that document. It's been a little over an hour.
Okay, so let's take a really short break, if you don't mind. So 5 minutes, does that work?
10.
Off the record at 10:10 a.m.
We are back on the record at 10:25.
Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
I did not.
So you testified earlier on Tuesday that you understood that venous draw percentage and patient traffic were important metrics for Walgreens in evaluating the relationship. Do you remember that?
I think so.
So,
I don't know if I said that venous draw percentage was an important metric. I certainly know that patient traffic is or was.
Did you understand that venous draw percentage was important to Walgreens?
I understood that there was focus on it from certain people within Walgreens and, frankly, not from others.
Who was it a focus for?
I believe some of the early team that had been focused on the initial TSPU business model. And then over time, as the Boots leadership came in, it became, as I understand it, more about foot traffic.
So I guess, prior to the Boots merger, did you understand that the venipuncture percentage was an important metric for Walgreens?
I don't know if it was an important metric to them. I know that some of the lower-level team members were interested in it over time.
It could be that some of the attachments might have come in a different format. Maybe native? They were in native files, which is the reason why the Bates stamp isn't on it. If you have a problem with it, we can always prepare another copy.
No, I'm just curious whether you're sure it's. We'll check during a break. Okay.
Have you seen Exhibit 220 before?
I don't know.
Is this your email address at the top, eholmes@theranos.com?
It is.
Do you have any reason to believe that you didn't receive this on or about May 6, 2014?
I do not.
So you'll see in the email there's a preceding email from Redacted to Sunny Balwani. And he writes, attached is the final deck. And then Sunny Balwani then forwards it on to you. Do you know why Sunny Balwani forwarded it on to you?
I don't. I would assume it's an FYI.
Okay, so he's trying to keep you in the loop about the Walgreens relationship, right?
I think so.
Okay, so if you turn to the attachment, and the title is Diagnostic Testing, Theranos Partnership. If you look on page 4 of the presentation, I think you're on it already. The top says, Diagnostic Testing Program Governance, and there are a number of names. Do you know who was a part of the Executive Steering Committee for Theranos?
I can see here that it says Sunny, and I believe that was correct.
Okay, were you aware that there was an Executive Steering Committee that was formed between Walgreens and Theranos?
I was.
And did you understand that they were convening on a regular basis to discuss the Walgreens-Theranos relationship?
I did.
Okay, so why don't you turn to page 6? And the title of that slide is Current Operations Metrics. Do you see that?
Yes.
And there's a table. One of the metrics here is average patients per store per day. And do you see that in February 2014 it's at 0.8, but in May of 2014 it went up to 3.1? Do you see that?
I do.
So is that consistent with your understanding, then, that in May of 2014 there were about 3 patients per day being seen per store?
I didn't remember how many there were in May of 14, but I don't have reason to doubt this.
Okay, but it appears that you would have been aware of this in May of 2014, right?
I mean, probably generally.
Okay, and then if you move down to venous draws, it looks like the venous draw went from 43% in February 2014 to 39% in May of 2014. Do you see that? So it looks like the venous draw percentage didn't actually change that much. Do you see that?
I do.
Were you aware that the venous draw percentage in May of 2014 was 39% at the stores?
I don't know. I don't remember what I was aware of in May of 14.
Okay, but at the time that you received this, you would have been aware of, from reviewing this, that it was at 39%?
Honestly, I don't know that I reviewed this at this time. Sunny sent me a lot of documents, and I didn't always open documents.
You didn't always open documents that Sunny sent to you?
I did not.
Was it your general practice to review the documents Sunny sent to you?
Sometimes. Sometimes he would just tell me what he thought was relevant that I needed to know.
I guess, did you ever tell him to stop forwarding you information about the Walgreens relationship?
No, not at all.
Do you have any reason to believe that you didn't review this at the time in May 2014?
I don't remember reviewing it in May 2014, so I just don't know.
Do you remember the venous draw percentage for patient testing at Theranos Wellness Centers being around 40% during the entire period of the relationship?
I remember that when we responded to the Wall Street Journal article, I asked a team to calculate it, and they came back and used a number of about 60-something% on fingerstick. So I knew it from that.
Okay, so you were generally aware it was something like 30 to 40% venous draw, correct?
Again, I don't know what exactly I was aware of at that time. I know that in 2015 I asked a team to go back and do analysis of it and got that number.
Okay, So why don't you turn to the last page, page 14? It's titled, The Path Forward. And there are a number of bullet points, the first being, Operations Improvement. Do you see that?
I do.
It says, focus on venous draws reduction and reduce new patient check-in time to less than 8 minutes and achieve 15 patients per day per store. Was that consistent with your understanding that Walgreens was looking at a target of about 15 patients per day per store?
I thought prior to reading this that it was 10, but I don't doubt this.
Okay, you can put that one aside. So you also testified earlier that Theranos wellness centers were only ever opened in 41 stores. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
At Walgreens?
Yes.
Do you know when that last store was opened?
I don't.
If I told you it was September of 2014, would that seem about right?
I actually don't know, but I don't doubt that.
You don't know when the last store was opened in Walgreens?
I don't.
This was Theranos' most important business relationship, and you have no idea when the last store was opened?
I genuinely don't remember it. She didn't say she had no idea. You asked her was it September, and she said she wasn't sure. I'm trying to tell you exactly what I remember and what I don't remember.
Do you have any reason to doubt that it was September, around September 2014?
No.
Weren't you aware by that time, and certainly by the end of 2014, that Walgreens would not agree to open any new stores for Theranos?
By the end of 14? No.
You weren't aware that Walgreens was having concerns over opening new stores and providing Theranos services in them?
I mean, I knew we were going back and forth on refining the model of the relationship, but I remember I don't know if the end of 14 or early 15, engaging in amending and expanding our contract potentially around a rental model.
I guess, was it your understanding that Walgreens wasn't going to open up any additional stores at that time absent some sort of amendment?
I don't know. I know there were a lot of discussions of continuing amendments, and I know that sometimes the models that we were following did not reflect the exact contracts that we had in place at the time. I don't know if I knew that there had to be an amendment. I don't think that was my understanding. For example, with Safeway we moved to a CLIA certified lab model even though the contract reflected a CLIA waiver model, and we never amended the contract. So we had partnerships in place where we were operating in a way that was not necessarily consistent with exactly what was in the contract.
Sure, I guess, turning specifically to this time period of, the September 2014 through the end of 2014.
Yep.
Can you think of any ways in which Theranos was operating with Walgreens in a way that was not consistent with your understanding of the Walgreens contracts?
I don't know if we had worked out exactly. As we were collecting funds from people at retail, I think Walgreens was collecting them. We hadn't yet created a system where they were reimbursing Theranos for the monies that they had collected. We figured we'd work that out over time. I don't know if we were following exactly the labor and staffing model in the agreement. We were doing different things. I think there were some instances in which Theranos was actually doing the labor for check-in even though we contemplated that that would be Walgreens generally. I'm sure there's probably others.
I'm going to hand to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 221, and unfortunately they're all loose leaf and not clipped. Maybe we can clip this one. It's not possible, but if you can try to keep this together. I'm handing to you what's been marked as Theranos Exhibit 221. Here are copies for the two of you. Thank you. Exhibit 221 purports to be an Excel file that includes a number of rows of font. The starting Bates number is TS1036239. Have you seen Exhibit 221 before?
I think I've seen some of the content in it. I've never seen it like this.
Does this all represent to you that this is the file that Theranos provided to the SEC pursuant to subpoena, which is supposed to reflect the text messages between you and Mr. Balwani on your Theranos-issued cell phone?
Yep.
Do you have any reason to believe that this isn't a true collection of those text messages from your work cell phone?
No.
So if you turn to the page with Bates number 1,036,292.
Are you there?
I am.
Yours looks a little different from mine. Maybe are you on 6292?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on the wrong page. Yeah, got it.
Okay, so you'll see about 5 messages down from the top. There's an SMS message on November 19, 2014, and it appears to be from Sunny Balwani to yourself. Is this Sunny Balwani's email address? Do you recognize it?
I think so.
And he says, we can't scale with WAG. And WAG you understand is Walgreens?
Yes.
Okay, and then in his next text message he says, they're terrible, and we need SWY and CVS. Do you understand SWY to be Safeway?
Yes.
And then you respond, it is time. Let's get SWY done this week. We can do it. And then Mr. Balwani responds, they told our team in WAG meeting that they don't intend to open more PSCs until July because we missed their IT integration deadline. Do you see that?
I do.
And PST again is patient service centers?
Yes.
So you were aware in November 2014 that Walgreens wasn't looking to expand Theranos services to any other stores, isn't that right?
Sitting here now reading this exchange, I don't think I would have taken that as definitive that we wouldn't be expanding. If we thought there was an issue, I would have called their CEO or president and said we need to expand.
So you didn't think, reading this, that there was an issue?
Clearly I thought there was an issue because we're talking about Safeway and CVS, but I wouldn't take a comment made in a WAG meeting as indicative that we wouldn't be expanding with Walgreens.
Okay, did you do anything to contact anyone at Walgreens about this issue? The fact that they raised in a meeting that they wouldn't be looking to roll out Theranos services in any additional stores?
I don't know.
Did you agree with Sunny's assessment in November of 2014 that Walgreens was terrible?
Sunny uses very strong words to express things. I understood that he had been very frustrated with them for a long time. Very specific frustrations about the stores that we had and the fact that the rooms hadn't been built out. So I think just reading this now, interpreted as I agreed that we should start engaging with the other retail opportunities that we had. We always believed we were going to continue to work with Walgreens.
What were Sunny's other frustrations with Walgreens as of November 2014?
So the ones I remember are, we talked a little bit the other day about the store footprint. Being in locations where not a lot of people would come into the stores, so they weren't ideally suited for success in terms of foot traffic. We were supposed to have bathrooms in our locations, and there was a commitment around what was in the amendment around gold, quote, unquote, stores, and I don't know if any of them had been built out. There was also a commitment in that amendment to proceed I think with at least 3 geographies, and they hadn't proceeded with retail construction in those 3 geographies which we had understood to be a commitment. So I think that was the basis of the frustration.
So by this time did you have an understanding of why Walgreens hadn't expanded to those 3 geographies?
My memory is that Boots had come in and that they were looking at this again, and I think Boots had different thoughts about the contract and the relationship than Walgreens did, and that was driving a sort of re-review of this which ultimately led to some of the discussions about formally amending the contract again.
And do you recall when Boots came in?
I don't.
So it's your understanding that the Boots team wanted to sort of re-review the Walgreens-Theranos relationship to, I guess, reconsider how to roll out the stores.
I don't know whether they wanted to reconsider rolling out. I understand that they did re-review the relationship, and I don't know what they were particularly thinking in it. I think they were sort of re-evaluating everything that the old Walgreens leadership had done.
And so that re-evaluation, did you understand was happening around this time in late 2014?
I don't know when it happened.
So if you look back at that page, there is a text from Mr. Balwani several lines down that says, "Need CTN fixed, our root cause of issues." Do you see that it's on the same date at 5/12?
Yes.
What did you understand him to mean by that?
I don't know.
And CTN, is that capillary tube and nanotainer?
Yes.
So you respond, he says, I know. Seems like they are a mess. And you respond, yes. So it sounds like at that time you understood what he was talking about. You have no recollection of what he was talking about then?
I don't, and I'm not quite sure whether those two texts right back and back are referring to the same thing. They may be referring to some of the earlier texts.
Okay, do you recall any issues with the capillary tube and nanotainer?
At this time period? I don't know specifically at this time period. I know that they were on an ongoing basis, particularly focused on training of phlebotomists and trying to minimize the number of collections and redraws. And if you don't do it right, the sample gets what's called hemolyzed, which is messed up. So there was a huge ongoing focus on that.
Okay, you can set that aside, which I understand might be difficult, but if you need any rubber bands, here's some. So earlier in your testimony we also discussed that there was a time when Theranos and Walgreens started discussing the possibility of a rental model?
Yes.
Do you recall those discussions taking place around December 2014?
I don't know when I remember it as being on sort of a period of time, but I don't know when it started.
Okay, I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 222. Exhibit 222 purports to be handwritten notes from December 10, 2014, with starting Bates number TSO 480486. Have you seen Exhibit 222 before?
Not like this, but it looks like these are my notes.
Is this your handwriting?
It is.
Okay, and up on the upper right corner, there's a date of December 10, 2014. There's a time of, it looks like 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. and then there's a conference room, and a number of people are listed under there.
I do think it was a meeting with Walgreens. I don't think that is correct.
Which is not correct?
Well, at least the time and maybe not even the conference room and the date. I'm not completely sure whether this was at Theranos or somewhere else.
Briefly, could you just walk us through how your handwritten notes were treated by your assistants?
Yes, so sometimes they would prepare a letterhead for a meeting that had the date and the names and the time on it. Sometimes, if we didn't have, I don't recognize it.
Okay, and you'll see in the to line, it was sent to eholmes@theranos.com. That's your email address, correct?
It is.
Do you have any reason to believe that you didn't receive this email, or it looks like a calendar invitation on or about December 9, 2014?
No, I mean, calendar invitations automatically went to my assistant, so I never saw them coming in, but I don't doubt the email.
Okay, so when you would receive calendar invites, it wouldn't go to your inbox?
Correct.
It would go directly to your assistants?
Yes.
Okay, who is your assistant on the CC line? Is she on there?
She's not.
So where would this have gone to?
As I understand it, my Outlook is configured in such a way in which if a calendar invite comes into eHomes, it shows up in the mailbox of my assistants, which is the EAH office.
Okay, do you know who your assistant was at that time?
No, I think Redacted had started by this point, but I'm not sure.
So, in any case, in the body of the calendar invitation it says, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Time. It's a meeting on December 10, 2014.
I do.
And then your meeting notes have roughly the same information except that it says 10 p.m. instead of 10 a.m.
Yep, got it.
Do you have any reason to doubt that these notes were from a December 10, 2014 meeting?
No.
Okay, so if you turn the page to page 2 of your notes, that's 487. You see at the top it says, lab data, and then I can't read the word next did. What is that?
I don't know. I'm guessing it might be phase, but I'm not sure.
Okay, and then underneath it says, services and clinic, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then underneath again in bullet points it says, venipuncture, and 5 per day. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you? Does this refresh your recollection that you would have been talking about venipuncture and 5 patients per day in Walgreens stores or servicing providing Theranos services during this time?
It doesn't refresh my recollection, but I recognize the words on the page.
So halfway down the page, it says, there's a bullet point, and it says, rental a GMT model. I assume a GMT is agreement, is that right?
I'm sorry, where are you?
Halfway down the page.
Yes.
Is a GMT agreement?
Yes.
So does it look like you were discussing with Walgreens executives the possibility of a rental agreement model during this meeting?
Yes.
Okay, and then it goes on to say, incentive early years rental AGM agreement. Incentives both winning. What were you referring to there when you wrote that?
I don't know.
Did you view the rental agreement with Walgreens as something that could be beneficial to both parties?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because we understood ultimately from the experience we'd had by then that foot traffic was the most important metric to Walgreens, and that for Theranos we could have control over the space and ensure a good experience. So some of the frustrations that had existed in the store model we could resolve because we'd be owning the space completely.
Okay, so you can put that aside. Did you tell prospective investors at this time, so this was December 2014, that Walgreens and Theranos were considering modifying the contract to enter into more of a rental agreement model?
I don't remember specific conversations, but I wouldn't be surprised if we did. We were excited and proud of this. We thought this was going to be the way that we would scale ultimately.
Okay, but you don't remember having any conversations with prospective investors about this?
I don't.
You mentioned a minute ago that Sunny had had some frustrations around the Walgreens relationship around that late 2014 time period. Did you ever share any of those frustrations with prospective investors?
I don't know because I don't remember specific discussions. I wouldn't be surprised if we did because people would ask, what's limiting? I'm assuming people would want to know why we were in the store footprint that we were and what was going to drive growth. And, therefore, that would have been a likely thing to discuss. But I don't have a memory of specific discussions.
Do you recall Sunny ever sharing his frustrations with Walgreens to any prospective investors in any meetings you attended?
Again, I can't remember specific conversations, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
So if the parties chose to restructure the relationship so it was more of a rental model, would that have had any impact on the timing of the rollout of Theranos services to Walgreens stores?
I'm sure it would have impacted, but I don't know whether it would have made it better or worse.
In what way?
I don't understand what was controlling the rollout pace on the Walgreens side. And I don't know exactly how fast we thought we could build out these locations if we were Boeil. I don't know. It depends on whether we were using, for example, their clinic spaces that had already been built out or not.
Okay, you can put that one aside. So I want to change gears now and start talking about Theranos' relationship with Safeway.
Okay.
Why was Theranos interested in entering into a contract with Safeway?
At a high level, it was another vehicle for building a retail footprint. And with our focus on people's access to health information, we thought it could be really meaningful to help people start linking diet to their health data with the software applications that we wanted to build.
Okay, and did you have any understanding as to why Safeway wanted to enter into a relationship with Theranos?
My understanding is that they shared that vision and also were interested in ways to expand their and differentiate their pharmacy.
And in what way would they be able to differentiate their pharmacy if they partnered with you?
If people were able to access information about their health, it could inform the decisions about what foods they bought, and that data could be powerful for people who are dealing with things like prediabetes or diabetes that are diet-related.
So was what the parties was discussing, and by parties, I mean Theranos and Safeway, of course, at the time that you started the discussions, were you contemplating sort of a similar model to what Theranos had been discussing with Walgreens, which is to roll out with Theranos TSPUs in Safeway stores?
At the time we started, yes.
Who were your primary contacts with, from Safeway?
My primary contact was with Steve Bird.
Okay, and were any others involved besides Steve Bird?
He had a team that worked for him. I almost entirely interacted directly with him.
Okay, what about after Steve Bird left Safeway? Who did you interact with then?
Redacted.
And who was responsible for the Safeway relationship from Theranos? Was that you?
Until Steve Bird left, yes, and then Sunny once Steve left.
So Sunny Balwani was responsible for the Safeway relationship after Steve Bird left?
Yes.
Would he keep you apprised of how the relationship was going in his discussions with Safeway once he took over the responsibilities?
In general, yes. But after Steve left, we didn't have the same kind of frequency of interactions with them.
So what happened after Steve left?
I believe that there was a redacted fund that acquired them, and he was working with that fund to get their thinking about what and whether they wanted to proceed with this vision of the services in the pharmacy space. And it's my memory that the fund really wanted to restart the relationship, and we had a lot of disagreements about that because we'd spent so much time working with Steve over the past years and investing in technologies at sort of his request that we didn't want to restart it from scratch.
Okay, so then what happened after those discussions? Did Theranos ever end up rolling out its services in Safeway stores?
No.
Why not?
We couldn't agree on a model to do that. And ultimately, by the time we did agree, it was after the Wall Street Journal articles, and we were dealing with the issues in our clinical lab with CMS.
I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 223. Exhibit 223 purports to be a June 28, 2013, email from redacted to Elizabeth Holmes and Sunny Balwani. Subject line is, Safeway, Theranos meeting June 26, 13, with Bates number TS00340026. And there's an attachment that starts at Bates ending 34016. Have you seen Exhibit 223 before?
I don't know.
And, again, this is your email address. Do you have any reason to believe that you didn't receive this email?
No.
So you can see in the parent email redacted is sending, he's attaching some notes from a meeting that you had, and he's asking you to make any suggested revisions that are necessary to make this an accurate summary of our discussions. Do you see that?
I do.
And then he's attaching some notes that he took or a summary of the meeting that took place on June 26, 2013. Do you recall this meeting?
I don't specifically, but I know we were engaging with him around this time.
Okay, so under Central Lab Model, in this summary, he says he writes, contrary to impressions that some Safeway people have, there is no technological problem with the devices and no plan to go without the devices in the stores. Theranos has determined that the use of a central lab model provides the quickest and easiest way to expand geographically. The central lab contains the devices, and, in fact, the device is the only way of obtaining the results from the nanotainers. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you make this comment during the meeting?
I don't know.
Do you know if Sunny made this comment during the meeting?
I don't.
So when redacted is writing and referring to devices, do you understand him to be referring to the TSPU?
Certainly in the context of this statement. Jessica Chan. Was this the reason why Theranos was proposing to change the business model from putting the devices in store to having samples taken at stores and sent to Theranos lab? Was what the reason?
The reason that redacted is writing in these notes, which is that it provides the quickest and easiest way to expand geographically.
At this point in time, it might have been. It wasn't what, I guess in a way it was what drove the original decisions with Walgreens that had happened earlier. I'm not sure whether that's how we were thinking of it by mid-2013, but it might have been.
Did you say that it was or was not the reason why you switched to a central lab model for Walgreens?
As we discussed, it was the result of a lot of engagement with both of our regulatory councils and sort of decisions about business model. In a way it was because it was the quickest and easiest way to expand, but there were a lot of factors that went into that.
Okay, so why don't you look at the next paragraph, then? It says, the reasons for starting with a central lab model are as follows. And you can read it for yourself, but it essentially describes a courier model and the fact that, because Theranos would need to be offering a full array of lab tests, including esoteric tests, you would need a courier to pick up samples anyway. And so if that's the case, why not start with a courier model? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, so why didn't you tell redacted during this meeting that it was the regulatory issues that were prompting this move to a central lab model?
I believe we had that conversation with them previously when we sent our CLIA certificate and became a CLIA certified lab.
You believe that that was your conversation?
Yes, that's why we moved away from what was written in our contract into being a central CLIA lab.
So then why are you telling him a different story during this meeting?
I don't read this as being different. We had become a CLIA lab, and we were talking here about the fact that, from a business perspective, this was the fastest way to operationalize now. This is now mid-2013.
Okay, so when you say that, the device is currently capable of performing the routine blood tests 90% or more of the demand, is that a true statement?
So you keep prefacing these by saying when she says it, and I'm just not clear that you've established whether she's saying it, Sunny saying it, or somebody else.
Sure, so do you recall making a statement to Redacted that the TSPU is currently capable of performing the routine blood tests 90% or more of the demand?
I don't.
Was that true? Could the TSPU perform 90% or more of the demand for tests?
We believed it could at that time, yes.
What do you mean by, we believed they could?
This is a few months before we sent in a number of pre-submissions to the FDA trying to get a really broad range of tests into the pre-submission process. So we thought we had designed a system that was capable of doing that.
Did you ever tell Redacted that the TSPU that Theranos had only validated 12 tests on the TSPU?
As we previously discussed, at this time no tests were live in the CLIA lab. The CLIA lab was not yet operational.
Okay, but this is June 2013. So Theranos would have been preparing for the launch in Walgreens, correct?
Yes.
So you were preparing to or either had or were in the process of validating those tests, correct?
You know, I actually don't know if we'd started our LDT evaluations by then. My memory is they started after this.
Okay, so did you tell Redacted then, or anyone at Safeway that Theranos had not validated any of its tests on the TSPU at this time frame, June 2013?
I don't know if we said those words. I believe he was aware at that point that the CLIA lab was not live and that no tests were live in the CLIA lab yet.
But that's a different question, right? I was asking whether he was aware that Theranos had not yet validated any tests on the TSPU.
I don't know exactly what he was thinking. I know that we were very clear that the lab was not yet operational. It was my assumption that it would therefore be clear that no tests were live.
So you never told him that Theranos had not validated tests on the TSPU yet by this time frame?
I don't know.
What does currently capable mean to you?
I'm just reading the rest of the paragraph to try to get the context. I think that this is in reference to the fact that Redacted was still focused and Safeway was still focused on taking the devices through the FDA to get the CLIA waiver to be able to place them in the stores, and that we were saying that the technology that we had we believed was capable of going through that process of getting the FDA clearance and CLIA waiver for these tests that would cover the majority of the testing pattern, which would have been a subset of the tests we ultimately operationalized in the CLIA lab based on our understanding of ordering at the time.
That's your understanding of what currently capable refers to in this paragraph.
Yes.
Do you know if you would have sent back revisions as Redacted requested?
If we reviewed it, I believe we would have. I don't know if we did.
Okay, is there anything in that first section on the central lab model that you believe would be inconsistent with what you might have told him?
I don't remember the meeting, so I can't answer that accurately.
Well, is there any statement in that first section of the meeting notes that you believe is not true?
If it's in the context of my understanding of how we were talking about things at the time, then no. I honestly don't know because I don't remember the meeting, and I don't remember the context.
You can put that one aside. Was there a time when Theranos and Safeway had discussions about modifying the contract in order to change the business model into a rental agreement model sort of similar to what Theranos had been discussing with Walgreens?
Yes.
When did that happen?
I don't know specifically. I believe we were already talking about it while Steve Bird was still at Safeway and then on an ongoing basis after that.
So when did Steve Bird leave Safeway? Would that have been?
I don't know.
Early 2014?
I think it was.
Does that sound right to you?
I think it was before this.
Okay, I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 224. Exhibit 224 purports to be a May 1, 2014, email from Sunny Balwani to Elizabeth Holmes with subject line, Re-Safeway, Theranos. And starting Bates number on the document is THPF M00015586006. Have you seen Exhibit 224 before?
I don't remember it, but I think so.
What is Exhibit 224?
It looks like an email exchange between Sunny and Redacted, which he ultimately forwarded to me.
Did you review and receive Exhibit 224 on or about May 1, 2014?
I don't know.
Do you have reason to believe that you didn't receive it on that date?
No.
Okay, if you look at the email on the bottom from Sunny Balwani to Redacted, do you see that?
I do.
And here it looks like he's proposing a number of terms to Sunny to Redacted. Do you see that?
I do.
So in the first section it's titled, Exclusive Use of Theranos Wellness Centers. And he writes, Theranos is offering additional $400 per week in rent for the additional rooms in locations with 2 rooms for a total of $1,200 per week instead of $800 per week that Safeway proposed, an amount significantly greater than any net margin Safeway may be making from immunizations and consultations currently. Do you know what he was referring to here?
Just to make sure I answer the question you're asking, what do you mean by that?
So did you understand at this time that he was talking about the possibility of Theranos renting space from Safeway?
Yes.
And in that statement that I just read, did you understand that he's proposing to offer more in rent per week to Safeway in order to rent out both rooms in the wellness center?
Yes. I don't know what it was more than, but yes.
And this was taking place in April of 2014. So does that refresh your recollection that these rental discussions were still ongoing at this time?
Yes.
And then if you look at number 2 of his email, which is on 607 titled, Safeway Pilot, he writes, Safeway already knows about our concerns around agreeing to a pilot now that we have already launched. We also can agree to Safeway unilaterally deciding on the pilot's success. Do you see that?
I do.
So at this time was it your understanding that the 2 biggest hurdles or the 2 issues that the parties were discussing were really use of the wellness center space and the fact that Theranos wanted exclusive use of both rooms and also the fact that Safeway wanted to pilot Theranos services?
I know those were 2 of the issues. I don't know if those were the only 2. There may have been others as well.
Can you think of any other issues that were creating this disagreement between Safeway and Theranos?
Well, I haven't read this email, and there may be more in here. I know that we didn't have a good essentially working relationship with the project team there, and we were trying to sort of replicate what we'd had with Steve Bird, with someone who is just deeply engaged in making the partnership successful. I think we were really concerned that the fund, I saw in the email here Cerberus, that was coming in may have different sort of visions for what we were trying to do, and that we'd invested so many years in trying to build something for this that we really didn't want to restart from scratch. There's probably others.
Okay, if you turn to 608, which is the next page, under Safeway Exclusivity, do you know what this issue was about?
Do you mind if I take a minute to read it? Sure. I interpret it as referring to our ability to work with other grocery stores.
Okay, so Safeway was concerned about Theranos, then, working with other grocery stores and that there be some kind of provision that provides for a Safeway exclusivity, is that right?
Yes, and I also believe there was some complexities around what they had previously defined as the Blackhawk network, which were other grocers who wanted to work with Theranos but not through Safeway.
What's the relationship between Blackhawk Network and Safeway?
Blackhawk was a program that Safeway had created to try to sell ideas that it came up with to other grocery stores. And they thought that if we provided lab services through Safeway, they could then essentially teach the other grocery stores how to roll this out and take a fee on it. And the other grocery stores came back and said, we'd really love to do this, in so many words, but we don't want to do it through Safeway. And so there was a lot of tension about whether Theranos could have a direct relationship with those grocery stores or not.
Okay, so if you look, did you agree with Mr. Balwani that the relationship with Safeway was failing and it had been failing since May 2013?
I wouldn't have used that word.
What word would you have used?
That we had much higher expectations for what we would have done by that point.
So it sounds like there were a number of discussions and things weren't going that well starting in May 2013?
And even before then. I mean, we thought we were going to have rolled out to this large footprint that Safeway had done construction on much faster.
Okay, and then if you turn back to the first email, or I guess it's the latest email. But on the first page it looks like Sunny Balwani is then forwarding you the email that he sent to Redacted. Did he have a practice of doing that?
I'm just taking a look at the note. I don't know if it was a practice. I recognize that he would do this sometimes.
Okay, and, you also see in his email that he's sending you a draft email that he's planning to send to Redacted.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
So did he have a practice of also doing that?
I'm sorry. I thought that was the question you were asking.
Did he have a practice? Your first question was, did he have a practice of forwarding to you communications that he's having unilaterally with third parties to keep you apprised?
My read on that is that he sometimes did that, but not always.
And then my second question is, did he have a practice of sending you draft emails he was planning to send out to third parties?
Again, I wouldn't call it a practice. I know that he did occasionally, but he was pretty focused on his ability to run things.
Okay, did you on occasion, when you would receive these emails, would you edit them and send them back to him before he sent them out?
I wouldn't be surprised if there were instances when I did. There was sometimes, like you referenced, where I would disagree with the way he was attempting to express routine things. But I wouldn't say that that was a practice to my knowledge or to my memory.
Okay, you can set that one aside. So at some point the rental model discussions eventually failed, is that right?
I don't know if I would say it that way. We were having those discussions all the way through the winter of 2015. And it was ultimately the CMS sanctions, or I guess at that point it wasn't sanctions but issues with our laboratory, that caused the final issue in the relationship with Safeway overall.
Okay, and were you having discussions about the rental model throughout 2014 and through 2015? Is that your recollection?
I don't know.
Do you remember a time when the communications stopped and there was a period of basically no communication with Safeway?
I don't have a good memory of the starts and stops of the interaction. I wouldn't be surprised if there were sort of dead points in the communications.
So I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 225.
SEC Exhibit number 225 was marked for identification.
Exhibit 225 purports to be an August 1, 2014 email from Redacted to Elizabeth Holmes with Bates No. TS00 46261, and the subject line is Safeway, Theranos. Exhibit 225 purports to be an August 1, 2014 email from Redacted to Elizabeth Holmes with Bates No. TS00 46261, and the subject line is Safeway, Theranos.
It looks like an email exchange between Redacted and me.
Did you receive and review Exhibit 225 on or about August 1, 2014?
I don't know if I reviewed it then. I don't have any reason to doubt that I received it then.
Do you have any reason to doubt that you also received this email on the bottom of the page from Bob Gordon to you on June 6, 2014?
No.
Okay, so you'll see in this email Redacted detailing the history of discussions between Theranos and Safeway. And I'm not going to ask you any questions about the content of the email, but you'll see then that he writes again on August 1, 2014, and he's asking for a response to his last email. Do you recall responding to him?
I don't.
Do you know if you ever responded?
My memory is that I don't recall during that period of time. I know that in the same way as I was talking with Redacted, I believe he was also having communications with people on their board and providing guidance on the best way to negotiate to make the rollout happen quickly.
Did you ever think about terminating the agreement with Safeway?
My memory of it is that was more of a negotiation tactic to get them to roll out. Dick thought that the space was a great asset and that we needed to get into that space quickly.
Okay, what is your recollection as to the next communication that you had with Safeway after this email on August 1, 2014?
I don't know.
I'm going to ask you to lift back that very thick document over there, which I believe was.
Yes. Han. So if you would turn to 6337. Are you there? Yes.
There is a text message about a third of the way down the page on February 27, 2015, from you to Sunny Balwani. And you say, do you think I should go up to redacted? Do you see that?
I do.
And you say no, no harm if, I'm sorry. Sunny Balwani then responds to you, and he says, no harm if you feel right.
Yes.
And then you respond, he's talking to someone in the room. I'm going to wait outside. Do you know who redacted was? Who were you referring to here?
No, I believe this is redacted.
Oh, redacted.
Yes.
And then you then also say, very good convo. He really wants to get done, says guy the first talked to at Cerberus as decision maker. That guy was apparently pissed I said no, I think, to him, is what you meant. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you remember that conversation with redacted?
Just in reading this, I generally remember that I met with him.
Okay, apparently, there was some meeting that you both were attending?
Yes.
Do you remember which meeting that was?
It was either a business council or a business roundtable meeting, and I was speaking there.
Okay, so you didn't expect to see redacted there?
No.
Okay, so, and it says, do you think I should go up to redacted? Do you think that you hadn't had any conversations with him in the preceding months before this?
Not necessarily. I may have been on the phone with him. I just can't remember specifically whether I was.
Okay, and then Mr. Balwani then responds, that's fine. We will send them a letter and see if they want to get moving or term. Did you understand him to mean terminate, or what do you understand him to mean by term?
I'd be guessing. I'm not sure. Well, don't guess.
Well, did you have any understanding as to what that meant?
I would think I did at the time. I just don't know sitting here now.
Okay, and then you write back to him, and you say redacted wants to come back to me with how to get done. And Mr. Balwani says, come back where? And he says, okay, I get it, I assume you told him rent model. And then a couple text messages down, you respond, it was implied. Do you see that?
I do.
What did you mean when you said, how to get done?
I don't know. I'm assuming sitting here now that it means rollout.
Would you be surprised if there hadn't been any conversations or communications between Theranos and Safeway from the August 2014 time frame to this February 2015 encounter?
I just don't know. I don't know when I was on the phone with him. I don't know when Dick was talking to some of their board members, and we had other people who were interacting with them as well who were affiliated with us.
Who else was acting on behalf of Theranos to communicate with Safeway? Just so I understand.
Yeah.
Mr. Kovacevic, yourself, Mr. Balwani?
I have in my mind that some of our board members knew some of their board members, and I'm trying to remember who was having the interactions. I need to think about it.
Well, if you think about it later, let us know.
Yeah. I will.
Do you recall a letter from redacted in April of 2015?
No.
Do you recall a letter that she might have sent to restart the rental agreement model discussions?
I don't.
Do you? Is there a practice of Theranos employees sending you letters whenever they're, especially a letter to redacted on the Safeway relationship? Would you expect that somebody would send to you a copy of that letter to keep you apprised of what was going on?
Generally, yes.
What happened to the Theranos Safeway partnership in the end?
As we were discussing earlier, by the end of 2015, we had discussed a model for rolling out about 30 stores under the lease rental model that we had wanted to pursue. But by that time we had serious issues with our lab operations that we were dealing with, and ultimately terminated with the discussion that if we were to resolve the lab issues, we will Rahul Kolatkar. I guess, at the end of 2014, did you have any expectation that Safeway was imminently going to roll out Theranos services at Safeway? I think we always thought that we could if we agreed to some of what they wanted from us, if we needed that to supplement our footprint.
I guess, But did you have any kind of concrete expectation that stores were going to open in early 2015?
I don't remember exactly what I was thinking at the end of 14. But I know that because that footprint had already been completely built out with very custom specific details that we'd designed to our workflow, we knew that, if we said, okay, we agreed to certain provisions or compromised on our negotiating position, we would be able to get into it and get a very large footprint very quickly.
Do you know whether there were any preparations underway between Safeway and Theranos to roll out stores in the beginning of 2015?
I don't.
You're not aware of any preparations?
I can't remember anything specifically.
In your mind, did you have a geographic location where you expected Safeway stores to roll out at the start of 2015?
At the start of 2015? What I remember is, to the extent we were having sort of initial rollout discussions, there were two options that we spent a lot of time talking about. One was the Bay Area in California. The other was Wyoming. And it really depended on where some of these things played out with respect to announcement rights and how visible ultimately we thought this was, initial deployment was going to be if Safeway maintained a right to terminate after it.
We can take our break now. We are off the record at 11:42 a.m.
We are back on the record at 11:56.
Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during our break?
No.
Do you recall a time when Theranos began offering blood testing services to Safeway employees?
I know that there was a period of time in which Theranos handled the samples that were collected by the on-site clinic at Safeway.
Okay, what do you mean by handled the samples?
So it wasn't labeled, to my understanding, Theranos. It was the clinic service. And then the clinic would collect the samples and send them to Theranos.
Was the clinic conducting fingerstick draws or venous draws?
Only venous draws for patient testing. I believe people could also opt into a research study in which we would collect fingerstick but not for data that would be reported back to patients.
Okay, so the blood would be drawn at the clinic, but then the samples would be sent to Theranos lab for testing?
No, I don't think we were. I don't know what we were doing with them when they came to the lab. I think we were trying to focus on how to train someone to do a fingerstick. So the collection happened. I do know the samples came back. I don't know what happened after that.
Do you know what devices were used to process those samples?
It's my memory that there generally wasn't testing happening on those samples and just that we were doing the collections for purpose of beginning to refine that workflow and the training of the fingerstick collection.
It's your understanding that there wasn't any testing on the samples that Safeway employees were providing?
My memory is that there was some studying of whether the samples had hemolyzed or lysed, clotted or did not have good integrity, but I don't think there was actual testing done on those samples.
And just so I understand, you mean the samples that were done on the fingerstick?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
So people that...
I'm sorry if I...
So with respect to the venous draws, then, that was done at the clinic?
Yes.
Was Theranos processing those samples?
Yes. Those were processed on traditional commercially available machines and or sent to what I had previously referred to as a reference lab, which is a third-party lab.
Okay, did you ever tell anyone at Safeway that those samples were being processed by third-party commercially available machines or being sent out to reference labs?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, who did you tell?
I don't know specifically. I can't remember.
Okay. So you don't know either way whether you ever told anyone at Safeway that you were using third-party machines or sending out to reference labs?
I remember Safeway helping us to look at UCSF as a closer reference lab, so I believe that there was discussion about the use of a reference lab because of that. But I don't remember specific conversations.
Okay, and what about whether you told Safeway or anyone at Safeway that you were using commercially available machines that Theranos would process the samples?
I believe we did.
When did you do that?
I think before we agreed to do the testing, because there was a discussion about the fact that it would just be venipuncture on traditional machines so that we could work through some of the workflow development that we were trying to do, that we would not be collecting fingers. I don't know. I mean, I would assume to the extent that I had conversations, it was with Steve Bird. But I don't know.
So now I want to change gears again and.
Did you offer these guys coffee?
I was about to say. It's so funny. It's the least sincere thing that I ever do. Because I almost always offer the staff coffee when I go down. No, you can't accept it. But I didn't do it today. I took the high road about offering.
Okay, I wanted to change gears again now and focus now on CVS. Was there a time when Theranos began having discussions with CVS?
Yes.
When was that?
So there was a series of discussion over a period of years. I don't know when the first one was, but it may have been as early as 2010 or sooner. I don't know.
So around the same time that you might have started discussions with Walgreens and Safeway?
I think so.
What were those discussions about? Was it along the same lines as what you were discussing with Walgreens and Safeway, to put a TSPU in CVS stores?
Like all of our retail partners, conversations had changed over time. I think in the earliest time frame, my memory is that we were actually talking about using the TSPU in their Minute Clinic because they had a lot of point-of-care technology in their Minute Clinic and that was what they specifically were interested in. It changed later. Okay, so what did it change to later? Ultimately we were discussing a lease model in which we would build out spaces within their stores, and there was iterations of that in the meantime.
Who were your contacts at CVS?
So I did not have the majority of direct contact with them. My memory is that at least in our last contacts with them, I was one of the principals who was engaged, I think, most directly with Sunny. But I don't know by memory all the people that were involved. I had a little bit of contact with Redacted toward the end of the engagement that we had with them.
You just said the end of the engagement. Did the engagement end?
Just the interactions. We were interacting around building a CLIA-certified lab collection center in their stores. We may very well be interacting with them again.
Okay, has Theranos entered into a contract with CVS?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and so when you just said the end of the engagement or the end of the discussions, when did the most